I often feel there is a contradictory romance about you. Like a flower blooming in the desert, a tree growing on the moon, a goldfish soaring through the sky, or a fairy tale book written for adults. In a world full of impossibilities, you can make anything possible. Charlie. I love you. I sent this text on July 31st, 2021. I stood on the Century Tower in Midland, on the rooftop terrace of the 101st floor. I glanced down at the countless lights in the vast night, my expression completely calm. Then I leapt. There was no hesitation, and no fear of death, because to me, death was already something I was completely used to. My time was trapped, forever locked on July 31, 2021. As of today, I have relived it 299.69 times. This exact day, July 31st, through nearly 300,000 time loops, totaling 821.9 years. It has been far too long. So long that I became numb a long time ago. As I kept plummeting down, the phone in my hand suddenly vibrated. Where are you? This message caught me by surprise. In those hundreds of thousands of loops, I had already confessed to Charlie countless times. Her responses were usually playful banter, or just a joke. Except for this time. Charlie actually asked me where I was, but I still didn't pay it much mind, because I was already about to hit the ground. I let out a bitter smile. I'm in hell, and in a prison. The piercing sound of an alarm rang out, keeping my eyes closed. I instinctively reached toward the nightstand beside the bed to grab my phone and turn off the alarm, because I kept repeating the exact same day. I could never cancel the alarm in advance. Every single morning at exactly 6 o'clock, I was bound to be woken up. For a while, I even started questioning my life. Why on earth did my brain short-circuit on July 30th to set an alarm like this, ruining my chances of sleeping in every day? But today, as I reached out, I froze. Because I didn't feel the nightstand, let alone my phone. My hand met thin air. How could this be? Waking up to the alarm every morning, reaching out for the phone and turning it off. I had done this routine 2999999 times. It was impossible to mess up, even with my eyes closed. I snapped my eyes open and sat up in bed. But the scene before me shocked me even more. Stark white walls, clean white sheets, and the faint smell of bleach and medicine in the air. There were also several monitors hooked up to my body. Clearly, I was in a hospital room. I wasn't lying in my own home. In that split second, I felt like my breathing completely stopped. I hurriedly turned my head, following the sound of the alarm to grab the phone by the bed, and looked at the display, 6:30 a.m., and the date was August 1st, 2021. I was stunned. In the past 800 years of repetition, I had done too many thrilling things, and seen my fair share of wild storms. I used to think that my mental resilience was incredibly strong, but the moment I saw the date August 1st, I still couldn't control the overwhelming surge of emotion, freezing in place, and even beginning to tremble. I actually escaped. I escaped July 31st. I escaped that prison that had kept me locked up for over 800 years. Unexpectedly, my hand brushed against something soft and furry. Only then did I snap out of it. Turning my head, I saw someone slouched over the edge of my hospital bed. She seemed to have been fast asleep, only waking up with a start when I touched her. Charlie. I recognized her at a single glance. This person I knew better than anyone, my best friend, my childhood friend, and the person I loved, Charlie. Charlie had a nightmare. She dreamed that Sean had died again, and this time he died right in front of her. That right, died again. Because Charlie was someone who had been reborn. She and Sean were childhood friends. The two of them had grown up together, practically inseparable. Though neither had ever confessed to the other, their bond was as close as could be. In high school, Charlie was discovered by a talent scout. She acted in a few shows, and became the moderately famous rising star she was today. From then on, Charlie, busy filming all over the place, gradually lost the chance to see Sean. On July 31st, 2021, in her past life, Charlie finished a project, and used her vacation to visit family back in Midland, wanting to give Sean a surprise. But that very night, the only thing she received was the news of Sean's suicide. From that day forward, Charlie was like a body without a soul. Her originally bright and cheerful self became quiet and reserved, no matter how rich her emotions were during filming, or how flawless her acting was. The moment she left the set, she would turn cold as ice, only when visiting Sean's grave, Would she mutter a few words to herself? 10 years later, Charlie stood on the Oscar stage. Her acceptance speech consisted of only a few brief sentences. Once, I promised the person I love I would become the most famous actress in the world. Now, I've finally done it, and I can finally go see him. That very night, Charlie took her own life at home, in the exact same manner as Sean. But when Charlie opened her eyes again, she found that she had returned from the dead. What's more, she had been reborn into July 31, 2021. The exact night Sean died in her previous life. Just as Charlie was still trying to process her rebirth, she received a text message from Sean. Charlie, I love you. Charlie instantly sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly sent a message asking Sean where he was, but received no reply. Charlie panicked. She was terrified that Sean would leave her again. She rushed out of the Century Tower where she was staying, desperate to find Sean, only to find that right in front of the building's main entrance, a man was lying quietly on the ground. He was completely unharmed, looking as though he had simply fallen fast asleep. It was Sean. Charlie rushed the unconscious Sean to the hospital. After an examination, the doctor said Sean had merely fainted from low blood sugar. Still uneasy, she had the doctors hook Sean up to the best monitoring equipment for a thorough checkup, while she stayed by his bedside until she drifted off to sleep. And then she had that nightmare. In the dream, she still rushed out of the Century Tower. Except this time, in front of the main entrance, she saw Sean's mangled, bloody body from the fall. Suddenly, Charlie felt like someone had gently nudged her head. This jolted Charlie awake instantly. The very first thing Charlie saw upon waking was Sean, wide awake and sitting up in bed. In that exact moment, Charlie's eyes instantly welled with tears. He was alive. He was still alive. Although she didn't know what had happened, or what had changed. In this rebirth, Charlie didn't care about any of that. All she wanted was for Sean to be alive. She suddenly threw herself into Sean's arms, just like a child, bursting into loud, heavy tears. I froze. I had never seen the Charlie who always acted like a tomboy around me show such a deeply emotional and fragile side. Unaware that Charlie had been reborn, I assumed she was simply overwhelmed with worry for me. Suppressing the immense joy of seeing Charlie, I wrapped my arms back around the weeping girl, gently stroking her smooth, faintly scented hair. What are you crying for? I comforted her in a low voice. This isn't like my bro Charlie at all. Look, aren't I perfectly fine? Stop crying. There's a good girl. Truth be told, how could I not want to cry too? During those 300,000 repetitive loops, I had confessed to Charlie countless times. When Charlie told me she wanted to travel the world, I agreed. When Charlie told me she wanted to visit Disneyland, I agreed. When Charlie told me she wanted to have a baby girl in the future, I agreed. Charlie used to look up with longing and enthusiastically make endless requests of me. Yet, out of all those promises made to Charlie, I hadn't been able to fulfill a single one, because no matter how far Charlie and I had progressed the day before, everything would completely reset to zero the next morning. I could never grow old with Charlie, nor could I travel the world by her side, going to the ends of the earth, for the rest of eternity. To me, this sense of utter powerlessness felt like a knife repeatedly stabbing into my heart. But now I was finally free. I was finally no longer bound by time. I could finally promise to stay with her until our hair turned white, and walk through life hand in hand with her. Burying my face in the hair near Charlie's neck, I whispered softly into her ear, Charlie, I love you. Charlie was crying so loudly, and my words were spoken so incredibly softly, that she didn't hear them clearly. Raising her small face, she looked at me through misty, tearful eyes. Just now, did you say something just now? I said, bro, Charlie, you really cry like a total girl. I wiped away Charlie's tears, and said with a smile, thanks to my playful teasing, Charlie's emotions finally calmed down a bit. After all, most of her intense feelings had already been released last night. The moment she first saw Sean, giving me a shove, she stared wide-eyed with her almond-shaped eyes. You're the one who cries like a girl. Your bro Charlie didn't cry at all. A brick just flew into my eye. Got it? All right, I chuckled affectionately, rubbing the top of Charlie's head. Charlie slapped my hand away. She felt like the Sean in front of her seemed off. In the memories of her past life, Sean was just a little tag-along who always followed her around. He had a calm, easygoing personality, completely honest and simple, and even suffered from a bit of low self-esteem. He completely relied on Charlie to look out for him. That was exactly why Charlie had earned the nickname Bro Charlie in the first place. Yet, the current Sean didn't look simple or naive at all anymore. In fact, the way he patted her head made him seem like her grandfather. Did last night's fainting spell mess up your brain? No way. I need to get the doctor to run some tests on you, Charlie said, turning to head out the door again. I hurriedly stopped her. I know my own body perfectly well. I'm definitely completely fine right now. Your body might be fine, but I'm looking for someone to check your brain, Charlie countered. I don't think there's anything wrong with my brain either. Nothing wrong? Then what were you doing lying at the entrance of Century Tower last night? You looked so peaceful. Exactly like a dead person. I don't buy for a second that you just happened to pass by and faint. Charlie's words made me raise an eyebrow. Lying at the entrance of Century Tower? I picked up my phone, checking our WeChat chat history. Charlie's last reply to me was still, "Where are you?" Those few words matched perfectly with my memory. But I had clearly jumped off the building last night. Why did I end up lying safely and soundly at the entrance of Century Tower? I thought about it, but found no answers. So I simply stopped dwelling on it. After all, the things that had happened to me before were already surreal enough, so this didn't make much of a difference. Still, in the end, I couldn't win against Charlie. I was forced to undergo a full-body checkup, and the results showed I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my brain either. For some reason, I thought Charlie looked a bit disappointed. I asked with a smile, "There's nothing wrong with my brain, but you seem pretty disappointed." Charlie replied, "Yeah, I was hoping that fainting once might make your brain a little smarter." What a pity. Although I was speechless, a smile still remained on my face. Repeating the loop 300,000 times had once made my emotions completely numb, or even cold-hearted. Only when I was by Charlie's side did I feel like a normal human being, now that I had escaped the loop. Looking at Charlie, who seemed even more vibrant than before, I felt incredibly happy. Hey, look at her. Isn't that Charlie? It really looks like her. Who's that guy next to her? He's kind of handsome. Is he her boyfriend? I've never heard anything about her having a boyfriend. Wow. Did we just stumble upon some major gossip? Hurry up and take a picture. The hospital was crowded and full of prying eyes. Just as Charlie and I were getting ready to leave, we noticed several young people pointing and whispering in our direction. Only then did Charlie realize she had forgotten to put on her sunglasses and face mask. We were both in college right now, but back in high school, Charlie had already shot to fame after acting in a few shows. Over the past few years, Charlie could be considered a B-list celebrity, and within younger circles, she still had a fair amount of popularity. I noticed those people pointing at us as well. After a moment of thought, I planned to distance myself slightly from Charlie, pretending to be a stranger, or perhaps a cousin. I remembered that Charlie cared deeply about her status as a celebrity. She had even solemnly promised me before that she would become the most famous actress in the world. Charlie had been working tirelessly toward this goal, so her public reputation mattered a great deal to her. Every time she went out with me, Charlie would bundle herself up completely, to the point where, if she walked into a bank, she'd be flagged as a suspicious person, and kept under strict surveillance by security. Although I had already resolved to grow old with Charlie, the endless loops had taught me long ago that loving someone doesn't mean holding on to them tightly every single second. Instead, it means keeping them happy and letting them do whatever they want to do. So if Charlie just wanted to focus on being a celebrity right now, I was willing to be patient for a while. After all, I had already endured it for a very long time. But just as I was about to step away from Charlie, she took a step toward me first, tilting her head and asking softly, "Sean, let me ask you something. That text message you sent me last night, was it from the heart, or did something set you off?" I froze for a moment before realizing Charlie was talking about my message. "Charlie, I love you." After a brief hesitation, I said, "If you can accept it right now, then it's from the heart. But if you don't want to accept it, just treat it as me being prov." Before I could even finish my sentence, I choked on my words, because Charlie had already pulled me over in a totally aggressive manner, looping her arms around mine and hugging it tightly against her chest. Then, looking at the bystanders who were standing there, completely dumbfounded, she smiled broadly and announced loudly, "Here's a massive piece of gossip for you guys. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." I was completely dumbstruck. Was this really the same Charlie who cared insanely much about her public image and who acted like a thief sneaking around. Whenever she went out with me, even across those 300,000 loops, I had never once seen her like this. What are you standing around dazed for? Are you waiting for them to take your picture? Who are? Grinning from ear to ear, Charlie suddenly gave me a yank, pulling me along as she bolted outside. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had been just as stupefied as me finally snapped back to reality. Having just uncovered a monumental piece of celebrity gossip, they all started screaming and frantically chased after us with their phones out. By the time they ran out of the hospital gates, they were stunned to find that we had already completely vanished from the street. Breaking news. Popular rising star, Charlie's romance allegedly exposed. Barred evidence. Charlie spotted entering and leaving hospital with a strange man. Charlie suspected of pregnancy and abortion. As we stood panting heavily, hiding inside a narrow alleyway, we pulled out our phones to check social media. Several trending topics had already skyrocketed into the top 50. Panting hard, Charlie gave my arm a playful slap, boasting proudly, "See that? Your bro Charlie's popularity is no joke." It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and there were already so many trending topics. I affectionately stroked her head. "Yes, my bro Charlie is the absolute best." Then I pointed at Charlie's phone. "But bro Charlie, don't you think you should answer your manager's call?" Only then did Charlie notice an incoming call flashing across her screen, saved under the contact name Manager Lin. Charlie's expression instantly froze. With a slightly trembling hand, she tapped to answer and put it on speakerphone, before offering a soft hell, followed immediately by "Hello my ass." "Charlie, what the hell kind of stunt are you pulling? Didn't you ask for time off to go back to Midland to visit family? Then what the hell is going on with these trending topics?" Watching Charlie's increasingly embarrassed expression, I couldn't help but chuckle again. This girl was still terrified of her manager. Charlie waited until the roaring on the other end died down, before saying meekly, "Lynn, visiting her husband counts as visiting family too, right?" Lynn shrieked. "Husband? What absolute nonsense are you spouting? When on earth did you get married?" Charlie fell silent for a moment. She glanced at me, and then spoke into the phone. "You might not believe it if I tell you, but I'm getting married in an hour." "All right, Lynn, we can talk about everything else later. I have things to take care of here, so I'm hanging up. Goodbye." Rushing through this final sentence without a single pause, Charlie said it all in one breath. Right after that, she immediately ended the call, and even blocked Lynn's number. Only then did she let out a long breath. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she turned her head to look at me, giving me a little shove. "Is your household registration booklet at your place?" "What for?" "To get our marriage certificate and get hitched. Did you think I was just joking earlier?" Social media was absolutely boiling today. Photos of the popular rising star Charlie entering and leaving a hospital with a strange man had been leaked early in the morning, sending massive shockwaves through the public. It had to be admitted that Charlie's current popularity was indeed massive. She was gorgeous. Her acting skills were solid, and after filming several consecutive hit web dramas, although Charlie couldn't quite compete with those true top-tier megastars and A-list actresses, among B-list celebrities, she was already considered exceptionally popular. Moreover, Charlie had virtually no scandals to her name, making her a true breath of fresh air in the industry. So the moment this news broke today, almost everyone who followed the entertainment industry was shocked. Her rival actresses paid professional internet trolls to intentionally sway public opinion against her in every way possible. Those anti-fans who had always wanted to attack Charlie, but could never find any dirt on her, also took this opportunity to fiercely stir up trouble. Countless clickbait accounts were also muddying the waters. Although Charlie was no top-tier or A-list star, how could these clickbait channels ever pass up a perfect opportunity to piggyback on such trending drama? Meanwhile, right inside the Midlands Civil Affairs Bureau, the two main subjects of these trending topics, Charlie and I, had just received our marriage certificate. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Charlie, wearing her mask and sunglasses, held the little red booklet high up in the air. As if appraising a rare treasure, she turned it over and over under the sunlight to examine it, before finally bursting into a silly laugh. "I feel like I'm truly dreaming." I smiled too. "I feel like I'm dreaming too." I never expected that once I broke free from the loop, Charlie would suddenly become so proactive. The same Charlie who used to care so much about her fans and traffic had not only directly confirmed and publicized our relationship today, but had even dragged me straight here to register our marriage. It actually left me feeling a tiny bit regretful. Having lived through 300,000 loops, I felt like I should have been the one to take the initiative. But I hadn't anticipated that Charlie would be even more forward than me. This simply wouldn't do. A thought striking me, I suddenly leaned close to Charlie and whispered in a low voice, "Bro, Charlie, now that we have our certificate, what are your plans?" I was planning to ask Charlie out on a proper date. Charlie was currently posting on social media. Hearing my question, she replied with a perfectly straight face, "My plan is to run for my life. Go check my page yourself." I pulled out my phone and opened Charlie's profile page. Right at the top, I immediately spotted her pinned post. "Charlie, I saw rumors online saying that I'm in a relationship. Let me clarify right now. Those aren't rumors. Posted 1 minute ago." Attached was a photo of the little red booklet in Charlie's hand. I suddenly began to wonder if Charlie had been triggered by something. She was being a little too bold today, wasn't she? Meanwhile, Charlie was currently muttering to herself. Listening closely, I realized she was actually counting down. 4, 3, 2, do. The exact instant her countdown ended, the phone in Charlie's hand began to ring. It was an unfamiliar number. Trembling, Charlie pressed the answer button. "Charlie, have you completely lost your mind? Explain yourself to me right this instant. And if you dare hang up on me again, I will come to your house with a knife and chop you to pieces." Even though it wasn't on speakerphone, Lynn's booming voice blasted right through the earpiece and straight into my ears. Holding the phone as far away from herself as possible, Charlie said helplessly, "Explain what?" "I just registered my marriage with my boyfriend. Didn't I already tell you before?" "Register your ass. You are seriously going to be the death of me." I literally just finished finding an excuse and getting a PR team to write a statement for you. But before the PR statement is even finished, you go ahead and post a message like this. Why don't you just fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Because it's hot. Shut up. Lynn was absolutely furious. Pulling a stunt like this behind the company's back. Do you have any idea how massive the impact will be on the company and on you? I'm asking you a question. Speak up, Charlie. You just told me to shut up. Lynn nearly passed out from pure rage. She took a deep breath to calm herself down before saying, "Charlie, do you know what everyone online is saying about you right now? They're saying you're a gold digger, saying you're being kept by a wealthy heir, and saying you're dating for money. In short, people are saying all kinds of things. Many of your rivals took the opportunity to send in online trolls. Right now, it's nothing but negative news about you. I originally had the entire PR strategy planned out. We were going to say you were just accompanying a friend to the hospital, and simply made a joke with your fans. But look at you. You went right ahead and posted a marriage certificate, completely blocking every single PR angle I had. Charlie, tell me the absolute truth. Who exactly is the guy you married? Is he some wealthy heir? Why on earth did you get a flash marriage?" Charlie glanced at me. After a brief hesitation, she said, "He's not really a wealthy heir, and it's not really a flash marriage either. I've considered this for a very long time." She had indeed considered it for a very long time. She had considered it for an entire lifetime. Considered it for a long time? Then why didn't you tell me? Lynn was starting to go crazy all over again. After a long pause, Lynn managed to compose herself once more. "Charlie, let me tell you this. As much as I want to stand by your side, don't forget the contract you signed with the company. Causing such a massive stir without the company's permission means that according to the contract, the company has every right to demand liquidation damages from you." As soon as she heard Lynn mention the liquidation damages, Charlie finally jolted awake. She was screwed. In her sudden rush of excitement earlier, she had only focused on registering her marriage with Sean and flaunting the marriage certificate to everyone. She completely forgot about her contract with the company and the liquidation damages. In her past life, she had gone quiet for a year after Sean's death, and then left the company to go independent. However, she still hired Lynn as her manager. Because she had been independent for nearly 10 years, she was used to doing whatever she wanted. So Charlie really forgot that she was still at the stage of working for someone else right now, causing a major, non-positive impact on public opinion. Without the company's knowledge, according to the contract, she definitely had to pay. She was finished. She was truly finished this time. She wasn't the Golden Globe award-winning best actress of her past life right now. With the meager savings she had on hand, it probably wouldn't even cover a fraction of the liquidation damages. Other people made a fortune when they were reborn. But was she about to become the first person after rebirth to completely bankrupt themselves? Lynn, can you find a way so I don't have to pay? Charlie said, looking pitiful. Lynn snorted. Don't want to pay? If you don't want to pay, then find a way to suppress the current momentum. You know exactly what the higher-ups in the company are like, unless you find a way to suppress your scandal. Otherwise, Charlie slumped. Lynn's voice was very loud. So what Lynn said just now was heard by me standing right next to her. Seeing Charlie's expression, I knew this girl had been too swept up in the moment earlier and completely overlooked the company and breach of contract issues. Letting out a sigh, I suddenly snatched the phone from Charlie's hand and spoke to Lynn on the other end. Hello, Lynn, I'm Charlie's husband. Actually, I have a way to help bail Charlie out a bit, but I'll need you to pitch it to the company. Sean had a way? Both Charlie and Lynn were stunned. Charlie knew that Sean was an absolute outsider to the industry. The kind who didn't understand a single thing about show business. A trouble that even Lynn couldn't solve right now. Sean actually had a way to handle? Charlie immediately perked up her ears. I looked at her with a smile, gave her ear a little pinch, and then walked away with the phone. He's not even letting me eavesdrop. Charlie's stubborn streak flared up. She was Bro Charlie, and Sean was her lackey. How could a lackey talk behind his boss's back? As a result, if she pursued quickly, I walked quickly. And if she pursued slowly, I walked slowly. Long story short, I just wouldn't let her listen. Finally, Charlie stomped her foot in frustration. Sean! Put it on speakerphone. I actually obediently put it on speakerphone. Charlie grinned. This guy really didn't dare to defy his boss. In the end, he still had to obediently let her eavesdrop. But immediately after that, Charlie heard Lynn's furious roar from the phone. I'm talking business with your husband. Get the hell away and stop eavesdropping, or I will chop you to pieces. Charlie crestfallenly squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Damn it. This jerk. Sean actually told on her and subdued Charlie. I turned off the speakerphone, walked further to the side with the phone, and continued speaking. The general plan is just like what I said earlier. I wonder what you think about it, Lynn. Lynn was actually quite satisfied. Her tone finally softened as well. Although executing this is a bit complicated, it looks say, it does. Indeed, provide an explanation for the marriage certificate Charlie posted. Charlie is at least one of the company's star talents. As long as there's a way to settle the impact of this incident, the company probably won't aggressively push for liquidation damages. But then again, Sean, are you really not an industry insider? How do you know about these things so well? Lynn asked. I'm not an insider. I just know everything that involves Charlie very well. I said, all right, stop flaunting your love. She let out a sigh. Fine. Then let's go with your plan. I'll go report this to the company right away. And then reach out for partnerships and PR. You guys just follow the plan on your end. I'll rush over to meet you guys from Suhong City tomorrow and have you guys sign the contract. The two of us said goodbye to each other and hung up the phone. Only then did I walk over to Charlie, who was still squatting on the ground, drawing circles, and handed her the phone. Charlie looked up, gave me a glare, and took the phone. I turned around and walked away, took 2 steps, and looked back, to find Charlie still squatting in the exact same spot. I let out a helpless, bitter smile. Bro Charlie, stop throwing a tantrum. You'll find out what our plan is in a little bit. I'm not throwing a tantrum, Charlie muttered. Then why aren't you standing up? My legs are numb. In the end, I carried Charlie on my back and walked all the way home from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ever since Charlie became a celebrity, her pockets had filled up quite a bit, and she had bought a few apartments. Aside from the one for her parents, here was one, reserved specifically for Charlie herself. It wasn't too far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, so I didn't hail a cab and just carried Charlie on my back all the way there. The famous star Charlie managed her figure impeccably, so carrying her didn't feel very tiring at all. I only felt a sweet-scented and soft person leaning against my back, which was incredibly enjoyable. Passers-by on the roadside looked over at us from time to time. Some girls tugged on the hands of the guys next to them, pouting their lips and saying, "Way, look at that young couple. I want a piggyback ride too." The guy looked at the girl beside him, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Why don't you look at the girl on his back? How much does she weigh? If you get on my back, I probably won't be able to straighten my spine for the rest of my life. Furious, the 200-pound girl slammed her butt down onto a nearby bench and completely crushed the bench. Charlie, who was resting on my back, glanced at the commotion behind us, but didn't pay it any mind. She was currently focusing entirely on browsing social media. On social media, Charlie could already see that the plan Lynn and I had discussed was slowly unfolding. On the trending topics list, several new trending topics surpassed Charlie's popularity, climbing to the very top of the charts in just over 10 minutes. Anyone with half an eye could tell that some people were pumping money behind the scenes to buy traffic. Dating show, Let's Start Dating Today. Official announcement. Let's Start Dating Today, lineup exposed. Charlie, to participate. See Charlie's marriage certificate. Suspected hype for new show. Charlie blinked her eyes. When did she ever plan to participate in this show? And when did she ever generate hype for it? In her confusion, she tapped into one of the trending topics to take a look, while I also began explaining the plan to Charlie. This dating show called Let's Start Dating Today is a web variety show featuring 8 celebrities, 4 men and 4 women, who are paired up for dating. The show hadn't been officially announced yet, but the guest lineup rumored online was pretty mediocre, and the production budget seemed quite tight as well. 6 of the guests for this show had been confirmed long ago, but the final pair of guests still hadn't been finalized. They sent you an invitation before, but because the show's popularity was low, and your appearance fee was a bit on the higher side, the production team couldn't quite afford it. So Lynn never gave the production team a response. The plan Lynn and I came up with is for me to sign under Lynn's agency as a rookie artist, and then you and I will participate in this show together. You are a candidate the production team would die to have after all. As long as Lynn agrees to let you join the show, stuffing an extra person into the cast along with you is something the production team definitely won't object to. This way, the photos of us secretly taken this morning and the marriage certificate you posted can all be explained as a promotional stunt to build hype for the new show. There are countless marketing and promotional tactics nowadays, so the impact of your post won't be that massive anymore, I said. At least not massive enough for the company to hunt you down for liquidation damages. After all, marketing and promotion can be considered part of an artist's normal scope of work. Resting on my back, Charlie looked at me with a face full of shock. You're going to become an artist? Sean, you finally made it. I told you a long time ago that your face is incredibly attractive. If you had debuted with me earlier, you'd be famous by now. I replied helplessly. It's not that I've made it, it's that you've made it. In order to keep my wife from going completely bankrupt, I could only sell myself out. Charlie chuckled mischievously. Then it should be said that you're riding on my coattails. Otherwise, you wouldn't even find a path if you wanted to debut. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, bro Charlie, for creating such an opportunity for me. It's a small matter, a small matter. We go way back. No need to be so polite. As Charlie spoke, she continued browsing social media on my back. On social media, because Charlie had generated enough hype this morning, quite a few people were currently discussing this new variety show. However, the most discussed topic was still Charlie, and that rookie on the official lineup announcement, whom no one had ever heard of before, Sean, user Charlie E. So it was actually just a promotional stunt. It gave me a total fright. I actually thought my Charlie really got married. User, Thermos and Wolfberries, I told you so. Charlie is still a college student and an actress. How could she possibly get married so early? User Mrs. Un, who exactly is this Sean? Never heard of him. A rookie? User, Assam Milk Tea? He joined together with Charlie. Are they going to be paired up? Is Charlie being used to promote a rookie? User, Starry Star? He really is a rookie from the same agency as Charlie. Look at his profile. He even has interactions with Charlie. Seeing this, Charlie also clicked into Sean's social media account, or rather, the new account Lynn had created on Sean's behalf. There were only 2 posts on the account. One was a share, and the other was just posted recently. Obviously, both were posted by Lynn on his behalf. The shared post was Charlie's pinned post, with the marriage certificate. Lanyu Entertainment, Sean, it indeed isn't a rumor. Please take good care of me on the show, Senior. Heart, but please don't steal the props next time, Senior. This was clearly making it apparent that Charlie's marriage certificate was just a prop, and was fake. There was also another newly published post, Lanyu Entertainment, Sean. Hello everyone, I'm Sean. I've just joined the Lanyu family. Hope everyone will support me. Below was a photo a selfie I had sent to Lin. Although it was just a casual snap taken moments ago, Lin's team was still highly professional. Combined with my inherently good looks, the photo looked exceptionally bright and handsome. Because the topic was currently trending high, there were quite a few comments under both of my posts. Of course, the comments included both good and bad ones. Many passers-by were praising how handsome I looked. And some rational fans of Charlie were saying things like, "Welcome, new junior colleague." However, there were also many internet trolls intentionally stirring up trouble, anti-fans, and some irrational fans of Charlie. These people would say absolutely anything. Some said that a rookie who just debuted could already generate hype with a B-list star like Charlie, so he must have a powerful background. Some said this kind of rookie didn't deserve to go on a variety show with Charlie, especially a dating show. Charlie even saw a clickbait account spreading rumors, claiming that Sean was actually a boy toy kept by Lanyu Entertainment's boss. This honestly left Charlie completely dumbfounded. The boss of Lanyu Entertainment was clearly a man, but no matter what, most of the onlookers right now actually believed it. They thought she posted the marriage certificate photo just to stir up hype for the new variety show. Lin also sent a text message over. Because public opinion had shifted, she had successfully garnered a wave of traffic from it, so the company no longer planned to hold her accountable. It seemed she wouldn't have to pay the liquidation damages after all. Charlie let out a long sigh of relief. She had made up her mind. She absolutely had to leave and go independent in the future. Working under someone else's company always brought too many restrictions. She couldn't even make an official relationship announcement if she wanted to. Although in this day and age, young, high-traffic celebrities all heavily relied on a single persona inside her body, was a soul that had already lived through 2 lifetimes. So she didn't care about any persona anymore. Once she went independent later on, she was going to plaster her social media with photos of her and Sean. She blinked her eyes. What? And suddenly reached out to tug at my hair. By the way, Sean, what's the deal with you? You're an absolute outsider, and you know next to nothing about show business. How could you possibly think of a method like this? To get me out of trouble? This plan doesn't seem like something an outsider like you could have mapped out. Well, it's true that I don't really understand show business, so I just suggested a few general ideas. The specific details were all finalized by Lin, I said with an honest and innocent face. Charlie looked at me skeptically. A woman's intuition told her that Sean wasn't telling the whole truth. I indeed wasn't telling the truth, because not only did I give Lin a fully detailed, complete plan, but I also knew show business, and especially everything around Charlie, like the back of my hand. During those long loops in the past, I couldn't even count how many times I had read news related to Charlie, the situation of Charlie's company, the situation of Charlie's manager, and all the entertainment industry intelligence regarding Charlie. I knew it all too well. Looking up at the sky, I suddenly smiled again. During those loops, in order to stay sane and keep myself from breaking down, I forced myself to learn all kinds of knowledge every single day and achieve various goals. Right now, I had long since mastered too many skills and held an untold number of secrets that ordinary people could never hope to access. In fact, if I wanted to, I had plenty of ways to quietly resolve the uproar caused by Charlie's official relationship announcement. I had even dug up some of the deep, dark secrets of Lanyu Entertainment's big boss, relying solely on those secrets with just one phone call from me. Lanyu Entertainment wouldn't dream of coming after Charlie for liquidation damages. They would probably be begging to send me hush money instead. Deliberately choosing this specific plan, debuting as an artist, and going on a dating show with Charlie, had my own selfish motives behind it. If we wanted to make our relationship public, didn't a dating show be the absolute best way to do it? It had always been Bro Charlie taking the initiative before, so now it was time for me to take the lead for once. Charlie's house was a small villa, because she was often away filming and didn't attend university here in Midland. The villa was rarely occupied on regular days. It was spacious and clean inside, with quite nice decor, but it completely lacked a cozy, lived-in feel. The moment we stepped into the house, Charlie finally deigned to hop down from my back. Seeing me roll my shoulders, Charlie raised an eyebrow. What? Are you saying I'm heavy? You really are heavy, I nodded honestly. Charlie's eyes instantly widened. Raising her hand to hit me, I quickly took 2 steps back and said with a smile, if you aren't heavy, How could you carry so much weight in my heart? A certain actress's face instantly blushed red. That's so corny. Are you some wild vegetable root just dug out of the dirt? How can you be so corny? And what are you laughing at? I'm hungry. Hurry up and order some takeout. I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit. With that, she gave me a slap and bolted upstairs. Entering her room, she shut the door with a loud bang. Charlie threw herself heavily onto the bed, her face still bright crimson. That damn Sean used to be such an honest guy. Where on earth did he learn all these ridiculous lines? Boss Charlie buried her head in the soft pillow, muttering to herself. A moment later, she quietly raised her head again. Ever since Sean sent her that text message confession last night, Charlie felt that after her rebirth, it turned out even Sean's personality had transformed. The original Sean was a bit of a dense goofball, but the current Sean was not only proactive, he was also incredibly smart, and his tongue seemed to have become much sweeter. This version of him seemed even more likable than before. At that thought, Charlie's face grew even redder. From her pocket, she pulled out the little red booklet they had just received today. Looking at the photo of the two of them against the red background, she buried her face right back into the pillow after a short while. Charlie, oh Charlie, you're someone who has been reborn after all. You were even an Oscar winner in your past life. Can you please not let your inner schoolgirl side overflow like this from now on? Don't be so easily embarrassed. If you aren't heavy, how could you carry so much weight in my heart? But the more she tried not to think about it, the more Sean's corny pickup line kept echoing over and over in her mind. Charlie let out a loud scream straight into her pillow. While Charlie was screaming like a marmot, I was buying potatoes and green peppers. Charlie had told me to order takeout, but I couldn't bear to let my wife eat takeout. For our first meal together since my escape from the loop, I wanted to cook personally. Actually, my cooking skills used to be absolutely terrible. At home, my parents did the cooking, and while living at school, I ate at the cafeteria. The few times I did try to cook, it could only be described as a complete disaster. However, during those days trapped in the endless time loops, I had long since taught myself how to cook. From Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Huaiyang cuisines to American, Japanese, and Korean dishes, spanning from top-tier Michelin-starred delicacies down to simple stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. While I couldn't say I had mastered every single one, I had gotten a solid handle on most of them. I had no choice. I couldn't exactly eat takeout for over 800 years. I made a special trip to the supermarket near the neighborhood to stock up on groceries, which cleared out nearly all the savings I currently had on hand. I was just a college student, unlike Charlie, who was a big celebrity. This actually felt a little strange to get used to, because during those endless recurring days in the past, most of the time I didn't pay when buying things. I would just take whatever I wanted, since I wasn't afraid of getting caught anyway. Even if I did get caught, I would just wake up back in my own bed the next morning. After buying the ingredients and returning to the villa, I cleaned up the kitchen a bit and started getting ready to cook. Of course I knew what Charlie liked. The big star Charlie had a unique craving for sweets. Sweet and sour pork ribs and sweet and sour stir-fried pork were her absolute favorites. However, because she had to manage her figure, under the high-pressure restrictions of her manager, Lynn, Charlie rarely got the chance to touch these sweet and heavy meat dishes. I specifically made a dish of sweet and sour pork ribs for Charlie, stirred up a few light and refreshing vegetable dishes, simmered a pot of soup, and steamed a pot of rice. Honestly, with my current culinary skills, I could completely make complex dishes with a much higher difficulty level, but a lot of the time, cooking requires not just technique, but time as well. About half an hour later, Charlie followed the enticing aroma downstairs. Having just woken up from a hazy nap, she rubbed her eyes and let out a yawn, then smacked her lips and said, "Sean, has the takeout you ordered arrived already? It smells amazing." And then she spotted me working away in the kitchen. Boss Charlie was completely shocked. "Sean is cooking? Holy crap. Sean, don't you dare blow up my kitchen." Terrified, Boss Charlie hurriedly tried to rush into the kitchen. I replied helplessly, "I'm not a terrorist. Do you really need to be this terrified?" Charlie said with a face full of horror, "I would actually prefer if there were a terrorist in the kitchen right now. At least they would know which one is soy sauce and which one is vinegar." Charlie still remembered the first time years ago when I wanted to cook a meal for her. That pot of soy sauce fried rice was so sour it made your eyes wince. If the sourness wasn't bad enough, I had forgotten to turn down the heat back then. running off to check a recipe on my phone. By the time I finished checking the recipe and came back, the bottom of the pan was almost completely burned through. Under the high heat, the sour stench of vinegar and the burnt smell filled the entire room. Charlie and I had no choice but to order takeout instead. When the delivery guy arrived at the door, he smelled the odor inside the house and, almost, fainted right on the spot. Thinking back to this, Charlie looked at me with a bit of grief and indignation. "Sean, you and I have no grudges or enmity. Why are you trying to assassinate your emperor?" "Hosho all." Charlie was thinking about my dark history from back then. Letting out a slightly awkward cough, I said, "My cooking skills have actually improved now. Don't you think the aroma of the food smells really good?" "It smells good, sure, but who knows how it'll taste when it's time to eat," Charlie muttered. She had to admit that just judging by the scent alone, it was indeed highly enticing right now. However, Sean's culinary skills absolutely could not be judged by normal standards. For the sake of her own life and safety, Charlie ultimately went ahead and ordered takeout herself anyway, since she was quite hungry after her nap. Therefore, Charlie specifically ordered from a nearby KFC for delivery. In less than 10 minutes, the takeout was delivered. Charlie munched on her burger and drank her cola. A few minutes later, when I brought over that plate of sweet and sour pork ribs, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots that looked incredibly crisp and refreshing, and a richly aromatic plate of stir-fried potatoes, eggplants, and peppers, and set them right in front of Charlie. The burger in Charlie's hand instantly lost all its appeal. She looked up at me in utter shock, as if she were looking at an alien. "Sean, did you really make this?" "Who else?" I handed over the chopsticks. "Try the ribs, they're really good. I also have some soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll go bring it over." Charlie blankly took the chopsticks. By the time I returned to the dining table carrying the hot soup, what I saw was a completely trembling, pork rib bone sucking, completely cleaned out. Charlie. "Sean, I really want to cry," Charlie whimpered with the bone still in her mouth, looking at me with tear-filled eyes. "What's wrong, bro, Charlie? Is my cooking that bad?" I'm totally baffled. It shouldn't be. My culinary skills have been honed over hundreds of years, and I've especially spent a massive amount of time mastering these sweet and sour pork ribs. I regret why on earth I ordered takeout. Way, your pork ribs are so delicious. I want to eat them so badly, but I'm so full right now, hiccup. Wah, she truly felt so incredibly wronged. Sweet and sour pork ribs, her absolute favorite dish. And Sean had made them so mouth-wateringly good, better than any sweet and sour pork rib she had ever tasted in her life. But she really couldn't force down another bite right now. I was entirely helpless as well. "Well, who told you not to believe me? Forget it. Just have some soup then. Didn't you say before that you really wanted to try the consommé Chinese cabbage you saw on TV? I made a batch for you. Though authentic consommé Chinese cabbage requires spending ages repeatedly simmering and clarifying the broth. There wasn't enough time today, so I just made a simplified, modified version of my own. I quickly processed some of the pork rib broth. The flavor turned out to be quite decent anyway. Once we have more time in the future, I'll make a truly authentic consommé Chinese cabbage for you." Saying that, I lifted the lid off the clay pot. A rich, aromatic scent wafted out immediately. Boss Charlie looked at that pot of bone broth that was as clear as pure water, nesting the delicate cabbage that looked just like green jade, and tears unhelpfully threatened to drool from the corners of her mouth. But very quickly, Boss Charlie turned her head with a look of utter despair, staring at that large glass of cola she had just chugged down, letting out a heavily carbonated burp, and then burst into tears. She couldn't drink any of it right now, so what was she supposed to do? In the end, Charlie still drank a little less than half a bowl of soup, and ate 3 small pork ribs, until her stomach was completely stuffed to the brim. Only then did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks, the expression on her face still highly sorrowful and aggrieved. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Once, such a delicious feast was laid out right in front of me, yet I didn't cherish it. Only after stuffing myself did I realize my deep regret. If heaven could grant me another chance, I will absolutely never order takeout again. I couldn't help but chuckle as I rubbed her head. "All right, bro, Charlie. These ribs and soup can be reheated tonight to eat later. And from now on, if you want to eat anything, just tell me. I'm willing to cook for you every single day." "Cook for me every day?" Charlie's face suddenly blushed a bit. "Oh, right. Right now Sean wasn't just her good buddy anymore. Her good friend and she were legally married. They were going to live their lives together in the future. Then do you know how to make braised pork belly? I want to eat braised pork belly tomorrow. Charlie started placing her order. Of course, no problem. I agreed without a second thought. Charlie smiled. On the condition that you aren't afraid of being caught by Lynn when she comes to find you tomorrow, I added. Charlie wanted to cry. After the meal, I cleared the dishes in the kitchen, while the completely stuffed Charlie paced around the room. Hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, Charlie fell into deep thought. She remembered a sentence her mother had once said to her. A family needs both husband and wife to maintain it. If you leave all the tedious chores to one side, then the household will become very fragile. Just like your dad and me. He's in charge of cooking. So I'm in charge of washing the dishes. Right now, she and Sean were also a married couple. Since Sean did the cooking, shouldn't it be her turn to do the dishes? Thinking this, Charlie walked into the kitchen and said to me, "How about you let me do the dishes?" "No need, just go ahead and rest," I said with a smile. "Just leave all the housework to me from now on. You're my bro Charlie after all. How could I trouble you with such trivial things?" "That won't do," Charlie said, looking shocked. "A family requires two people to maintain it. How can I let you do all the work by yourself? Let me do it. Besides, I'm the boss here. I should be setting a good example. How could I let only my lackey do all the heavy lifting? Move aside." As she spoke, the big star Charlie squeezed right up next to me. Her hand thrust into the sink, intending to reach for a dirty bowl, but instead of a bowl, she grabbed my hand. Charlie cleared her throat and quickly pulled her hand back, then put on a serious face once more. She said, "If you don't let me do anything at all, I'll feel incredibly guilty." Since Charlie had put it that way, I had no choice but to step aside. Then Charlie stared at the only remaining dirty bowl left in the sink, sniffing her nose. "You've washed them all already. What am I supposed to wash?" She glared at me, pouting angrily. I helplessly spread my hands. "I didn't ask you to wash them either. Didn't you insist on doing it yourself? For this time, let's forget it. From now on, you're in charge of cooking, and I'm in charge of washing the dishes. If you dare to steal my job again, watch out or your bro, Charlie, will punish you by house rules." Charlie bared her small teeth and fiercely scrubbed the very last bowl. After cleaning up, Charlie still felt a bit stuffed in her stomach. She suggested that we go out for a walk. I was more than willing, of course, as long as I got to accompany Charlie. I was happy doing absolutely anything. Charlie put her mask back on and pulled me along to stroll around the neighborhood. As we walked, Charlie asked, "Sean, when did your cooking skills get so advanced? That sweet and sour pork ribs of yours, I dare say, is better than any restaurant food I've ever tasted. I just taught myself when I had nothing better to do, because someone once told me that she absolutely loved eating sweet and sour pork ribs. So I spent an exceptionally long time researching and practicing it," I said. Charlie kept her head down, her heart fluttering slightly. Who else could this person be but her? She never expected that Sean had learned to cook just for her. Although this guy used to be as dense as a brick before, he actually turned out to be quite thoughtful, didn't he? But just as she was thinking this, she heard me follow up with, "Do you think it tastes good? If even you think it's delicious, then I can comfortably make it for that person." Charlie snapped her head up instantly, her eyes glaring at me in a bizarre fashion. So it turned out these sweet and sour pork ribs were not something he had learned to make for her. She grabbed me firmly by my collar. "Who exactly did you learn this for? Do you actually have someone else in your heart? Oh, I get it now. Are you using me as a backup choice? You confessed to me last night, precisely because you were rejected by your true crush. You were completely heartbroken. So you gave up on yourself and came to confess to me, right? Unbelievable, Sean. I never expected you to be such a scumbag. I completely misjudged you. I really hadn't expected either that Charlie could invent so much ridiculous nonsense in her own mind in such a short amount of time." I quickly raised my hands in surrender. "Bro Charlie, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Charlie let out a snort. Of course she knew just now that I was only joking, but the moment she heard me say I was going to cook for someone else, Charlie's chest truly tightened up for a moment. "I was just teasing you back then too. But Sean, tell me the absolute truth. Why did you suddenly come and confess to me last night? What exactly was the reason? Was it because you were triggered by something?" Charlie grew serious, asking in an earnest tone, Charlie had always found it very strange. She had hung out with me for so many years, yet she had never once heard me confess to her. Furthermore, I had always acted as though I were constantly avoiding this sort of thing. How could I have suddenly seen the light last night and taken the initiative to come and confess to her out of nowhere? Added to the fact that I was lying unconscious at the entrance of Century Tower last night, Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that I must have been triggered by something. It wasn't exactly that I was triggered by something. I just suddenly realized that my past self was truly ridiculous. I fell silent for a moment before replying to Charlie. The old me was indeed a bit dense, but I wasn't stupid. I've always known very clearly that I was in love with you. It's just that your parents have never really liked me. My own parents live in a county subordinate to Midland, where they run a small supermarket. Our life isn't overly wealthy, but it's decent enough. Charlie's parents, on the other hand, are prominent entrepreneurs in the county. Starting from over a decade ago, their financial situation became vastly superior to mine. Charlie's father and my father used to be classmates, so their relationship was actually quite good. However, Charlie's parents were always completely against Charlie hanging out with me. They felt that I was a bad influence on her, dragging her around everywhere to play so she wouldn't focus on her studies. In short, they had prejudged me from the start as a bad kid. In reality, it was actually Charlie who dragged me everywhere to play. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned a nickname like Bro Charlie. By the time Charlie entered high school, got discovered by a talent scout, and became a celebrity after filming a few shows, the Charlie family became even wealthier, and the gap between our families grew wider and wider. By that point, I had completely figured things out. I wanted to spend the rest of my life living with Charlie, but the massive disparity in our backgrounds filled me with insecurity, particularly since Charlie's father had pulled me aside once and sternly warned me not to get any ideas about his daughter. From then on, I deliberately stopped mentioning my feelings for Charlie altogether, and thus never once confessed to her. It wasn't until I got trapped in those 300,000 loops and gradually matured bit by bit that I finally saw things clearly. I love Charlie. We must be together, and not even her parents can stop us. I'm sorry, Charlie. My confession to you is late by so many years. I turned my head to look into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. Looking at the suddenly melancholic Sean, Charlie thought for a moment, then suddenly murmured, "Sean, turn your head around and look at me." I looked back in confusion, only to see Charlie pulling down her face mask. She wrapped her arms around mine, stood up on her tiptoes, and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, planted a gentle, yet sweet kiss on my cheek. I froze in place, while Charlie had already pulled her mask back up with extreme embarrassment. Then, lowering her voice, she whispered softly, "I don't think your confession is late at all. I think it arrived at the perfect time." Charlie felt that she would never forget for the rest of her life the scene when she had just been reborn and saw that message pop up on her phone, "Charlie, I love you." It didn't come too early, nor did it come too late. It arrived at the perfect time. After making a lap around the neighborhood, the two of them planned to head back home. Ever since Charlie took the initiative to kiss me, this girl had become remarkably quiet. She kept her head down and walked in silence, making no effort to start a conversation with me. However, if I spoke to her, she would still utter a brief response or two. It was truly a rare sight to see our bro Charlie this quiet. I found it slightly amusing in my heart, but felt deeply touched at the same time. Charlie and I were each other's first loves. For Charlie to take the initiative to kiss me just to comfort me, she must have summoned a monumental amount of courage. My bro Charlie is truly wonderful. I suddenly felt that I was incredibly blessed. Perhaps those 300,000 cycles of time loops weren't a prison given to me by heaven, but rather an opportunity. If it weren't for these loops, I would still be that dense, awkward boy. I wouldn't have had the guts to confess to Charlie, let alone have made it to where we are today. I could only watch helplessly as Charlie got married, had children, and drifted further and further away from me. It was also thanks to those 300,000 loops that allowed me to learn so many skills, enabling me to cook the dishes Charlie loved to eat and help Charlie solve the problems that gave her headaches. Back home, Charlie still felt a bit self-conscious. I was way too exhausted from taking care of you last night and barely got any rest. I only managed a nap for less than half an hour just now. I'm too sleepy. I want to go back upstairs and sleep a bit more. Having said that, Charlie prepared to slip away with a flushed face, but after taking 2 steps, She suddenly felt that leaving me all alone in the living room for too long wouldn't be very nice either. After a moment of thought, she pointed upstairs. Why don't you come upstairs and rest for a bit too? Sleep in the same bed? I instinctively asked. Charlie's face turned even redder. She glared at me. What on earth are you thinking? Upstairs, there's a study room. It has a couch and a computer inside. I was telling you to go to the study. Forget it. Do whatever you want. I'm going to rest. Watching Charlie stomp all the way upstairs, I reached out and patted my own mouth. I had spoken too fast earlier. How did I let my true thoughts slip out? Shaking my head, I also went upstairs. On the second floor of the villa, I glanced at the tightly closed door of Charlie's room and then silently walked into the study next door. Sitting in front of the computer, while turning on the computer, I also pulled out my phone to make a call to Lynn. Hello, Lynn. How is the situation looking right now? When Lynn first saw it was an unfamiliar number, she was a little puzzled. However, my voice was something she still recognized immediately. After all, Charlie suddenly registering her marriage had brought too massive a shock to Lynn. So, regarding Charlie's husband, Lynn also had a deeply profound impression. Sean, it's already perfectly fine now. By pure coincidence at noon today, a massive scandal broke out in show business again. A certain A-list male celebrity was publicly reported by his ex-girlfriend by her real name, which sucked away a ton of the trending traffic. Whether it's the variety show or Charlie herself, there is basically next to no discussion about them anymore. The company also doesn't plan to pursue Charlie for liquidation damages. Most of those clickbait accounts that were spreading rumors about Charlie before have also quieted down. Only a small fraction of our rival company's accounts are still claiming that this variety show is just a smokescreen, continuing to sling mud at Charlie. I raised an eyebrow. For it to be this coincidental, Charlie had just pulled a stunt on her front foot, and an A-list male star popped up on the back foot to serve as a human shield. But this was a good thing, all things considered. However, the only minor downside is that because you're a complete newcomer, debuting right into a big variety show with a high-traffic star like Charlie, the clickbait accounts bought by our rival companies are spreading rumors, claiming that you have a thing going on with the big boss of Lanyu Entertainment. Although that domestic A-list male celebrity did indeed completely eclipse your traffic, it seems there really are some onlookers who believe this kind of narrative. Don't take it to heart too much. There are far too many clickbait accounts like this in show business. To this, I merely offered a light chuckle. Of course I didn't take it to heart. Seeing that I didn't care, Lynn didn't dwell on the matter either, but shifted to another topic instead, asking, by the way, Sean, what exactly is going on between you and Charlie? Charlie never once told me that she was in a relationship. How did you two suddenly go and get a marriage certificate today? Is it a flash marriage? Lynn asked, extremely curious. She felt that, as Charlie's manager, she couldn't be the first to get the inside gossip on Charlie, which was practically a disgrace. I thought about it for a moment and said, we've actually known each other for a very long time. We grew up together from childhood, true childhood sweethearts, so it shouldn't really count as a flash marriage, even though it was indeed a bit sudden. I'm truly sorry for causing you such a massive headache. Saying that, I added solemnly, I also really must thank you, Lynn, for taking care of Charlie all these years. If it weren't for your guidance and help, Lynn, Charlie definitely wouldn't be as popular as she is today. This really wasn't me just speaking polite pleasantries. During my time in the loops, I had thoroughly investigated every single person around Charlie, and Lynn was naturally no exception. I discovered that although Lynn loved to act tough and scold Charlie on the surface, she truly cared for and protected Charlie to the absolute utmost. Any resources she could skew, Lynn would give them all to her. Whenever there was an audition opportunity for a good script, Lynn would spare no effort to recommend Charlie to the directors. Sometimes, when there were business dinners that simply couldn't be avoided, it was always Lynn who stepped in to match drinks on Charlie's behalf. Lanyu Entertainment as a company was indeed highly corrupt, but Lynn as a person was exceptionally good. It could be said that for Charlie to be able to make it to where she was today within Lanyu Entertainment, it truly relied entirely on Lynn. She was genuinely, to Charlie, a highly important individual. I was also thanking her from the absolute bottom of my heart. Lynn's end went quiet for a brief moment. I thought I heard her sniffle slightly, and then I heard Lynn laugh out loud. No need to be so polite. This is all just part of my job as a manager. Speaking of which, you'll be my artist from now on too. Don't worry, I'll be looking out for you as well. You're already far more sensible than that thoughtless brat. Charlie, I chuckled lightly. The two of us chatted for a few more words before I hung up the phone. Looking at the computer on the desk, I originally wanted to search social media to see exactly which A-list star had been so kind as to serve as a human shield for Charlie. But when I clicked on the search bar and saw that row of previous search history, I was completely dumbfounded. How to chase a guy backward. How to make a guy fall in love with you. How to get a guy to confess to you. A guy I grew up with doesn't like me. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Looking through the whole list, I only spotted a single search record that wasn't related to these topics. Is Charlie pretty or not? Letting out a sigh, I rubbed my temples. It looked like my confession had still come too late. Otherwise, why would Charlie ever need to search for these kinds of things? My finger lightly tapped the mouse. A thought striking me, I clicked into that search record. Is Charlie pretty or not? And then I opened up the very first search result. This was a question on a popular Q&A platform, and there were actually quite a number of answers below. I scrolled through them. There turned out to be plenty of people praising Charlie. Although Charlie couldn't be considered some top-tier, A-list mega celebrity, her physical appearance wasn't inferior to those big stars in the slightest. The only thing she lacked was seniority, that was all. So there were still quite a lot of people who liked her. Suddenly, one particular answer caught my attention. Anonymous user. What's so pretty about Charlie? You guys don't know, do you? Her face was completely manufactured through plastic surgery. She's a total head transplant monster. I have photos of her from before her plastic surgery right here. See for yourselves. She's so ugly I don't even want to talk about it. Image. Image. Below were several attached photos. The person in the photos was indeed Charlie, but it had clearly been heavily photoshopped by someone. Charlie had been a natural beauty since childhood. From elementary school all the way through college, she was pretty much always the class beauty or the school beauty. Yet the Charlie in these photos had been deliberately photoshopped to look exceptionally dark and fat by someone with hidden motives. Precisely because it was the same person, it actually bore a slight resemblance to the current Charlie. At first glance, it made it seem as though Charlie really used to look like this. Below this answer were dozens of comments. Aside from a small minority defending Charlie, most of them were hurling insults like plastic surgery freak and head transplant monster. Furthermore, among these comments, there was also a comment from the original author himself. Anonymous user, author. I have even bigger dirt on Charlie right here. I have top secret photos of her entering and leaving hotels with a certain boss. This woman is just a green tea, gold-digging bitch. Once this answer hits 500 upvotes, I will drop the gossip immediately. I glanced at it. The post date of the answer was actually today. It looked like because Charlie's trending traffic was too high today, combined with the fact that public opinion wasn't in her favor at the start, Charlie's rivals had paid internet trolls to enter the fray, intending to fabricate scandalous dirt on her. I narrowed my eyes. The waters of show business were truly deep enough. Fabricating old photos of Charlie was one thing, but to actually think of smearing her by claiming she entered and left hotels with a boss. There really were all kinds of disgusting people in this world. Thinking this, my fingers began to rapidly tap across the keyboard. There is never true anonymity on the internet. As long as you have posted information, you will leave behind a trail. It was just that ordinary people probably couldn't find these trails. Unfortunately, I was no ordinary person. Having spent over 800 years reliving that single day, July 31st, I had spent a very long stretch of time mastering some advanced computer techniques. In other words, hacking skills. In just a few short minutes, I found the username of this anonymous user and even uncovered his mobile phone number, his real name, his identity information, and even more of this person's secrets. Everything was completely dug up. I pulled out my phone and dialed the mobile number displayed on my computer screen. Hello, I'd like to have a talk with you. Lowering my voice, I spoke slowly. Today, Caleb's mood was caught in a state of overlapping extreme highs and extreme lows. Caleb was an internet troll, to put it bluntly, part of a paid clickbait army. He was employed by a rival company of LANU Entertainment, and his daily work was pretty much just smearing and attacking artists signed under LANU Entertainment. Early this morning, his boss had given him a phone call, saying someone online had posted photos capturing Charlie entering and leaving a hospital with a man Caleb felt right then that his life hadn't been in vain. He excitedly worked his keyboard and mouse, posting some fabricated, scandalous stories online. For instance, claiming Charlie went to the hospital with a man, specifically to get an abortion and things of that nature. As a result, before the matter could even ferment, the direction of public opinion shifted entirely. First, Charlie officially announced her relationship by posting marriage certificate photos. And right after that came the official announcement for the web show, Let's Start Dating Today, making it look like Charlie was just generating hype. The scandalous content he had manufactured instantly lost all public attention. However, Caleb quickly adjusted his mindset. Anyway, he was hired to smear ManhWa Entertainment as a whole, not specifically dedicated to smearing Charlie alone, since there were rumors circulating right now, claiming that Charlie's partner Sean had a thing going on with ManhWa Entertainment's big boss. Then he would just go ahead and fabricate scandalous dirt on Sean instead. Consequently, just as he finished fabricating the scandalous content, the massive scandal involving that A-list male celebrity was suddenly leaked, whether it was Charlie, Sean, or ManhWa Entertainment. In terms of trending popularity and traffic, they didn't even amount to a fraction of that male celebrity's. Caleb's fabricated scandalous content sank like a stone into the ocean once more. He had written it all for nothing, just as he was holding his head in immense frustration. The phone Caleb had placed on his desk began to ring. He picked up the phone without even looking at the caller ID, answering directly, "Hello? Who is this? I'd like to have a talk with you." From the other side of the line came a deep, calm male voice. Caleb knitted his brows, letting out an annoyed click of his tongue. "I asked who you are. You say you want to talk to me? Are you freaking crazy or something? If you have something to say it quickly. If not, get the hell out of here. I'm very busy on my end, all right?" The other side of the line seemed to emit a soft chuckle. Caleb, male, 28 years old, graduated from Sunrise University with an associate degree, currently residing in Pingcheng City, Haeyu Road, Prosperity Neighborhood, Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 2003. Caleb's expression transformed instantly. "Who are you? Are you someone I know? Let me tell you, don't you dare mess with me. Hurry up and say who you are. Don't push me too far." People in their line of work found it easiest to offend others, and were also the most terrified of being tracked down. Hearing right now that the person on the other end actually knew his real name and his home address, Caleb panicked instantly. But the speaker on the other end wasn't finished yet. The voice on the phone continued to speak. "Your identification card number is 13110. Bistrus. GS. The how assets do you. To me K ultimate learning and that's DUS. D sections are CareCon and the next actions that the base play on the maker and the magical base. Ooh, XIX. You work for Black Rain Studio. As a professional internet troll, in 2016, which was 5 years ago, you had just entered the industry. 4 years ago, during your second year in the industry, because you were hired to smear a newly debuted actress, you fabricated a massive amount of scandalous dirt about her, causing the actress to be cyberbullied to the point of ultimately committing suicide. Although she was successfully resuscitated, she also developed severe clinical depression. Meanwhile, you showed absolutely no remorse whatsoever, and over the next few years, continued to engage in this line of work by fabricating facts to throw mud at celebrities and driving public opinion to make a living. Am I right? Caleb's face turned completely pale. Everything said on the other end of the phone was absolutely correct, especially that incident from 4 years ago. Clearly, so much time had already passed since then. Clearly that actress had next to no fame at all. Why did someone still remember it even now? The internet has a memory. The voice on the other end of Caleb's phone gradually grew cold. Caleb's voice trembled slightly. "You! Who on earth are you? What do you want? Are you trying to blackmail me with that incident from 4 years ago? I'm telling you, doxing me is illegal. Blackmail and extortion are also illegal. Then you fabricating facts to drive someone to suicide, isn't that illegal?" "Inside Charlie's villa," I said while looking at the extensive history of misdeeds searched up on the computer screen, the expression on my face becoming increasingly unfriendly. The incident from 4 years ago is just a more severe example. How many narratives have you driven over the years, ruining how many people's reputations and destroying how many lives? Do you not know that yourself? Looking at your WeChat chat history, you always tell your parents that you're a teacher at an art studio, right? They are even proud of you. What do you think your parents would think? If I sent all these things you've done to both of them? Caleb completely lost his tough attitude. What exactly do you want? Do you want money, or what? I'm just an employee at the studio, that's all. I don't have much money either. Why did you target me specifically? What do you actually want to do? I narrowed my eyes. I don't want your money. My demand is very simple. Delete the fabricated dirt you posted about Charlie, and post a public apology on social media. Apologize publicly to Charlie, to the young girl from 4 years ago whom you almost drove to leave this world, to that little girl, as well as everyone you have slandered over these past 5 years. Make a public apology. Caleb fell silent for a long time. Only in the end did he say rather dryly, fine. You're on Charlie's side, aren't you? I can do as you say. But there are too many people in this line of work. There are plenty of people smearing Charlie. There are also plenty of people whose methods are filthier, and whose actions are far worse than mine. Why did you target me specifically? My fingers lightly tapped on my phone case, because I happen to be quite free right now, and I happened to spot you. I wasn't targeting Caleb as an individual. If, in a little bit, I see anyone else fabricating dirt on Charlie, I'll make him experience the exact same treatment as you. Caleb didn't speak again for quite a while. I didn't hang up the phone either, because I could hear that Caleb was currently operating his computer over there. Several minutes later, Caleb finally spoke. The fabricated dirt on the Q&A platform is deleted. The social media post has also been apologized for. Go look for yourself. Are you satisfied? I didn't go check social media, or merely glancing at the fabricated answer Caleb had written on the platform. It was indeed deleted. You're definitely not from our circle. Caleb suddenly threw out on the other end. Probably because he had deleted the dirt and apologized. Caleb's tone suddenly became a bit more relaxed, not as tense as before. My record in our line of work is considered relatively clean. If you check those major professional trolls, theirs are way filthier than mine. So what? Are you trying to make excuses? I said. Caleb shook his head, letting out a sigh. No, I just wanted to say that although you're quite impressive, and can force me to delete the dirt on Charlie, but do you really think that you can also force everyone else in the entire circle? I'm just a nobody after all. Once Charlie hits it big, she'll have even more rivals, and even more anti-fans. Being in the entertainment industry, one is destined to become an object to be consumed and targeted, but I don't like her being consumed so filthily. You don't like it? Buddy, who do you think you are? You're probably just a hacker hired by her, that's all. Everyone is just doing a job for money. Don't think of yourself as so noble. Charlie isn't a princess. Nor are you a knight protecting a princess. I'm indeed not a knight, I said. I'm her husband. With that, I hung up the phone, leaving Caleb staring blankly at his phone all by himself. When Charlie woke up from a long, comfortable sleep, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She indeed hadn't rested well last night, constantly worrying about me, staying up until after 5 a.m. before finally being unable to resist drifting off. Yet I woke her up again at 6 o'clock, which basically meant she stayed up all night. This long nap in the afternoon finally managed to barely soothe the exhaustion in her body. Stretching her arms, Charlie pushed open her bedroom door and walked out. She originally wanted to head downstairs, but suddenly remembered that I seemed to be resting in the study next door. Her eyes darted around playfully, and she tiptoed over to the study door, gently placing her hand on the doorknob, quietly cracking open a slight gap. She wanted to see what I was doing, but when she peeked through the gap, she ran right into me, standing directly behind the door. Our eyes locked through the crack of the door. Charlie thought, uh-oh, my peeping got caught. Charlie originally wanted to explain that she hadn't meant to spy on me, but on second thought, wait a minute. Why should she be afraid of me? I was her lackey. This was her house. And right now, I was even her husband. He was her property, so let alone peeping. What's wrong with looking at him completely out in the open? At this thought, Charlie suddenly felt completely justified. She raised an eyebrow, glaring at me behind the door and saying, "What are you looking at? What are you doing hiding sneakily behind the door? Are you trying to scare me?" Hearing the door to Charlie's room open, I had intended to step out and check on her, but before I could open the door, it was pushed open first, leaving me speechless. Seeing me unable to speak, Charlie felt rather proud of herself. This kid is still too green. How could he possibly compare to an old hand who has been reborn? She shoved the door open and walked into the study. Glancing at the running computer, a sudden thought struck her, and she swaggered over, looking at me. Hurry up! Confess honestly. What were you sneakily doing in the study? I've been asleep for so long. Did you use my computer? To watch something you shouldn't be watching. To relieve your loneliness? Charlie was a typical giant in words, but a dwarf in action. Don't be fooled by how she'd blush for ages just over giving me a quick kiss. When it came to talking trash, even a team of 9 oxen couldn't pull her back. Hearing Charlie say this, I actually put on an expression, as if I were ready to confess honestly, saying with a perfectly earnest face, I did indeed look at some things I shouldn't have. Charlie's eyes instantly widened into perfect circles, and her expression became rather strained. She really hadn't expected that Sean had actually watched that kind of stuff. And not only did he watch it, but he even dared to admit it so openly out loud. This kid is getting bolder and bolder. And here I was thinking you were a pretty honest guy before. Turns out all men are exactly the same, Charlie muttered under her breath. But her eyes darted toward the computer. She was suddenly a bit curious about what exactly I had watched. What type does he like? Western, Japanese, or Korean? As it turned out, my very next sentence left Charlie completely dumbfounded. I'm a grown man. Yet I spent ages reading how to chase a guy backwards and how to make a guy fall in love with you. I felt like my mind was taking a total beating. Of course, it's not like I looked at them on purpose. I just happened to see the history in the search bar and clicked right into it. Bro, Charlie, you wouldn't blame me, right? Charlie was completely dumbstruck. The kind of numbness that spreads from head to toe. Only then did she remember that back before our relationship was finalized, she had specifically searched for these things on the computer. And it seemed she hadn't deleted the history yet. A momentary oversight had allowed me to see absolutely all of it. Charlie felt incredibly embarrassed. If there were a crack in the floor right now, she would have squeezed right into it instantly. Watching her head hang low in silence, as her toes nervously curled and twitched, I couldn't help but want to laugh. On the surface, however, I still maintained a perfectly deadpan expression, and asked, Bro Charlie, why did you stop talking? Are you blaming me for looking at things I shouldn't have? But don't worry, even if I look at this kind of stuff a million times, I still like women. I will always be your man. But the moment those words left my mouth, I regretted them a little. As the saying goes, extremes meet. And another saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over a wall. My words provoked Charlie once again, instantly driving her into a corner. Her face flushed bright red as she snapped her head up, clenching her fists and glaring at me. Sean, let me tell you right now. You are never allowed to mention the computer search history again. If you dare utter another syllable related to this, not only will you not be my man anymore, but I'll make sure you can never be a man again. As she spoke, Charlie cracked her knuckles, letting out a sharp popping sound. My wife was genuinely furious now, so of course I couldn't push my luck any further. All right. I'll never bring it up again. I'll just pretend I never saw any of it, okay? Charlie didn't say a word. She simply kept her eyes locked on me, and slowly, the rims of her eyes actually started turning red. Now I was truly a bit panicked. I had originally just wanted to tease her a little. I hadn't expected our bro Charlie to be so thin-skinned. Getting angry was one thing, but she had actually cried from the frustration. I quickly leaned down, apologizing with a completely earnest face. Bro Charlie, please don't cry. I really know I was wrong. I won't tease you about this anymore, okay? If you're truly angry, just hit me a couple of times. To punish me. How about I tell you a joke? Before I could even finish my sentence, Charlie sniffled and interrupted me. I'm not crying because of that. How could I be that fragile? Then why are you crying? I cracked my knuckles too hard just now. Only then did I notice that Charlie was clutching the exact finger she had just snapped so loudly a moment ago. I was completely speechless. Downstairs in the living room of the villa, I helped Charlie apply an ice pack to her finger. Seeing the redness and swelling recede, only then did I ask, how is it, bro Charlie? Does it still hurt? Not anymore. Charlie muttered, it's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing up those things, would I have cracked my knuckles to threaten you? Would my hand even be hurting? I let out a helpless, bitter smile. Yes, it's all my fault. So as compensation, bro Charlie, how about I stir-fry a couple more dishes for you tonight? What do you want to eat? The moment she heard there was food, Charlie's eyes instantly lit up. Having slept all afternoon, The food in her stomach had long since been digested. Though she wasn't quite starving to the point of her stomach growling right now, she really felt like eating something. Reheat the pork ribs, and then make me a stir-fried shrimp with cashews, okay? Sure, but we don't have cashews at home. Then plain stir-fried shrimp is fine too. We don't have shrimp either. Then go buy some. Charlie gave a grand wave of her small hand, issuing her command to me. I rubbed my hands together, hesitating for a brief moment, before saying to Charlie, Bro Charlie, buying shrimp is fine. But there is a slight technical difficulty that urgently needs solving. Charlie knitted her brows. What difficulty? My wages from last month's part-time job haven't been paid yet, and I spent the very last of my money buying groceries this morning. With that, I pulled out my phone and opened my payment QR code. Whether it's a lot or a little, it's the thought that counts. Could you spare a bit, please? Charlie rolled her eyes. She thought it was some kind of major issue, but turns out he was just short on cash. As a little rich girl who wasn't strapped for cash, Charlie immediately transferred $1,000 to me. Grinning from ear to ear, I pocketed the money and headed out, and specifically went to the supermarket to pick out quite a few premium ingredients, planning to whip up another great meal for Charlie. Meanwhile, Charlie, who was waiting for my return at home, started browsing her phone, seeing that the vast majority of people on social media had started blasting that certain A-list celebrity scandal, and barely anyone was mentioning her drama anymore. Charlie let out a sigh of relief. The situation had finally completely settled down by this point. Just as she was thinking this, the phone in Charlie's hand suddenly began to ring. Seeing the caller ID on her screen, Charlie's eyes sharpened. She answered the call. Hello? On the other end of the line, Charlie's father, Charles, said in a deep voice, Your mother told me you went home this morning to get the household register. Yeah, I needed it for work, Charlie said in a low voice. For work? Your second uncle just told me. You posted a picture of a marriage certificate online. That was just for a promotional stunt by the company. My second uncle should have seen that too, right? Everyone online knows about it. Charles's voice suddenly turned cold. A promotional stunt? A stunt with that kid Sean, is it? Come home for dinner tonight. Whatever you have to say it when you get back. Get yourself ready, and I'll send the driver over right now to pick you up. Once Charles finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. Listening to the dial tone on the phone, the look in Charlie's eyes dimmed slightly for a moment. Just as I was heading home, carrying a big pile of ingredients, wondering what kind of delicious food I should cook for Charlie tonight, I received a text message from Charlie. Charlie, you don't need to come to the villa. Have dinner by yourself. My dad wants me to go home for a bit. I froze. I raised my hand, wanting to text Charlie back, but her end beat me to it, showing that the other party was typing. Very quickly, I received a second message from Charlie. Charlie, I'm sorry. Ever since Charlie became an actress and bought an apartment in the city, Charlie's father and mother had moved to the city, along with their business from the county. A black sedan pulled up in front of the family home. The driver got out and opened the rear door. Boss Charlie climbed slowly out of the car, straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and only then walked inside the house. The lights inside the villa were brilliant, but the atmosphere inside the house was exceptionally heavy. Her father, Charles, and her mother, Susan, were both sitting on the living room sofa without saying a word. Dad, Mom, I'm back. It wasn't until Charlie spoke that the two of them lifted their eyelids to look at her. The two of them still didn't say anything, but simply stood up and walked into the dining room. Charlie followed them into the dining room as well, sitting down in the seat her parents had long prepared for her. She suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. From childhood to adulthood, her parents always wanted to arrange everything for her, down to her seat for a single meal. Biting her lip, Charlie sat down anyway. None of the three of them touched their chopsticks first, nor did anyone speak first. Just like that, a full 5 minutes passed in a silent and oppressive atmosphere before Charles finally spoke up. Let's hear it. What exactly is going on between you and Sean? He was going to ask about this, just as she expected. On the way over, Charlie had already broadly anticipated what questions her parents would ask and had thought up her answers as best as she could. Following the train of thought in her mind, she spoke calmly. My manager felt that Sean has great potential, so she signed him as an artist. Because he just debuted, the company wanted to generate hype for him, so they had me go on a dating show with him. The marriage certificate was just a prop from the production team. Then what did you go home to get the household register for this morning? Charles's eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses locked onto Charlie, as if he could see through the truth or falsehood of every single sentence she uttered. Ever since she was a child, Charlie felt that Charles's gaze was incredibly oppressive. Her past self could never tell a lie under a look like that. But things were different now. She was no longer the Charlie of the past. She had been reborn from 10 years in the future, and had long since experienced the ultimate separation of life and death. She was the Oscar-winning Best Actress from 10 years later. If she wanted to put on an act, not even Charles could see through it. Charlie's expression remained perfectly normal. Continuing in that same calm tone from before, she said slowly, "Because the show required it. The production team needed to check family backgrounds. So I took the register over to Lynn to make a copy. If you don't believe me, Dad, you can call Lynn and ask her." "I already asked her," Charles said, narrowing his eyes. Charlie's hand hidden beneath the table suddenly clenched tight, but the expression on her face didn't change in the slightest. She continued, "Then you should know that everything I said is true." Charlie was actually a bit panicked at this moment. She hadn't coordinated her story with Lynn in advance, and she didn't know what Lynn had told Charles, but she knew she had to hold her ground right now. Charles stared at her for a moment longer, and only then retracted his gaze, saying in a heavy voice, "Let's eat." Charlie let out a sigh of relief. Since Charles didn't press any further, it meant he probably believed her for now. Or perhaps Charles hadn't asked Lynn at all before, and was just bluffing her just now. If she had shown even the slightest slip-up, maybe she would have been exposed. Charles and Susan picked up their chopsticks one after the other, and only then did Charlie pick up her chopsticks, grabbing a bite of food and putting it into her mouth. Inside, the food was cold, even colder than the boxed meals she ate on set, and compared to the dishes I made, the taste was worlds apart. She took a few bites that tasted like cardboard, and then Charles spoke up again. "When you go back, tell your manager to cancel this dating show or whatever it is. You're currently in the rising phase of your career, and you're still young. Spend your free time acting more, and go less on these ridiculous variety shows." As Charles spoke, he put some food onto Charlie's plate. Especially, stop going on these shows with random, unimportant people. The chopsticks in Charlie's hand froze. She looked up at Charles and said, "If the one partnering with me this time weren't Sean, but some other celebrity, would you have agreed to it?" Charles adjusted his glasses. "That depends on who it is. As a celebrity now, you need to be mindful of your image." Charlie laughed. She set down her chopsticks and shook her head. "Dad, the variety show is the company's arrangement, and the contract with the production team has already been signed. If I don't go, or if Sean doesn't go, we'll both have to pay a massive amount of liquidation damages, so it can't be canceled. I know you've always looked down on Sean, thinking his family isn't a match for ours. But now Sean is about to debut as well. With his looks, I can't say how famous he'll definitely be in the future, but he certainly won't do poorly. Isn't it time you dropped your prejudice against him?" Charles set his chopsticks down as well. He stared at Charlie, his voice becoming increasingly stern. "Charlie, I know you like Sean, but I want you to understand. The reason your mother and I don't want you to be with Sean is for your own good. Even as Sean debuts, what can he bring to you? From the very start of his debut, he's tied to you, and in the future, he can only be a vampire who hitches a ride on your popularity. He can't bring anything to you. I want you to find a more outstanding partner, hoping he can help you take your career to the next level, like the son of CEO Wong Won introduced to you before, and the son of CEO Sun. Aren't every single one of them more outstanding than Sean?" From the side, Susan followed up as well. "Charlie, your dad is doing this for your own good too. We both hope you can find someone who is just as outstanding as you. Someone who can bring you happiness and a real future. That boy Sean is no longer from the same world as us. Even if he really debuts as a celebrity, he still can't compare to you. If this variety show really can't be pushed away, then fine, since it's an arrangement by your company after all. But from now on, you must stay far away from Sean. Do you understand, honey? Aren't you always the most obedient to Mom and Dad?" Charlie kept her head down and didn't speak. Suddenly, she stood up and looked earnestly at Susan and Charles. "Dad, Mom, I don't know how exactly you decided that Sean can't bring me happiness, but I feel incredibly happy just having him by my side. You will never know how long I have waited for him, nor will you ever understand the feelings between us. I have decided that he is the person I am going to spend the rest of my life with. Charles's brow furrowed deeply. How old are you even? Do you know what love is? What happiness is? What liking someone means? Why wouldn't I know? I'm not a child anymore. Charlie, who had never talked back to Charles before, fiercely cut off Charles's words. This left both Charles and Susan completely stunned. Just even Charlie herself was taken aback. With the rims of her eyes red, she bit her lip, and after a moment, reached out to wipe away her tears, saying in a slightly raspy voice, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm already full. I'm going back now. With that, she turned around and left. Susan hurriedly chased after her, calling out, Charlie, you've barely eaten 2 bites. Where are you going? Just stay at home tonight. Meanwhile, by the dining table, Charles frowned and took off his glasses. He rubbed his forehead and finally slammed his fist heavily onto the table. Having run out of her family's house, Charlie walked down the street all alone, although she had known long ago that this dinner tonight was destined to go poorly. She hadn't expected it to end in such a miserable disagreement. Walking silently along Midland's brightly lit streets, amidst the neon lights and wine, and the heavy flow of traffic, none of it seemed to have anything to do with her. She didn't know where she was heading, nor did she even know what she was thinking right now. Her mind was a total tangled mess. As she walked along with her head down, Charlie suddenly felt herself bump into someone. Only then did she snap out of it, instinctively bowing her head to apologize. I'm so sorry. Consequently, she saw the other person reach out their hand, carrying a cup of milk tea and a bag of snacks in their grasp. Charlie looked up in utter surprise, only to find me standing right in front of her, saying softly, You didn't eat your fill tonight, right? I bought you some food. I was planning to walk over to your house and text you to come get it, but I didn't expect to run into you here. I was still saying something, but Charlie could no longer hear it clearly. She only felt that the grievances she had just suffered from her parents seemed to have instantly found an outlet to burst forth. She lunged toward me, wrapping her arms tightly around me, and began to cry heavily in my embrace. I pulled her close into my arms, gently patting her on the back. The world around us was full of heavy traffic, bustling and lively, yet it seemed that only right here was a sanctuary where she could find shelter. Inside a pavilion at a roadside park, the street lamp here was broken, making it exceptionally dark. I sat there inside the pitch-black pavilion, while Charlie sat nestled in my lap, sipping her milk tea and eating her snacks. I held up my phone to provide light for her, and Charlie didn't mention anything about what she had endured at home, nor did she say why she had been crying. In fact, Charlie was terrified that I would press for details, because she didn't know how to tell me that her parents were vehemently opposed to us being together. But thankfully, I didn't ask. In truth, the reason I didn't ask was because I had long known her family's attitude toward me. Charlie's father, Charles, had opposed my being with Charlie since a long time ago. But, to be perfectly honest, ever since I stepped into those 300,000 loops, I had completely come to terms with it. I didn't blame Charles, because I realized that if I were Charles, I would absolutely never agree to let my daughter be with the old Sean either. What kind of person was the old Sean back then? Cowardly and deeply insecure? Dull and terribly dense. The moment Charles pulled him aside for a talk, he completely chickened out and didn't dare to pursue Charlie anymore. He didn't think about how to work hard and better himself, or how he could make himself worthy of Charlie, but instead, out of pure insecurity, chose to give up on her. And for someone like that, I feel that if I were Charles, not only would I oppose someone like that being with Charlie, but I'd also slap him hard across the face and ask him if he was even a man at all. If Charlie was a flower blooming in the sunlight, then the old Sean probably was nothing more than a tiny bug cowering in the flower shadow. That was all. Perhaps he had his shining moments, but only Charlie, who truly loved him, could ever discover them. So I've never once blamed Charlie's parents. The one I blamed was myself. The old me indeed wasn't worthy of Charlie back then. But things are different now. I am no longer timid and cowardly, nor am I helpless and full of insecurity. I have the ability, and I will absolutely change Charlie's parents' opinion of me. Once we finished the food, I wanted to take Charlie back to rest, but Charlie shook her head. Furrowing her brows, she said dejectedly, Your bro Charlie is in a pretty bad mood right now. I want to go back a bit later. Do you have any objections? No objections, I said immediately. How about an internet cafe? I want to play some games. Any problem with that? No problem, I answered lightning fast. Yeah, Life is all about living it up. I've already slept all afternoon. If I go back to sleep right now, what's the difference between me and a pig? No difference, I answered automatically out of habit, Charlie's face filled with question marks. She glared at me. Only then did I seem to realize I had misspoken. Quickly changing my tune, I mean, how could a pig ever compare? To you? She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and chased after me to beat me up. The two of us ran around the roadside park for quite a while. Finally, Charlie angrily threw the wooden stick at me. I tilted my head to dodge it, and then walked over to Charlie's side with a smile. Do you feel a bit better now? Charlie rolled her eyes. Better my ass. You're about to drive me crazy. But despite saying that, Charlie was still quite touched. My deliberately messing around with her like this had indeed made her originally gloomy mood a lot better. She reached out and poked me. I'm tired from running just now, and can't walk anymore. You know what to do, right? I know. I'll hail a cab for you. What do you mean, hail a cab? Hurry up and carry me on your back. In the end, I obediently picked up Charlie onto my back. Walking out of the roadside park, Charlie rested on my back, leaning against my shoulder and looking at my profile. A smile graced Charlie's face. No matter how unhappy she had been before, the moment she saw me, her mood always seemed to brighten up, especially the current Sean. His emotional intelligence seemed much higher now. It felt truly comfortable to spend time with him. But at the thought of her parents' opposition, the smile on Charlie's face gradually faded, becoming a bit melancholic. I had been observing Charlie's subtle emotional shifts. Seeing Charlie's expression turn lonely again, I also let out a soft sigh in my heart. I turned my head slightly, gently brushing against Charlie's cheek. You don't need to worry about your father. I know their attitude toward me, and I have a way to change their opinion of me. You just need to be happy every day, and leave the rest to me, okay? Charlie's face turned a bit red. She pressed her head firmly against my shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, I don't want to leave everything to you. At least I have to wash the dishes in the future, and you can't fight me for it, I said with a smile. All right. I won't fight you for it. From now on, all our dishes will be washed by you. This way, even if you don't succeed as an actress, at least you'll have a trade, so you won't starve to death. Then we can just open a restaurant when the time comes. You'll be in charge of cooking, and I'll be in charge of washing the dishes. Wait, don't we also need someone to bring out and serve the food? Then we'll have to hire another person, and we'll have to pay them wages when the time comes. Hearing Charlie actually muttering and calculating things over there, I couldn't help but chime in. If we have kids, we won't need to hire anyone. The calculating Charlie's expression froze instantly, and then her small face flushed completely red. She smacked me hard. What absolute nonsense are you talking? How is this Sean getting more and more filterless? He's even bringing up having children. Then we won't have any. If you don't like kids, we just won't have them. I put on an apologetic, submissive expression. I didn't say I don't like kids either. Charlie smacked me again. Can you stop always twisting my meaning? Did you fail your English classes? Is your reading comprehension that bad? I replied helplessly. Then your meaning is that you do like kids. So do you like boys or girls? Of course I like girls. I don't want to raise a little boy at all. They're mischievous to death. Then we'll just have a little girl later on. Is that something you can just have whenever you want? Do you think it's like buying groceries at a market? You get whatever you want. Wait, how did we get back to talking about having kids again? Chatting with you is going to drive me to death. Charlie was completely turned around by my logic. In the end, she simply used both hands to alternately thud against my back, giving me a full combo of Thai massage, beating me to the point where I repeatedly begged for mercy. Before, teasing Charlie by playing dumb was all an act, but right now, begging for mercy was completely genuine. After all, what normal person could withstand a combo like this from bro Charlie? The combo nearly beat my dinner right out of me. Laughing and squabbling all the way, I carried Charlie to a relatively secluded little internet cafe. This was an old spot where I often came with Charlie. Back before Charlie had become a celebrity, she had dragged me along in the dead of night countless times to scale the walls of Midland First High School, just to come here and get online. Pushing open the somewhat old main doors of the internet cafe, Charlie hopped down from my back, saying with quite a bit of excitement, "Walt, we're here to jump online." Speaking of which, she truly felt a wave of nostalgia. Ever since Sean had passed away, she hadn't stepped into this internet cafe a single time. Counting up like this, She hadn't been here in 10 years. The internet cafe was very quiet, with only a few scattered people online. With her shouting out loud like that, everyone turned their eyes to look at her. Charlie suddenly realized she wasn't wearing a face mask, just as she was wondering whether she should cover her face. To avoid being recognized, my body leaned right over to her side, directly blocking the gaze of the other customers. At the front counter of the internet cafe, an old man with barely any hair left was currently eating a plate of dumplings. He was the Walt Charlie had just called out to, the owner of the internet cafe. Walt took a bite of a dumpling, looked over at Charlie and me, and suddenly let out a chuckle. You two haven't been around in a while. I've heard some things, though. Looks like this young man is about to become a celebrity, too. Don't be fooled by the old man's advanced age, since he worked in the internet sector after all. He kept up with online news quite a bit. I smiled and didn't answer his comment, instead saying, "Fire up 2 computers at our usual spot, and give us 2 cold orange sodas." "All right," Walt said, clicking on his computer, and grabbing the drinks for the 2 of us. He didn't even ask for our ID cards, simply gesturing that they could go ahead and get online. Sitting in front of the computer, I originally wanted to ask Charlie what she wanted to play, but when I turned my head to look, I realized Charlie was staring right at me at that moment. The rims of her eyes seemed red once again. I froze. "Bro, Charlie, what's wrong now?" Nothing. Walt doesn't even clean up around here. There's too much dust." It flew right into my eye. Charlie rubbed her eyes. In reality, looking at me had made her think of her past life. In her past life, she had skipped school with me countless times to come to this internet cafe. Every single time she would sit right here, right by his side. Sometimes the 2 of us would play a few rounds of games, and sometimes we would just watch movies or TV shows. Back then, we were incredibly happy every single day. In fact, throughout this entire day, Charlie felt like she was living in a dream. She had been reborn. I was still alive. I had confessed, and we had gotten married. All of it felt exactly like a dream. Especially right now, as I sat right by her side. The scene from her memory and the sight before her eyes overlapped completely, giving Charlie a profound sense of stepping into another lifetime. It wasn't just a feeling. She took a huge gulp of her orange soda. The icy carbonation mixed with the citrus tang traveled all the way down her throat, jolting Charlie completely awake. She rubbed her eyes and let out a chuckle. This was reality. She thanked heaven for granting her the chance at rebirth. In a corner of the internet cafe, the 2 of us queued up for a normal match of League of Legends. As luck would have it, no one wanted the ADC and support roles, so the 2 of us locked down the bottom lane duo. By nature, Charlie belonged to the type who was both terrible, yet loved to play anyway. Her skill was pretty mediocre. Plus the fact that, in reality, she hadn't played this game in 10 years. So after thinking it over back and forth, she ultimately selected a purely attachment-type support champion, Yumi, the magical cat. This champion's attachment ability allowed her to attach herself to another player, becoming an accessory that required absolutely no positioning. After a moment of thought, I selected Callista, the Spear of Vengeance. Right at the start of the match, Charlie attached herself to me, leisurely picked up her soda to take a sip, and leaned back comfortably in her gaming chair. Charlie gave a grand wave of her small hand, issuing her command to me, "Crush the other side." "All right, mission guaranteed to be accomplished," I said with a smile, because the opposing bot lane duo was quite aggressive, and Charlie was pretty much slacking off. I didn't show much bloodlust in the early game, obediently focusing on securing minion last hits. As we approached level 4, I moved toward the brush above our turret, and pinged Charlie. "Bro, Charlie, drop a ward right here." Although Charlie was slacking off, she was still obedient, instantly placing a ward inside the brush. As it turned out, less than half a minute after dropping the ward, we spotted the opposing jungler, sauntering right over. Even though the opposing jungler's oracle lens revealed a ward, the enemy showed absolutely no intention of backing off. The jungler and the opposing bot lane duo pressed forward together against Charlie and me, huddled under our turret. It was a 3-on-1.5 scenario, and serving as that 0.5, Charlie instantly let out a shriek. "We're dead! We're dead! Sean, run, run!" But not only did I not run, I intentionally moved right up next to the opposing jungler, letting the opposing jungler land a hit on me. Just as Charlie thought this play of mine was a blunder, send us both back to base for free, I suddenly used Flash to pull away at the absolute limit. Sean, the enemy Alistar is about to headbutt. Before Charlie could even let out a sigh of relief, she saw the enemy support, Alistar, headbutt right toward us. But it was as if I had long anticipated this. Right before this, I had basic attacked the enemy jungler closest to me. Once, triggering Callista's passive, martial poise. Callista was famously nicknamed the Rift's Heelys, and her passive means that after a basic attack, she can perform a short dash. Utilizing this dash, I once again, at the absolute limit, dodged Alistar's crowd control effect. And, at this moment, the enemy players had all dived deep under the turret, having been the first to attack. Me, the jungler, had already lost nearly half his health from the turret's attacks. The previous 3-on-1-5 situation had now become a 2.5-on-1-5-5. But the battle was clearly far from over. The enemy ADC had been slightly disconnected just now, but had finally closed the distance. He landed 2 consecutive basic attacks on me, taking a chunk out of my health bar. Charlie panicked. She slapped exhaust onto the enemy ADC, reducing his damage output. I completely ignored the enemy ADC and kept driving spears into the enemy jungler, while constantly using my passive to adjust my positioning. Charlie, who had been shouting about dying just a moment ago, was now watching in complete awe. Although she was terrible at the game, she could still tell who was playing exceptionally well. By using Flash and Callista's passive just now, I had avoided an untold amount of damage, allowing the two of us, who should have been instantly deleted, to stall for a good 5 or 6 seconds. When did this guy get so incredibly cracked? And because the enemies got a bit reckless. The enemy jungler had been reduced to low health by the turret and me. Seeing things go south, he tried to flee. But having already adjusted my positioning long ago, I lined him up and pressed the Q key. A long spear shot out, flying straight into the enemy jungler. This spear directly triggered the rend effect, taking down the enemy jungler to secure first blood. It then carried the rend effect along and pierced through the enemy ADC, who happened to be standing in a straight line behind the jungler, tearing away a massive chunk of his health. At this moment, our own jungler finally arrived fashionably late. With my health low, I managed to save my life thanks to Charlie's heal spell, clinging on to survival. Meanwhile, our jungler cleaned up and took the kills of the enemy bot lane duo. Charlie found it absolutely thrilling. A fight that should have been a guaranteed death was not only turned around by my mechanics, but resulted in a counter wipe instead. This was way too exciting. Sean, when did you get this strong? Charlie smacked her lips. I was actually a bit speechless. I originally thought I couldn't escape, so I just wanted to trade kills with the enemy jungler to cut our losses. I didn't expect them to get so reckless and just completely throw their lives away. Charlie said, But your movement was incredible too. You dodged so many skills. I only dodged one. The rest of them just missed their skill shots. I'm an honest guy. Actually, my skill level really wasn't bad. After all, during those 300,000 loops, in order to kill time, I had played an untold number of matches in this game. While I wouldn't claim to be top tier, I could definitely be considered quite a skilled player. But during that skirmish just now, I really hadn't expected it to play out like this. The enemy had an extra jungler with them, and Charlie beside me wasn't contributing much of anything. I thought taking down one of them would be a win, but we actually ended up winning the fight. I can only say the opponents were complete clowns. Charlie, displaying a fair amount of self-awareness, chimed in. They truly were opponents of matching caliber to me. Relying on the advantage we had just built, our bottom lane pretty much completely suppressed the opponents. Combined with my own mechanics, we spent the entire time crushing the other side. However, our top and mid lanes were looking a bit miserable, probably to balance the team's skill levels. Although the enemy bot lane was a pair of clowns, their mid and top were insanely cracked. Charlie saw that while I was thriving in the bottom lane, our teammates were suffering in agony. In the spirit of coming to the aid of those in distress, she said to me, "You play down here by yourself. I'm going to go look after our teammates." With that, the little cat on the computer screen swayed and floated casually over to our teammates. A few minutes later, notifications popped up on the screen showing that our mid laner and Charlie had both been slain. An old wreck. Holy crap, cat, do you even know how to play? Where was your Q? Would it kill you to give me a heal? You are seriously so useless. Just stop playing League altogether. Go play Candy Crush instead. The moment Charlie saw herself getting flamed, she absolutely couldn't take it. She stopped drinking her soda, directly rolled up her sleeves, and grabbed her keyboard. Meanwhile, I offered 3 seconds of silent mourning for that mid-lane teammate named Anirecap. My bro Charlie might not be great at the game, but when it came to flaming people, a frantic clattering erupted from Charlie's keyboard, and immediately following that, a massive wall of text popped up on the screen. Bro Charlie the Mighty, you have the nerve to blame me? If I scattered a handful of rice on the keyboard, a chicken would have better positioning than you. If you kept your mouth shut, I would have thought the system cued me with a bot, but the moment you opened your mouth, I realized the system actually cued me with a dumbass. Even trash can be recycled, but you don't even have any value to be used. Bro Charlie the Mighty. I seriously wonder if God thought my day was going a bit too well, so he specifically sent you here to disgust me. Well, I can only say you successfully disgusted me. There are only 2 differences between you and a minion. One is that you know how to type, and the other is that it's easier for the enemy to kill you than last hit a minion. Why did you stop talking? No way, no way. There's no way someone sucks at the game and can't even win a keyboard war, right? Is anyone really that pathetic? I feel like not only are your mechanics garbage, but your eyesight is probably garbage too. Can you not see the scoreboard? Otherwise, with a score of 0-8, how do you have the nerve to flame me when I'm 3-2-8? The mid laner, who had just been flamed by Charlie, to the point where he couldn't find a single opening to chime in, finally found an entry point. Anirecap, 3-2-8, you still have the nerve to brag? Isn't that entirely because you were carried by the bot lane? If you paired me with an ADC like that, my score would be better than yours even with my eyes closed. Anirecap, a useless support like you, should just obediently find a boyfriend to carry you. You shouldn't come here to ruin things for us. Wait, no. With a foul mouth like yours, do you even deserve a boyfriend? Who could be blind enough to like you? Callista God. Don't you agree? Seeing that I was already popping off, the mid laner felt that only if this expert spoke up personally could they completely shut down this terrible support. Then John is actually her boyfriend. Having had an argument with the mid laner, Charlie didn't even bother helping this mid laner anymore, and directly floated off to the top lane instead. A few minutes later, the top laner, who had been killed and sent back to base, instinctively typed, "Loves caramel sweets. This cat of yours." Charlie glared at her screen. Bro Charlie the Mighty, think about your next words very carefully. The top laner glanced at the flame war Charlie had just unleashed against the mid laner, and finally swallowed his saliva hard. He added a few more words. "Loves caramel sweets is actually pretty cute." Only then was Charlie satisfied. Although the enemy mid and top lanes were strong, they were still a bit lacking compared to me. In less than 30 minutes, I led my teammates to flatten the enemy base and secured the victory. With the match over, Charlie looked at her decent scoreboard and felt completely refreshed. She gave me a slap on the arm next to her. "Not bad, Sean. I didn't expect you to be this good. You must play a lot usually, right?" I replied modestly. "I just play occasionally when I have time." Let's go. Let's play 2 more rounds while my hands are hot." "You mean your hands are hot from flaming people, right?" "What are you talking about?" Hurry up, start the queue." The 2 of us played a few more matches, all the way until midnight, and wrapped things up with a perfect win streak. Seeing that it was getting quite late, I wanted to take Charlie back home, but Charlie was still reluctant to leave, insisting on staying at the internet cafe. "What's the point of going home? I'm pulling an all-nighter today. Actually, there's a show I've always wanted to watch but never did." "Watch it with me." I had no choice but to stay with her, watching the TV drama together with Charlie. Because Walt's internet cafe was quite secluded, there weren't many customers, and even fewer people staying overnight. After midnight, there was no one left but Charlie and me. The 2 of us stayed in the cafe, and when Walt strolled over to where Charlie and I were sitting, wanting to ask when the 2 of us were planning to leave, he saw that Charlie, at some point, had already fallen fast asleep. I deliberately moved my chair closer to Charlie, letting her head rest gently against my shoulder. Looking at Walt, I made a shucking gesture. Walt nodded, lowering his voice, and whispering softly, "Are you guys still leaving later? Our night shift clerk didn't come to work today, and there are no other customers now, so I'm planning to head home." I let out a helpless glance at the soundly sleeping Charlie, and then offered an apologetic look to Walt, saying, "We probably won't leave just yet. It might be a bit later." Alright then, you guys just rest up here. I've left the padlock by the door. When you leave, just lock the door behind you. Charlie and I were both customers who knew him very well, so Walt felt perfectly at ease leaving the two of us in the shop. Before leaving, Walt switched off the internet cafe's lights. The cafe plunged into darkness instantly, and only Charlie's and my computer screens were still casting a glow. The light from the screen illuminated Charlie's face, shining on her sleeping features, which looked so incredibly peaceful and serene. A smile automatically appeared on my face. Sleeping sitting up with her head tilted was bound to be uncomfortable, so Charlie woke up after sleeping for a little over an hour. Muzzily wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she looked around the dimly lit internet cafe and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's past 2. Do you want to go back?" I replied. Charlie muttered under her breath, "But I still want to pull an all-nighter." "Well, it's already 6 o'clock now." Our all-nighter was a success. Should we head home to catch up on sleep? Really? Okay then. By this point, Charlie was completely dazed, so she just agreed with whatever I said. I chuckled and rubbed her head, helping her up as I turned off the computers. After locking up the internet cafe door, I pulled along the still half-asleep Charlie, walking along the streets at 2 o'clock in the morning. There wasn't a single pedestrian to be seen around us, with only the occasional car driving past. The night felt so incredibly quiet and still, as if it belonged solely to Charlie and me. I thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. During the previous time loops, I had desperately wanted to just be together with Charlie, walking along the quiet streets in the early hours of the morning, but I had never once succeeded, because every single time midnight struck, I would be looped straight back to 6:30 a.m. on the morning of July 31st. I simply didn't have an early morning at all. However, even though I was thoroughly enjoying this feeling, I still hailed a taxi. It was still quite a long way from here to Charlie's villa, and if we walked, it would probably take over an hour. Charlie was currently so sleepy she couldn't even walk straight, so I couldn't bear to let her wander outside for too long. We took the taxi back to the villa. I carried Charlie, who had already fallen asleep in the car, upstairs in the dead of night, and placed her onto the bed. I originally wanted to leave, but for some reason, Charlie grabbed my hand, and she held on quite tightly. I stood by the bedside, wrestling with myself for a long time, before making up my mind and taking a deep breath. We're already a legally married couple anyway. What's wrong with sleeping together? So I lay down on the bed as well, right next to Charlie, and reached out to gently hold her. Charlie gave a muddled groan. Squinting her eyes to glance at me, I said to her with a smile, "Go to sleep. Good night." Good night," Charlie muttered under her breath, and drifted heavily back to sleep. I held her gently, wanting to sleep too, but when Charlie wrapped herself around me like an octopus, draping all her limbs over my body, I found that I couldn't really sleep anymore. Early the next morning, I first UD accomplice. At exactly 6 o'clock, Charlie was jolted awake by my phone ringtone. She opened her eyes, only to see right in front of her, at point-blank range, me with massive dark circles under my eyes. Charlie and I stared at each other for a brief moment, and then Charlie suddenly let out a sharp shriek, followed immediately by a rabbit-style kick. That blasted me right off the bed. "Why you, Sean? Why are you sleeping in the same bed as me?" Charlie's face was flushed like a ripe apple. Clutching my stomach, I climbed up from the floor and let out a sigh. "I carried you to bed last night, and originally planned to sleep outside, but you grabbed me and wouldn't let me go." "Nonsense. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I mean, I shouldn't be, right?" As she spoke, Charlie suddenly started losing her confidence because she vaguely remembered having a dream last night, where she turned into Yumi from the game, clinging onto my leg as we battled through Summoner's Rift. Out of sheer terror of getting thrown off, she seemed to have held on incredibly tightly. I had no idea what this girl was thinking right now, but I felt like I was being deeply wronged. Ibukan didn't want to act like a proper gentleman, but it was clearly Char Lai who had dragged me into sleeping together. In the end, not only could I not sleep a wink all night, but I even had to take a flying kick this morning. Feeling thoroughly aggrieved, I silently left the room and headed downstairs. Watching my figure walk away into the distance, Charlie felt a bit embarrassed. Not only had she wrongfully accused me, but she had even kicked me. Sean couldn't really be angry, could he? Should I go down and apologize to him? With those thoughts, Charlie quietly crept downstairs, only to see me in the kitchen preparing breakfast. I was way too dazed from sleep last night, so maybe I accidentally grabbed onto you. I misunderstood you this morning. I'm sorry. I didn't even turn around to look at her. Merely saying, "It's fine, bro, Charlie. I'm not that petty of a person. How could I ever blame you?" Charlie let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness my Sean is so magnanimous. And didn't hold a grudge. Very quickly, I walked out carrying the breakfast. Charlie looked at the single fried egg placed in front of her, along with a glass of milk, and then looked at the sweet and sour pork ribs sitting in front of me, and the expression on her face instantly collapsed. You were blaming me. You're totally holding a grudge. Like hell I'd believe you. I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs too. Wah, Sean, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. And I shouldn't have kicked you. I had a gentle smile on my face. Do you really know you were wrong? Then repeat after me. Sean is a proper gentleman. Charlie. Sean is a proper gentleman. I wrongfully accused Sean. Charlie. I wrongfully accused Sean. Tonight, Sean can sleep with me again. Charlie. Tonight, Sean can sleep your head, you dummy. Charlie's face turned red. This guy wasn't a proper gentleman by any stretch of the imagination. It looked like she hadn't kicked him hard enough. I picked up a piece of pork rib with my chopsticks and held it out right to Charlie's lips. The enticing aroma made Charlie instinctively swallow her saliva, and then she opened her mouth. As it turned out, I suddenly pulled the chopsticks back. I took a kick today, and was wrongfully accused by you. You have to show some appreciation, right? Charlie glared at me. Even so, we still can't sleep together. At least not yet. We only made our relationship official for a single day. How are you already thinking about crawling into my bed? Then think of a compensation yourself. If it satisfies me, I'll let you eat it. Charlie thought about it for a moment, and suddenly dashed into the kitchen. I actually thought this girl was going to cook a breakfast for me, to express her apologies. Instead, I saw Charlie wielding a kitchen knife. As she ran back out, how about I compensate you with an actual permanent disability? I silently pushed the sweet and sour pork ribs right in front of Charlie. Charlie finally put the knife down, and a smile bloomed on her face. But she didn't eat them immediately. Instead, she slipped around to my side and gave me a soft, quick peck on the cheek. Right after the kiss, Charlie immediately snatched the plate of ribs, burying her face in them and eating furiously. She didn't even dare to steal a single glance at me. Savoring the lingering, moist sensation on my cheek, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. After finishing breakfast, Charlie consciously ran off to wash the dishes. I didn't try to fight her for the chore either, just sitting in the living room browsing my phone. On social media, the news regarding "Let's Start Dating Today," me, and Charlie, had basically been entirely suppressed. Right now on the trending charts, out of every 10 posts, 9 of them were related to that A-list male celebrity scandal. This Evan looks like he's going to be completely ruined. While scrolling through the news, I called out toward the kitchen. Boss Charlie called back from the kitchen. Yeah, and he's done quite a lot of bad things. He's definitely going to do prison time. He reaps what he sows. I shook my head and let out a slightly regretful sigh. What a pity. The money the company and production team spent to buy trending traffic was basically wasted for nothing. Charlie, who was washing dishes, also felt it was a complete waste, and even felt a tiny bit of regret. In reality, possessing the memories of her past life, she by rights should have known the news that this top-tier male star named Evan would completely crash and burn during these exact few days. However, during these few days in her past life, Sean had just passed away, and the completely heartbroken Charlie had absolutely no mind to pay attention to external news. So, regarding this whole matter with Evan, Charlie's impression really wasn't very deep. Just as I was browsing social media, a sudden knock on the door rang out. Glancing at Charlie, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen, I got up and went to answer the door. As it turned out, the moment I opened it, I heard a woman swearing and ranting. You brat. You are seriously going to be the death of me. Pulling off something this huge, without telling me in advance, is one thing, but you even dared to secretly post it on social media. You've really outdone yourself. I seriously want to chop you to pieces. Midway through her tirade, the woman finally noticed that the person who opened the door wasn't Charlie. And upon seeing my appearance, the woman's expression turned incredibly peculiar. Sean? Good morning, Lynn. I naturally recognized the woman in front of me as well. It was none other than Charlie's manager, Lynn. Lynn looked to be in her mid-30s, sporting short hair, and dressed in business attire. Her aura was highly efficient and straightforward. exactly like her explosive temper. I took the suitcase Lynn was dragging from her hands and said with a smile, "Come on in first. Charlie is washing the dishes." Lynn was ushered into the house, while looking at me with a bit of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Sean. I thought it would be that brat Charlie, opening the door just now. I didn't expect it to be you." "It's fine," I smiled politely, sitting down on the sofa with Lynn and pouring a glass of water for her. Boss Charlie called out from the kitchen, "Lynn, wait just a moment. I'm almost finished cleaning up here." To think this girl would actually see the day she does chores. Lynn glanced toward the kitchen, unable to resist clicking her tongue. "It looks like marriage really does transform a person. By the way, Sean, you arrived pretty early." Lynn took a sip of water and looked back at me. I spread my hands quite honestly. "I stayed over here last night." Pfft, Lynn spat out a mouthful of water immediately. "You stayed here last night?" The ace manager of Lanyu Entertainment stared at me completely dumbfounded. Even though these two had gotten married, they were both still college students, right? Was it that youth nowadays were too open-minded? Or was her mindset simply too old-fashioned? I was out playing with Charlie for quite a while last night, and by the time I brought her back, it was already very late. So I just rested here. Hearing me phrase it like that, Lynn felt a bit more relieved. So it was just because it was too late, which was why he rested here. That was certainly understandable. After all, Charlie's place was a villa, so there were definitely a couple of guest rooms. They hadn't necessarily shared a single room. Wiping away the water she had just spat out, Lynn picked up her water glass to take another sip, asking casually, "So did you sleep well last night? You look like you have some dark circles under your eyes." "I slept okay, except Charlie gave me a hard kick when she woke up this morning. It still hurts a bit right now." Pff, Lynn spat out her water yet again. "Why, you guys shared a bed?" "Yeah." Lynn fell silent for a long moment, the expression on her face looking somewhat complicated. After a good long while, she finally spoke. "Right now in my heart, I sort of feel like I'm watching a premium cabbage get uprooted by a pig." Just then, Charlie stepped out of the kitchen. Hearing Lynn's words, she immediately grew displeased. "Lynn, while I might be your precious darling cabbage, Sean is definitely not a pig. How could you say that about him?" Lynn rolled her eyes at Charlie, and then said strictly, "The pig I'm talking about is you." Lynn let out a sigh, reaching out to place her hand on the back of mine. "Sean, I know this girl's temper all too well. You're such a fine, sensible, and handsome young man. How on earth did you fall into her clutches?" I smiled. "Charlie is wonderful. I like her a lot." "Her, wonderful. If she's wonderful, then there are no bad people left in the world." Charlie couldn't take it anymore. "Lynn, why are you putting me down so much? I'm not that bad. Besides, even if I really am terrible, I still managed to find a husband. How come you're still single even now?" The moment Lynn heard these words, she instantly bolted upright. She then stormed into the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife and pointing it at Charlie. "You little brat. What did you just say? Did my being single offend you somehow? Say another word and I'll chop you to pieces." Staring at the kitchen knife in Lynn's hand, only then did I realize that Charlie's threatening people with a kitchen knife actually had a lineage. Charlie had already ducked behind my back by this time, looking aggrievedly at Lynn's knife. "You were the one who insulted me first. Am I not even allowed to fight back?" Lynn brandished the knife. All right. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lynn." Charlie chickened out instantly. Only then did Lynn lower the kitchen knife, letting out a snort as she sat back down on the sofa. Glancing at Charlie and me huddling close together, she suddenly let out another sigh. "It really is ridiculous. If even a brat like you can find a man, how on earth can't I find one?" Lynn was nearly 40 years old, and forget about marriage. She hadn't even successfully dated a single boyfriend. Charlie scampered over to fawn over Lynn, massaging her shoulders. "Lynn, as long as you get angry less from now on, and act a bit gentler, you'll definitely find your Prince Charming too." All right, stop rubbing. Sit down properly. It's time for business." Charlie sat right back down on the sofa obediently. Watching this made me feel a bit emotional. This Charlie, when in front of Lynn, was countless times more obedient than she was in front of me. The only one who could suppress bro Charlie into little sister Charlie was probably Lynn. Lynn pulled 2 stacks of contracts out of her suitcase and handed them to Sean and Charlie respectively. "This is Sean's talent contract with the company, as well as the contract for the two of you. with the dating show's production team. Charlie and I looked at the contracts in our hands, while Lynn explained some of the details to us. We didn't ask for a very high price for the contract with the show. After all, we joined the cast to settle the scandal, not to make money. As for Sean's contract with our company, because I signed it entirely on my own authority, without going through the higher-ups, we could only settle for a cheap 6-month contract. Lynn looked over at me as she spoke. Sean, once you finish this web variety show, you can just vanish from the public eye. The company won't arrange any other tasks for you. When the time comes, they'll pay you a few more months of salary, so just treat it as free money. Charlie snatched the contract right out of my hand, and her brows furrowed after skimming through it. It really is only for 6 months, and the pay is so low. It's not even as much as what Sean makes working a summer job outside. For a 6-month contract, the total salary added up to just over $20,000, which was only about $3,000 a month. Hearing Charlie's complaints, Lynn rolled her eyes. Did you expect a premium price? It's not like you don't know how corrupt Lanyu is. You're lucky they didn't force you to pay damages. Charlie felt a bit displeased. She set the contract down and said moodily, how could my Sean only be worth this tiny bit of money? Once I get the chance, I am definitely going independent. And then I'll sign Sean as my own artist and give him the highest paying contract. Then when he comes home, I'll make him hand all his wages over to me. Lynn added, I actually support you going independent. Lanyu is indeed no longer suitable for your career development. When this kind of thing happens to artists at other companies, the first thing they think of is a PR strategy. But Lanyu is just great. They immediately focus on how to squeeze liquidation damages out of you. A textbook case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thankfully, Sean found a way to help you cover it up and shut the mouths of those higher-ups. Otherwise, you'd still be stressing over how to scrape the money together. Your contract expires at the end of the year. Once you endure until then, go switch to a different company or go independent. Charlie nodded. In reality, in her past life, her going independent had also been recommended by Lynn. Even though Lynn was still an employee of Lanyu Entertainment right now, she had always genuinely looked out for her best interests. I took the contract and gave it a general read-through. After confirming there were no traps or any major issues, I signed my name and handed the contract back to Lynn. Then I added, Lynn, I have a small request, though I don't know if it can be granted. Go ahead. As long as it's reasonable, I can pitch it for you. I'd like to get an advance on my entire 6-month salary. Would that be all right? The moment I said this, Lynn looked at me with an exceptionally puzzled expression. Sean, are you in an urgent need for money right now? Boss Charlie also looked at me and asked, if you need money, I can totally lend it to you. Though I can't afford liquidation damages, lending you some cash is certainly no problem, right? I chuckled and shook my head at Charlie. Then I said to Lynn, Lynn, I do indeed need some money. I wonder if it's convenient for the company. Lynn thought it over for a brief moment, pulled out her phone and sent a message out. In just a short bit, she received a reply from the company. It's approved. My salary was incredibly low to begin with. No matter how corrupt Lanyu Entertainment was, they wouldn't refuse to advance a measly $20,000. With the contract fully signed, Lynn briefed the two of us about the variety show again. Because the production team was rather broke, out of the few celebrities they signed, none had much fame except for Charlie, and their schedules were completely open. So the production team said that as long as Charlie was free, they could start filming at any time. Furthermore, they hoped to do it as soon as possible. So we settled on August 5th, which means joining the cast in 3 days. Sean, you should be free, right? I nodded. Great. The show's format is a mix of recording and live streaming. Live streaming web variety shows right now have massive popularity because they allow for real-time interaction and feel more authentic, so the trending traffic is incredibly high. The filming location is in the ancient capital of Xi'an. I'll stay over here for the next couple of days. Then on the 4th, we'll catch a flight and fly to Xi'an together. Lynn was highly competent as a manager, after all, having mapped out the entire schedule well in advance. I had no objections, but Charlie suddenly looked a bit hesitant. Lynn, are you going to stay here for both days? Lynn stared at Charlie. What? Don't tell me, with so many guest rooms in your house. I can't even stay in one? Besides, didn't I stay here every single time I visited before? Charlie's expression grew deeply conflicted. I'm screwed. I'm completely screwed. If Lynn stays here, how is she supposed to eat her sweet and sour pork ribs? sweet and sour stir-fried pork, braised pork belly, and braised chicken with mushrooms. With all these high-fat delicacies around, Lynn definitely wouldn't let her touch a single bite. Was she doomed to return to a miserable daily life of nothing but hard-boiled eggs and green vegetables? Lynn had absolutely no idea Charlie was dwelling on this. She glanced at the conflicted Charlie, and then glanced at me, as if jumping to a conclusion. The expression on her face instantly turned highly amused. She let out a cold chuckle. "Charlie, I know exactly what you're getting at." Charlie's heart gave a sudden leap. Did she accidentally blurt out the names of the dishes she wanted to eat just now? Charlie, let me tell you right now, you young people absolutely must learn some restraint. You shouldn't be too indulgent. Charlie's face dropped completely. I wasn't being too indulgent. It was used literally just for one single day yesterday. That's exactly because you've only cohabited with Sean for a single day. If he lives with you every single day, won't you be completely indulgent every single day? Lynn said with a perfectly straight face. Charlie thought about Sean's supreme culinary skills. If Sean cooked mouth-watering food for her every day, then it seemed, she really would be completely indulgent, stuffing her face daily. She lowered her head self-consciously. Being indulgent every day isn't totally out of the question either. Charlie, hearing this, Lynn immediately let out a loud roar. What absolute nonsense are you spouting? How can a young girl like you be thinking about these kinds of things? Have you no shame at all? What's there to be ashamed of? Charlie felt a bit aggrieved. Isn't this just natural human desire? If you tried it yourself, you'd definitely find it completely irresistible too. She was absolutely certain that if Lynn tasted the dishes Sean cooked, she would undoubtedly get completely addicted just like her. The flavor was simply out of this world. As a result, Lynn's face suddenly flushed red with anger, slamming her hand onto the table. Charlie, what on earth are you talking about? Can you please stop being so utterly shameless and filterless? Review it later. Forget it. I seriously can't be bothered to deal with you. But I do have to give you a warning. Indulgent as you may be, you absolutely must make sure to use protection. Got it? Protection? Charlie was thoroughly baffled. What kind of protection do you even need for eating a meal? Eating a meal? What do you mean? Lynn was equally confused. What the hell are you talking about? Charlie blinked, staring blankly at Lynn. Aren't we talking about the food Sean cooks? I was a bit indulgent yesterday, eating a burger and then right after that, gorging on a bunch of sweet and sour pork ribs. Of course, I ate them this morning too. But you can't blame me for that. Sean's culinary skills are truly just too incredible. Seriously, Lynn, you absolutely have to try his sweet and sour pork ribs. Could it be that you weren't talking about this just now? Charlie could also see the utter strangeness of Lynn's expression by this point, sensing that something seemed highly amiss. The two of us stared at each other for a few seconds, and then both of them finally clued in, realizing exactly what Lynn had meant a moment ago. Charlie's face turned completely crimson in an instant, while Lynn snatched up the kitchen knife once again, her eyes widening as she roared furiously at Boss Charlie. You ate a burger yesterday, and you even gorged on sweet and sour pork ribs, so that means the photo of the plain stir-fried bamboo shoots you sent me yesterday was a complete lie? I didn't lie to you. I did indeed eat the bamboo shoots too, along with the stir-fried vegetables and the consommé Chinese cabbage. Why didn't you just gorge yourself to death? Brandishing the kitchen knife, Lynn charged straight toward Charlie. Terrified, Charlie clutched her head in place and repeatedly begged for mercy. Get up right now and drag your butt to the treadmill. Give me 5 kilometers to start with. Lynn roared at the top of her lungs. Feeling a bit protective and heartbroken over my own, bro Charlie, I let out a light cough. Lynn, look, Charlie, I began. Shut up. As it turned out, the same Lynn who had been perfectly pleasant to me just moments ago, turned to face me and let out a furious snap. Sean, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Daring to cook sweet and sour pork ribs for Boss Charlie. You've got some nerve. Get your butt over next to the treadmill and start doing sit-ups. You don't stop until Boss Charlie finishes her run. I finally understood why Charlie was so terrified of Lynn. To be perfectly honest, I was a bit terrified myself. For lunch, Lynn originally wanted to order some takeout, but Charlie passionately advocated for my cooking skills, claiming that if she didn't try my food, Lynn would regret it for the rest of her life. Since Charlie put it that way, Lynn ultimately agreed to it. However, she specifically instructed me to make a plain vegetable dish for Charlie, and absolutely under no circumstances let her touch meat. Charlie felt incredibly aggrieved. Several times while I was in the middle of cooking, she sneakily slipped into the kitchen and snuck a ton of food under the pretext of checking on me. Looking at her acting like this, I couldn't help but chuckle. If you keep sneaking bites, you'll have nothing but an empty plate to serve Lin in a minute. I haven't even eaten that much. Besides, so, do you really have the heart to make me eat nothing but vegetables for lunch? I'll literally die, Charlie said with a perfectly straight face. I replied with equal seriousness. If Lin catches you sneaking food, that's when you'll actually die. All right, Charlie pouted. How about this? Eat a bit less of the vegetables during lunch, and I'll whip up a separate dish just for you. Once you go back to your room, I'll secretly sneak it up to you, okay? The exact instant those words left my mouth, Charlie cheered up immediately. Standing half a meter away, she blew me a dramatic kiss. I knew I could count on you, Sean. You always look out for bro Charlie. Want to lean in closer for a real one? I leaned my face right toward her, only for Charlie to swat it away with the back of her hand. Keep dreaming. We already kissed this morning. The daily quota for kisses has been perfectly met. Any more would be exceeding the limit. Having said that, Charlie plucked another piece of meat straight from the pan, popped it into her mouth, and forcefully wiped her lips. Only after completely destroying the evidence did she saunter out of the kitchen. When it was time for lunch, I served 4 dishes and a soup: cumin lamb, wild mushroom tofu, braised prawns, plain stir-fried bok choy, and a big pot of simmered chicken soup. The bok choy was naturally reserved exclusively for Charlie, while Lin and I divided up the remaining dishes. Since a total foodie like Charlie has hyped you up to this absolute extreme, I really must sample your cooking skills for myself, Sean. Let's see if love is just blind on her end, or if you actually have some real talent. Saying that, Lin picked up a bite of food and placed it in her mouth. After chewing just a couple of times, the look on her face completely transformed. Immediately following that, she eagerly took several more bites in rapid succession. Finally swallowing it down, she said in sheer amazement, Sean, did you graduate from a top culinary institute or something? How can your cooking skills be this phenomenal? Before I could even say a word, Charlie looked incredibly smug. See that? Lin, his cooking is amazing, right? Let me tell you, you missed out on his sweet and sour pork ribs and consommé Chinese cabbage from yesterday. Those were truly out of this world. As Charlie spoke, she sneakily reached out with her chopsticks, trying to grab a bite of the cumin lamb. As it turned out, she still didn't escape Lin's sharp eyes. Delicious as it may be, you still can't eat it. Charlie dejectedly withdrew her chopsticks. Only then did Lin look back at me and say, Sean, I'm not just flattering you. This cooking is really fantastic. Do you have some kind of secret to your cooking? Teach me. If I had this kind of skill, I would definitely be able to find a partner. I thought about it for a moment, and finally said, in all seriousness, actually, the secret is probably just practice makes perfect. You'll get it if you do it more. It really was a case of practice makes perfect. After all, I had been cooking for myself for over 800 years. Lin, completely full and satisfied, showered me with praise, and then went to the guest room to rest. Seeing Lin leave, Charlie's eyes instantly lit up. She locked her gaze onto me. Sean? Where's the dish you made separately for me? I walked into the kitchen and pulled out a large, golden-looking fried chicken cutlet from an insulated lunchbox. The aroma wafted straight into Charlie's nose. Sean, are you secretly a master chef or something? How come the food you cook literally glows with a golden light? I smiled. I don't have that kind of superpower. You'll know once you taste it. But don't eat it here. In case Lin comes downstairs, you'll be caught. Go eat it in your room. Boss Charlie nodded while swallowing her saliva, and then hurriedly dragged me upstairs back to her room. Once inside the room, Boss Charlie took a big bite out of that golden fried chicken cutlet. As she ate, the expression on her face became wonderful. So sweet. Is this honey? I reached out to help wipe the honey from her mouth, and said softly, I know you love sweets, so I specifically made a honey glaze for you. You are simply too good to me. Sean, Charlie said as she took large bites, muttering with her mouth full. Once she finished the entire chicken cutlet, Charlie finally let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, it's truly too delicious. When I think about how I can only sneak around to eat such amazing food, I really want to cry. Sean, you have no idea. Living under Lin's high-pressure restrictions is truly just too miserable. I rubbed her head. Then do you want to escape her restrictions for the next couple of days? You have a way? Charlie's eyes lit up. I plan to go home for a bit, to tell my parents about our situation. Do you want to come back with me? Sure, wait, no. Let me think about it more. Charlie had initially agreed without a second thought, but very quickly, as if remembering something, she hung her head and began to look conflicted. Right now, Charlie's feelings were highly complicated. She actually really wanted to go with me. She had seen my parents an untold number of times before. Both of them were wonderful people, and she liked them a lot too. But her status was completely different now. Before, she had gone there as my friend, but now she was going as my wife. This gap was just too massive. I secretly dragged Sean to get married. Will his parents blame me? Do they browse social media? Do they already know? What if they're like my parents and don't agree to us being together? What should I do? She felt like her head was about to explode. I could roughly guess what Charlie was worrying about. Squatting down, I looked at her and said softly, "Don't overthink it. In fact, my parents have been nagging for a long time about when I'd finally managed to win you over. They both really like you." Really? Despite me saying this, Charlie still felt incredibly nervous. In the end, I let out a sigh and brought out my trump card. Anyway, I definitely have to go home. I might not even be able to come back before tomorrow night. If you don't come with me, you can only eat whatever Lynn feeds you. I won't be able to secretly cook separate meals for you either. I'll go. When are we leaving? Charlie said immediately. When Lynn woke up from her afternoon nap, she discovered there was no one left in the villa. She originally wanted to pull out her phone to ask Charlie where on earth she had gone, but the moment she opened WeChat, she saw a message Charlie had left for her earlier. "Bad brat, Lynn. I have something to take care of these next 2 days, so I'm heading out. I'll be back on the 4th. Don't miss me too much. Bye-bye." That Charlie actually ran away. Lynn immediately dialed her number. "You little brat. You're supposed to be the owner of this house. Now you, the owner, leave your guest behind and run away yourself? What kind of stunt is this? And don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to sneak off to eat good food behind my back, right? Let me tell you, not a chance. Get your butt back here right now." On the other end of the line, Charlie said meekly, "Lynn, you've completely misunderstood me. I truly have official business to attend to. Since Sean and I registered our marriage, we haven't even told his parents yet. As the new daughter-in-law, I have to meet my in-laws, right? I'm already on the long-distance bus, heading to Sean's house right now. Oh, it seems like the signal is getting bad. I'll hang up first." With that, Charlie hung up the call, leaving Lynn gnashing her teeth in pure rage. On the other side, having hung up the phone, Charlie let out a long breath. She looked at me and asked, "Sean, are you almost done packing?" In reality, she and I hadn't taken a long-distance bus at all. At this moment, the two of us were staying in the dorm room from my part-time job, helping me pack up my belongings. My summer job was working as an instructor at an after-school training institution for elementary schoolers. Although I hadn't graduated from college myself yet, tutoring elementary students wasn't an issue. The place provided housing. As for food, there was a dorm, kitchen where I could cook for myself. There were days off on weekends. I had already been working here for a month. When I told the boss I wanted to resign, the boss readily agreed. He even asked me for an autograph. As it turned out, the boss had also browsed social media and seen my news. Knowing that I was about to debut as an artist, I packed up my residential items into various bags, big and small, feeling somewhat melancholic as I looked at this dorm room. On the surface, I had only lived here for a month, but in reality, I had lived here for over 800 years. Every single morning, on this simple, hard wooden bed, I would be woken up by the alarm clock, because July 31st was a Saturday and a day off. I could do whatever I wanted on this day. Inside this tiny dorm room, I had experienced too much, learned too much, remembered too much, and forgotten too much as well. Charlie stood beside me. For some unknown reason, she felt that I seemed a little down. Charlie wasn't very good at comforting people. Not knowing what to say, she could only step to my side and gently take my hand in hers. The warmth from Charlie's hand snapped me back to reality. I looked at her with a smile and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." This place has already become the past. The person standing right beside me was my today and my future. Having packed up everything and left the dorm, Charlie and I went to the station to catch a ride, heading toward Clear Creek County under Midland City. There happened to be 2 empty seats on the bus, So the two of us sat side by side. Charlie sat by the window, watching the scenery pass by along the way. I sat right next to Charlie, watching her the entire way. Clear Creek County wasn't too far from the urban area, taking about a little over an hour. Very quickly, the two of us stepped off the bus, looking at this city that felt both familiar and strange. Both of them were filled with deep emotion. Charlie felt emotional, because in her past life, after Sean's death, she rarely came back to this county town, because she was afraid that the surroundings would trigger painful memories of him. Only every year when it was time to pay respects to Sean would she come, and also to visit Sean's parents. I felt emotional because during those 300,000 loops, even though I had returned here quite a few times, only this specific return to Clear Creek County truly brought me a sense of reality, a feeling that I had truly come back. The two of us traded a look and smiled at each other. The county town wasn't large, and my home wasn't far from the station. The two of us strolled shoulder to shoulder along the street. Sean, that's our elementary school. It looks like it's been renovated. See that big tree over there? We climbed it together once. You even fell down from it. Do you remember? This convenience store is actually still here. It seems like the owner is still the original one too. Except he's become an old man now. Charlie talked non-stop along the way. Although in her past life she had returned here many times as well, she never had the heart to look at the sights here, because everywhere she looked, the place was entirely filled with memories of me. Her past self hadn't wanted to remember any of it, but right now she wished she could recall absolutely everything, to share our past with me. I just listened with a smile, accompanying Charlie, as we reminisced about our childhood together. It's so nice. A lot has changed here, but a lot remains completely unchanged too. Charlie suddenly sighed. At least it can still hold our memories. After walking for over 20 minutes, the two of us arrived in front of a somewhat old residential building. In the small courtyard before the building, several elderly men and women were waving palm leaf fans, chatting idly in the shade. Seeing Charlie and me approach, an old woman suddenly said, "Isn't that the boy Sean from their family? You're back?" "Yeah. Grandma Wendy, I'm back." I nodded politely. Grandma Wendy acknowledged, and then looked over at Charlie beside me. "Oh my, did you bring back a girlfriend?" "Wait, no. How come this young girl looks so familiar?" Charlie pulled off her face mask and smiled at Grandma Wendy. "Grandma, you still remember me?" "Ah, Charlie, I was just saying how you looked so familiar." "So it really is you, little girl? I've actually seen the TV dramas you acted in on television. They say you're a big celebrity now." "No, I've just acted in a few shows, that's all. How could I count as a big celebrity?" "Grandma Wendy, how has your health been lately?" Grandma Wendy said with a chuckle, "Very good, very good. Oh right, our family is having dumplings tonight. Come over and eat together when the time comes." "No need to trouble yourself, Grandma Wendy. Thank you so much." After chatting for a few words with Grandma Wendy, the two of us walked into the residential building. Stepping into the stairwell, Charlie said with a smile, "Grandma Wendy looks like she hasn't aged at all. She's exactly the same as several years ago. When I was a kid, I often ate the dumplings made by Grandma Wendy's family. They were way more delicious than the ones from my house." I held her hand, and as we walked upstairs, I said, "If you want to eat dumplings, how about I make some for you tonight?" "Really? Great. I want pork and celery filling." Reaching the 4th floor, I knocked on the door of apartment 402. While Charlie looked toward the door of apartment 401, she instinctively reached out her hand to touch the doorknob of 401. A layer of dust had already settled on top of it. A long, long time ago, a little girl used to live here. She often went to school with the little boy from across the hall, came home from school together, went out to play together, grew up together, and fell in love together. The little girl I registered my marriage with was her. This used to be her home. "Sean, why are you back?" The voice from behind snapped Charlie out of her thoughts. She turned her head to look, only to find that the door to apartment 402 was already open. My mother, Penny, was standing at the doorway, talking to me. She felt a bit nervous, but still summoned up her courage to step forward. Greeting Penny. "Hello, Auntie." Just moments ago, Charlie had been standing behind me. So Penny hadn't even noticed there was another person in the hallway. Taking a closer look now, Penny's face instantly lit up with a massive smile. "Oh, isn't this Charlie? George, look who's here." Saying that, Penny ignored me completely, pulling Charlie straight into the apartment and almost locking me out of the door. Watching this, I rubbed my nose, beginning to think Charlie was Penny's biological child instead. Inside the apartment, George, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard the noise and quickly walked out. Seeing Charlie, he immediately greeted her with a warm smile. "Charlie, what brings you here? Did you come all by yourself? Come, sit down, sit down. You haven't visited in such a long time." Hearing this, I helplessly complained, "Comrade George, what do you mean she came all by herself? Am I invisible to you? Oh, Sean, if you hadn't spoken up, I really wouldn't have noticed you." All right, stop joking around. Hurry up and get a drink from the fridge for Charlie." I suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Even though we both just walked through the door, Charlie was receiving the royal treatment, while I, Sean, the only child of the family, had to busy myself serving drinks and water to others. Walking into the kitchen, I grabbed a few bottles of drinks from the fridge. Staring at the familiar setup in the kitchen, I was once again filled with deep emotion. "I'm home," I muttered to myself. Carrying the drinks, I returned to the living room. In the living room, Penny and George were hovering around Charlie, asking her all sorts of questions. Asking Charlie how she was doing, asking Charlie if she had been filming any shows lately, and asking Charlie how things were at home. The same Charlie who was usually so bossy and dramatic around me seemed to have turned into a perfect angel right now. Obediently answering all of their questions, I set the drinks down on the table, glanced at Penny and George, and spoke up. "Dad, Mom, we came back this time because we have something to tell you." I originally intended to bring up that Charlie and I had gotten married, but Penny glared at me. "What thing? Have you no common sense? You knew to bring the drinks over, but you didn't think to open them?" Helplessly, I opened the bottles, and then said again, "We came back this time because we have something we want to." Consequently, George glared at me again. "Get a glass for Charlie." Do you expect Charlie to chug from such a massive bottle? I had no choice but to grab a glass from under the coffee table, and then said once more, "We have something we want to tell you now that we're back." Actually, before I could finish, Penny reached out and smacked me. "You got the glass but didn't even think to pour it for Charlie? How can you be so oblivious, child?" I let out a sigh. I obediently poured a glass of drink for Charlie, and respectfully handed it over to her. Only then were Penny and George satisfied. Penny looked at me and asked, "Sean, what were you trying to say just now?" I had originally wanted to slowly ease into the mood and gently break the news to Penny and George about Charlie and me getting married, but having been interrupted several times in a row, I couldn't really build up any sort of atmosphere anymore. I just said straight out, "I got married to Charlie." Beside me, George, who had just picked up his cup to take a sip of tea, spat it out right on the spot. Penny was also completely stunned for a good while, before glaring at me and saying, "You brat, what kind of joke are you playing?" I directly pulled out our marriage certificate and slapped it onto the table. Penny picked it up to take a look, and was instantly dumbfounded. This, something this important. How could you wait this long after coming home to mention it?" George snatched the marriage certificate and stared at it for a long time, and then began to scold me. I was entirely helpless. I wanted to say it earlier, but you guys had to give me a chance. I haven't had a single free second since I stepped into the house. Comrade Penny convened the families. 43rd Sofa Conference. Comrade George sat aside, while Comrade Sean was the subject on trial, and Comrade Charlie was auditing. Penny stared with wide, furious eyes, suddenly slamming her hand onto the table. "Sean, a matter as massive as getting married and registering your marriage. Why didn't you tell us about it in advance? Getting a certificate with Charlie all of a sudden? Did you force Charlie into this? Speak up." George followed up by slamming the table. "Speak up." Charlie felt that she should take responsibility for her own actions. She weakly raised her hand. "Uncle, Auntie." Actually, Penny cut her off with a wave of her hand. "Charlie, you don't need to speak up for this brat. Let him speak for himself." "Sean, hurry up and confess honestly." I helplessly spread my hands. "It's mainly because it happened so suddenly." "Happened suddenly?" Penny slammed the table again. "Suddenly my ass. A matter as massive as getting married. How can it just happen suddenly?" George also slammed the table in tandem. "Exactly!" Charlie spoke up weakly. "Uncle, Auntie, it really was quite sudden. Because, Charlie, I told you, don't speak up for him. This kid has a mouth of his own." Once Penny finished speaking, she glared fiercely at me again. "Brat, if you're a man, explain it properly yourself. What on earth is going on? Don't always let a woman speak for you." It's not that I want to speak for him. Auntie, please listen to me. Charlie suddenly said in a loud voice. Penny and George immediately looked at Charlie with gentle expressions. Charlie, go ahead and tell us. Their expressions were worlds apart from the way they had just glared at me. Charlie lowered her head and wrestled with her thoughts for a moment, before saying self-consciously, actually, I was the one who insisted on dragging Sean to get the certificate. You really can't blame Sean. I was just too sample impulsive. Penny said gently to Charlie, It's fine, it's fine. It's a good thing for young people to be impulsive. Besides, I've been hoping the two of you would get together for a long time. Sean's personality is way too slow and passive, so it had to rely on you taking the initiative. Comrade Penny, that was definitely not the tone you used when you spoke to me just now. Penny glared at me. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. I silently shut my mouth. After that, Penny and George chatted a lot with Charlie. For instance, how the two of them felt right now, whether she was adjusting to life together with me, whether I treated her well, and also how Charlie's family felt about it. Charlie answered the first few questions with a smile. But at the very last one, Charlie fell silent. Seeing Charlie fall silent, Penny and George traded a glance. The two of us had lived for 40 or 50 years after all. What Charlie's reaction meant? How could they possibly not understand? I suddenly said to Penny, Mom, come over here. I want to say a few words to you. Penny knew I was likely planning to talk about Charlie's family situation, so she nodded her head. The two of us walked out onto the balcony. I said, Mom, you know exactly what kind of temper Charles and his family have. There are no bad people in their family. But they indeed don't really look up to ordinary working-class citizens like us. That's why Charles has always been against me dating Charlie, and even specifically came to find me for a talk because of it. The expression on Penny's face turned a bit complicated. Then, Sean, what are your thoughts on this? Charles is Charlie's father, after all. If Charlie's parents don't agree to let them be together, then the path ahead for the two of them will probably be very difficult to walk. I smiled slightly. I only know that I love her, Mom. Don't worry too much either. I've already mapped out my future plans. I have a way to make Charles respect me, and I'll make sure all of you live a good life. Penny let out a sigh. Forget about whether it's a good life or not. As long as you're doing well, your dad and I are happy. You're a grown adult now. Since you know what you're doing, I won't say much more. But if Charles approaches you again, remember to tell your dad and me. Charles and we are of the same generation. There are things that will be more effective coming from us than from you. Thanks, Mom, I said with a smile. Penny rolled her eyes at me. Why are you being polite with your own mother? All right, I understand what's going on. Let's head back inside. Don't make Charlie feel awkward. Once the two of them returned to the living room, Penny didn't bring up Charlie's family situation at all anymore. Charlie let out a sigh of relief, yet felt a bit melancholic in her heart. They were both sets of parents. So why were my parents so understanding and considerate of her, while her own parents, she knew Charles, and Susan meant well too, but that kind of good intention sometimes truly suffocated her to the point of being unable to breathe. When it was time to cook dinner that evening, I told George and Penny that Charlie wanted to eat dumplings with pork and celery filling. Penny repeatedly agreed, staying home to knead the dough, while sending George out to buy the celery and minced pork. By the time they started wrapping the dumplings, Charlie also insisted on making a contribution. She sat by the edge of the table, her hair tied back and wearing an apron. Holding a dumpling wrapper in one hand, she carefully used a spoon to scoop a bit of meat filling with the other. Placing it onto the wrapper, she cautiously tried to pinch it closed with her fingers, but the soft wrapper suddenly tilted in her grasp, and the meat filling almost spilled out, sending Charlie into a sudden, clumsy panic. I walked over to her side, steadying her fingers to guide her. If you hold your hand like this, it'll be more stable. When you wrap it, pinch it like this. No. If you do it that way, the filling will leak out. I taught her step by step, and Charlie wrapped them piece by piece. It took a long time just to awkwardly finish 7 or 8 lopsided ones. Across the table, Penny and George, who had already finished 30 or 40, traded a quick look with each other. Resentment completely filled the depths of their eyes. Once the dumplings were wrapped, boiled, and served on the table, the family gathered around the dining table, eating their meal amidst laughter and chatter. Charlie raised her glass of drink, saying to Penny and George, Uncle, Auntie, let me propose a toast to you. As it turned out, Penny looked a bit displeased. Look what time it is already. And you're still calling us that? I kicked Charlie lightly from under the table with a smile. Charlie naturally understood what they meant. Just, she was still a little shy after all. Hanging her head to build up her courage for a moment, Charlie finally whispered with a flushed face. Mom, Penny answered. Oh, my good daughter. Here, a big red envelope for you, Penny, and George's faces practically bloomed with massive smiles. No one even noticed when Penny had gone to prepare the red envelope for Charlie, but she pulled it out directly and handed it over to her. By this point, Charlie also knew she shouldn't refuse, accepting the red envelope and sweetly calling them Dad, Mom, making Penny and George even happier. During the meal, George drank a bit of alcohol. He drank quite a bit, and while eating, spoke tipsily to Charlie. Charlie, you have no idea. Back then, Penny and I desperately wished that you were our daughter. Even back then, I felt that you would definitely be more successful than this kid Sean. Thankfully, this kid Sean managed to win you over. Otherwise, we would have been filled with regret for who knows how long. I rubbed my nose. I kept feeling like today wasn't a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, but rather looked like my parents adopting a goddaughter instead. What's more, this goddaughter, the kind who is even more spoiled than me, the biological son. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Charlie originally wanted to take the initiative to wash the dishes, but Penny stopped her and shooed me off to do them instead. She even said to Charlie in a deeply earnest tone, Charlie, you're a big celebrity. How can we let you do something like washing dishes? Let me tell you, from now on, all the housework, cooking, washing dishes, mopping, sweeping, and washing clothes can all just be left to Sean. Having said that, Penny shook her head again. No, that won't do. With Sean's cooking skills, he'd definitely end up destroying the kitchen. Better not leave the cooking to him. Charlie hurriedly chimed in. Mom, actually, Sean's cooking is incredibly delicious now. He made me a fried chicken cutlet this afternoon, and made me sweet and sour pork ribs yesterday. They were both amazing. Really? Penny looked highly skeptical. If you don't believe me, I'll cook a meal tomorrow, I said as I came back from washing the dishes. Forget it. I have no intention of renovating this kitchen anytime soon. So I'm not counting on you to blow it up, Penny said, curling her lip. After chatting idly for a brief moment, I brought up business again. Dad, Mom, actually this time, I came back because there's one more thing I wanted to tell you. I've signed with Charlie's agency, so I'm an artist now too. I deliberately delayed bringing this matter up until now, because, compared to registering my marriage with Charlie, this really didn't amount to much. I broadly explained the whole situation, and the reasons behind it to George and Penny. Not only did the two of them express no objections whatsoever, but they even felt a bit regretful. George let out a sigh. My son's good looks take after his old man, so he doesn't look bad at all. How come Charlie's company only signed him for 6 months? They really have no eye for talent. All right, that's enough. Penny rolled her eyes at George. Didn't you hear Sean say so? He only signed temporarily to help get out of trouble. It's already quite good that they were willing to sign him for 6 months. But Sean, you mentioned you're going to film some variety show with Charlie later. Where can we watch it? Will we be able to watch it when the time comes? I don't really know much about that. Charlie is the professional one here. Charlie chimed in. It should be live streamed online when the time comes. You guys can download an app on your phones, just like this one on your phone, Mom. And then you can watch it by searching for our show's name. Great. I'll make sure to gather all our relatives to watch together later, Penny said with a smile. Charlie felt rather embarrassed by this. George and Penny went to bed early, heading back to rest around 10 o'clock in the evening. Charlie had been traveling on the bus for half the day today, so she was quite exhausted too. Stretching her arms, she asked, Sean, which room am I staying in tonight? Consequently, the moment she finished asking, she saw that the look in my eyes had suddenly become quite peculiar. Why are you looking at me like that? Charlie asked in confusion. My house only has 2 bedrooms and a living room, I said. Charlie blinked. And then, my parents are sleeping in the master bedroom. So, Charlie's expression became a bit unnatural too. So there's only one room left to sleep in. I spread my hands. Boss Charlie was instantly embarrassed. Did she really have to share a bed with Sean again tonight? Although they had already shared a bed last night, that was under circumstances where she was completely unaware. Today was completely different. Not only was she perfectly awake today, but they were also at my parents' house. Boss Charlie felt her face starting to burn up. I noted her reaction, and suddenly leaned in close to Charlie with a smile, whispering softly into her ear, "Wife, is it time for bed?" "Smack," Charlie countered with a swift slap, leaving me completely speechless. I said helplessly, "Why are you hitting me? I only said it's time for bed. I didn't say I was going to sleep in the same bed as you. I can make a pallet and sleep on the floor." Charlie understood by this point, knowing that I was deliberately teasing her just now. With a flushed face, her eyes darted around, and she suddenly flipped the script, saying, "I didn't say I hit you, because I didn't want to share a bed with you." I froze. "Then you agree to sleep with me?" Charlie snorted. "I was originally going to agree, but since you're proactively offering to sleep on the floor, it would be rude of me to refuse. You're sleeping on the floor tonight." With that, Charlie turned around and ran straight into my bedroom. Uh-oh, how did she manage to figure out my game completely? I let out a sigh in my heart. How did my bro Charlie suddenly become so smart? Following Charlie back into the bedroom, after I neatly made the bed for her, I pulled out another set of bedding and laid it out on the floor. With the lights turned off, Charlie lay on the bed, while I lay on the floor. Rolling over on the bed, Charlie rolled to the edge of the bed and stared down at me. I wasn't asleep either, and looking up, I saw Charlie's large eyes gazing down at me. I couldn't help but chuckle. "What? Do you want me to come up and sleep on the bed?" "No, I just suddenly realized how ugly you are." I reached up and poked Charlie's small face at the edge of the bed. "You realized it way too late. Now that you've accepted my mom's red envelope, you're officially a daughter-in-law of our family." Charlie rolled her eyes. "Huh. If I tell Mom and Dad that only one of us can stay in this family, guess who they would kick out?" "Wow, Comrade Charlie, you're letting their favoritism go to your head. That's highly undesirable." "I like it, so what do you care?" Charlie let out a snort. "I can't really fall asleep, so tell me a story. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you're bullying me." I was completely speechless. My bro Charlie had truly found her ultimate weapon. Whenever things didn't go her way, she'd immediately bring up my parents, and unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. Letting out a sigh under her oppression, I ultimately surrendered to bro Charlie's tyrannical authority. "Alright, then I'll tell you a story." Charlie gave a highly satisfied smile. The story I told was about a scholar and a young lady in ancient times who fell in love. A poor, frustrated scholar met a young lady from a wealthy family. The two fell deeply in love, but faced fierce opposition from the lady's family. The scholar resolved to study fiercely, working tirelessly, to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations, and finally won the title of top scholar. But when he returned to his hometown, he discovered that just a few days prior, the wealthy young lady had been betrothed to someone else. Hearing up to this point, Charlie actually felt quite deeply moved. She was just like that wealthy young lady, and I was exactly like that scholar. But thankfully, at least she was together with me right now. What happened next? Did the scholar bring people to crash the wedding and steal the bride? Charlie asked. I shook my head. No. The lady had always been deeply in love with the scholar. So on the night she was to marry the other man, she dressed herself in a red gown and hanged herself. The day the scholar returned happened to be the very day of the lady's funeral. His bright red scholar's robe brushed right past the plain white mourning cloth on her coffin. Charlie listened, feeling quite touched. Wow. They were clearly only a few days apart from being able to live happily ever after. But fate is always so cruel and full of tricks. Charlie rubbed her eyes. That scholar must have been absolutely devastated, right? Did he die for love too? I merely offered a mysterious smile and slowly shook my head. He didn't die for love, and he wasn't even sad, because having grown accustomed to the high life in the capital, the scholar actually didn't care for that lady anymore. He had long been living a life of indulgence in the capital, and had even betrothed himself to a young lady from a prominent family there. The scholar had actually been a bit worried about how he was going to break things off with the lady. The moment he heard the lady was dead, he even laughed out loud with pure joy, exclaiming that heaven was truly helping him. All of Charlie's prior sorrow instantly transformed into pure rage. She let out a furious roar. And then, what was that scumbag's ending? He definitely met a horrible demise, right? I didn't answer her directly, but continued the story. That very night, the scholar headed home after gorging himself on food and wine. The night was exceptionally deep, and the scholar was completely alone on the street. But he kept feeling like someone was following right behind him. Yet whenever the scholar turned around to look, no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't see a soul. The scholar started getting a bit frightened. He recalled some of the supernatural stories he had heard in the capital. Worrying weather. He was being haunted by the vengeful spirit of the young lady, so he frantically bolted back home. After arriving home, he lay down on his bed. At first, nothing happened, causing him to lower his guard. But just as the scholar was about to drift off to sleep, the door to his room suddenly let out a sharp click. I lowered my voice to a very quiet, mysterious whisper. The scholar jolted in fright, squinting his eyes into a tiny slit, only to see a woman dressed in red, walking toward his bedside step by step. The scholar was about to faint from pure terror right then. He fiercely shut his eyes tight, staying completely motionless and silent, thinking if he pretended to be asleep, he might escape the nightmare. As it turned out, the woman in red walked right up to his side, leaned right into his ear, and whispered, "I know you're pretending to be asleep." I whispered this final line right into Charlie's ear. Having just listened to me reach the part about the vengeful spirit, Charlie already felt that the story's direction was highly amiss. She hurriedly wrapped herself tightly in the comforter and squeezed her eyes shut. This sudden whisper of mine right next to her ear terrified her so much that she let out a sharp shriek. Both her hands began to beat down relentlessly on my body. "You jerk, you absolute jerk. Who told you to tell a scary story? How am I supposed to sleep tonight because of you?" Aside from being terrified of Lynn, the thing Charlie was probably second most afraid of was ghost stories. I quickly chimed in, "Bro Charlie, calm down, calm down. Didn't you ask me to give this scumbag a horrible demise?" Charlie gnashed her teeth in pure frustration. "I didn't tell you to turn it into a ghost story either. You definitely did it on purpose. You're totally getting back at me." She hurled a pillow down from the bed, pelting it right onto me. Right after that, she buried her head completely inside the comforter and bundled herself up so tightly that she didn't dare show her face. Holding the pillow, I looked at Charlie shivering and shaking inside the bundle of blankets and said, "Bro Charlie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told that kind of story to scare you." Charlie completely ignored me. I let out a sigh. I had originally just wanted to play a little joke, but it looked like I had taken it a bit too far. I got up and sat down by the edge of the bed, gently lifting the comforter Charlie had wrapped around herself. As it turned out, the exact instant I pulled it back, Charlie suddenly bolted upright, letting out a loud roar right in my face, jolting me completely in fright just as I was about to comfort her. Seeing me thoroughly startled, Charlie finally burst out into a loud laugh. "Aha, Sean! Let's see if you ever dared to scare your bro Charlie again." I was faced with a forehead full of dark lines. Silently, I threw the comforter right back over Charlie's head and returned to my pallet on the floor to sleep. Charlie let out a smug little snort and settled down to go to sleep. However, for half an hour after lying down, she couldn't fall asleep at all. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind would constantly replay someone right next to her ear, whispering to her, "I know you're pretending to be asleep." Chills repeatedly ran down her spine. Charlie felt thoroughly miserable. She was incredibly sleepy, yet she just couldn't drift off. Charlie looked down at me, already fast asleep on the floor, and finally climbed silently down from the bed, squeezing right onto the pallet I had laid out on the floor. Lying down right beside me, only then did Charlie feel a slight sense of comfort. With a flushed face, she grumbled softly at me. "It's not like I actually wanted to sleep with you, okay? It's all your fault for insisting on scaring me tonight." Only after she finished muttering did Charlie close her eyes, and she very quickly entered the world of dreams. Once Charlie was fast asleep, I, lying right beside her, finally opened one eye, stole a glance at her, and then wrapped my arms around her with a smile. "Good night." Early the next morning, after sleeping on the floor for the entire night, Charlie woke up feeling completely sore all over. In the morning, while watching TV in the living room, she was massaging her sore back and legs. Penny, who was making breakfast, saw this scene and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Charlie? Did you not sleep well last night?" Charlie nodded honestly. "I slept on the floor last night." The moment Penny heard this, her temper instantly flared. "Sleeping on the floor? That brat Sean dared to make you sleep on the floor? He's really out of line. You slept on the floor while he slept in the bed. Who does he think he is?" Then Boss Charlie honestly added, "Actually, he slept on the floor too." Penny rushed over to take a look at my room, and after confirming that there was indeed a bed in the room, she asked in utter bewilderment, "You two left the bed empty, and both slept on the floor?" Charlie's face turned a bit red. As she nodded her head, Penny thought about it for a long moment, before finally coming up with a comment. You young people, W1, truly have unique ideas. Having just walked out from washing up, I heard this, and couldn't help but complain. It's not that we have unique ideas. It's that we were acting completely irrational. Charlie snapped. Isn't it all your fault? Sean bullied me last night. She hugged Penny's arm with tear-filled eyes, looking incredibly aggrieved. Penny immediately turned around, grabbed a feather duster, and began chasing me down. With her hands on her small waist, Charlie smugly raised her eyebrows at me. Whalson. Charlie and I stayed home for most of the day. Around lunchtime, under Charlie's vehement guarantees, Penny and George finally agreed to let me into the kitchen, and I did not disappoint, whipping up a whole table of incredible dishes. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised beef with tomatoes, and sweet and savory glazed meatballs. These were all Charlie's favorite dishes. I also stir-fried a few vegetable dishes. 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes made for quite a sumptuous feast. At first, Penny and George thought that even if I had suddenly seen the light, my cooking skills would probably be limited to just not blowing up the kitchen. But the moment they tasted my cooking, the look on their faces instantly transformed. Sean, when on earth did you learn this skill? It tastes way better than your dad's cooking. Penny took a bite of the braised beef and said in sheer amazement. George tasted a few of the dishes and was shocked right on the spot. At home, he had always been the main chef and considered his own culinary skills to be quite decent, but compared to my level, he was instantly put to shame. In the end, George nodded his head and said with immense pride, I always knew my son's cooking couldn't be bad. He completely inherited it from me. Penny rolled eyes at him. If you had even half of your son's cooking skills, our family wouldn't be running a supermarket. We'd open a restaurant instead. Pff, what do you know? This is what they call the student outshining the master. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I planned to head back to the city with Charlie. Penny held Charlie's hand with a face full of reluctance. It's already this late. How nice it would be if you left after having dinner. If it's any later, there won't be any buses left at the station, I said. What's there to be afraid of if there are no buses? Have your dad drive you guys back to the city. It's not that far anyway. Charlie hurriedly replied, There's really no need to trouble yourselves, Dad, Mom. Once Sean and I finish filming this variety show, I'll come back to visit you guys again. Sigh. All right then. Penny looked over at me again. Sean, take good care of Charlie out there. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off. With a face full of sorrow, I said, Mom, how about we go get a DNA test done? Am I actually adopted? And Charlie is your real biological daughter? All right. Stop being smart with me. Be safe on your way back, okay? Goodbye, Dad, Mom. The two left the neighborhood and walked toward the station. Halfway there, Charlie suddenly felt a bit thirsty. Just as she was looking for a place to buy some water, she turned her head, looked, and grinned. Hey, Sean, isn't that your family's supermarket? My family ran a supermarket. At the very beginning, it was just a small convenience store, resembling a corner shop, but it gradually expanded over time into the largest supermarket in this entire area. Ever since it grew big, my parents hired people to manage the supermarket, while the two of them stayed home every day to enjoy retirement. Charlie tugged on my arm and asked, Sean, do you think the employees in the shop know that you're the young master of their family's business? I gave Charlie's face a gentle pinch. If I'm the young master, does that make you the young mistress? Oh, stop it. Your tongue is getting way too sweet. I'm thirsty. Let's go buy a bottle of water. Charlie adjusted her face mask, dragging me inside the supermarket. The two female clerks at the checkout counter were originally chatting, but seeing someone walk in, they instinctively muttered, Welcome. Right after saying that, one of the female clerks suddenly stole a glance at me and froze in place. Sean? Are you Sean? I hadn't expected that I would actually be recognized, although this was my family's supermarket, but I had barely ever set foot in here. Since when had my public recognition become this high? I turned my head to look in confusion. Once that female clerk clearly saw my face, she actually grew excited all of a sudden. Is it really you? I thought you looked incredibly familiar. I just saw you trending on social media the day before yesterday. Am I actually seeing the real person right now? That female clerk actually ran out from behind the front counter in complete excitement. I thanked heaven for finally cluing in that this female clerk had recognized me from the previous trending posts. Did this count as a fan? I hesitated for a brief moment. to be perfectly honest, although to some extent, I could be considered someone who had lived for a very long time. Meeting a fan was probably still a first for me. Letting out a light cough, I finally nodded my head. Yes, it's me. Hearing this, Charlie beside me hurriedly gave me a hard tug, whispering under her breath, "Are you stupid?" At a time like this, you're supposed to say, "No. No, it's not," I immediately corrected myself, but it was clearly already too late. That female clerk had already excitedly scurried up right next to me, pulling out her phone and opening the camera app. While standing right beside me, she asked, "Can I take a photo with you?" However, by the time she finished asking this question, a selfie had already snapped with a sharp click, capturing both her and me inside the frame. Wow, how passionate, I thought to myself. I really hadn't expected that just by posting a single photo, I would already have such a passionate fan. Table elements showed my physical appearance was still highly recognized. By this time, that female clerk had finished taking the photo, and then excitedly asked me, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Facing a passionate young fan, I felt that I should still extend a sufficient amount of goodwill. I had made up my mind, no matter what this fan wanted to ask, I would answer it. "How come, right after your debut, you can already go on a show with Charlie? Are you actually a boy toy kept by the big boss of Lanyu Entertainment? Are you a nepotism baby?" the female clerk asked. When I clearly heard the question from my supposed passionate young fan, I was completely dumbfounded. Asking someone straight to their face if they're a boy toy and a nepotism baby. Did this count as a fan? Could this freaking be a fan? Are fans seriously all like this? I felt that my fragile little heart had been severely traumatized. How could you ask a question like that? "So, you're actually not my fan?" Hearing these words, that female clerk was also taken aback for a moment, before finally cluing in, and saying with a perfectly deadpan, matter-of-fact look, "Of course I'm not. Are you joking? You don't have a single piece of work to your name, with only one photo floating around the internet. How many fans do you honestly think you could have?" She let out a snort. "Don't look at me as just a clerk right now. This is actually just a part-time gig. My main career is running an independent media channel, specializing in posting entertainment industry gossip. I have over 100,000 followers on social media. Only got excited because I saw a massive piece of live gossip walking right in front of me. What, did you actually think I was your fan? But looking at you, you're actually quite handsome. If you seriously did proper acting, you'd probably hit it big. Why did your brain short-circuit that you insisted on choosing a path like this?" the female clerk said. "What path did I choose?" I was thoroughly speechless. "Stop acting. Those who know. There's plenty of gossip about you online. Ever since you and Charlie officially announced you'd be on the show together, heaps of people have been saying that you have a thing going on with the boss of Lanyu Entertainment. It's only because this thing with Evan broke out and completely overshadowed you. Otherwise, the discussion around you these past few days would definitely be insanely high." Once the female clerk finished speaking, she stole another glance at Charlie behind me. As an experienced celebrity, Charlie had taken far more protective measures on her face than me, sporting both sunglasses and a face mask. The female clerk failed to recognize her. Instead, she opened her mouth with a chuckle, offering a warning to Boss Charlie. "Hey girl, is this guy your boyfriend? Do you know about the scandalous dirt on your boyfriend online? He's being kept by some corporate boss. Hurry up and stop hanging around with him. Who knows how filthy he actually is." Ever since this female clerk started asking me questions earlier, Boss Charlie had actually already been getting a bit heated. Now that this female clerk was spouting absolute nonsense right in front of her, Boss Charlie's explosive temper instantly could not be contained anymore. Giving me a sharp yank, she pulled me straight behind her, and then snapped fiercely at that female clerk. "I think you're the one who looks like she's being kept. I think you're the filthy one. Hey, do you have any manners at all?" The clerk's face dropped. "Who brought up being kept first? Who's the one with no manners here?" Boss Charlie glared at that female clerk. "If you have nothing better to do than follow gossip online, that's perfectly fine. If you make a living with gossip as your main job, that's also fine. But treating so-called gossip and so-called scandalous dirt as absolute gospel means there is something seriously wrong with your brain. Bringing that gossip and dirt straight to the actual person's face and interrogating them completely without restraint means not only is your brain broken, but your manners are even worse. Let me tell you right now, I know exactly what kind of person my boyfriend is. I don't need you to point fingers and micromanage us. And, as a final, absolute warning, watch your mouth when you speak from now on. I happen to dislike resorting to physical violence nowadays, but if you dared to talk about my man like this, back when I still had a fiery temper, I would have absolutely given you a brutal reality check. Having said that, Charlie dragged me along as she walked away, leaving that female clerk holding her phone, completely stunned for ages. Only in the end did she curl her lip in pure irritation. "Psycho," she muttered, before lifting her phone up high to snap a photo of Charlie dragging me away. Right after that, she posted a social media update. "Industry crossover. Hurry up and come catch the drama." A candid shot of the walking live gossip. Sean came to our supermarket to buy things with his girlfriend. His girlfriend has terrible manners and even swore at me, and Sean acted like a total diva too. He truly lives up to being someone with a powerful background. Tisk tisk key image. She dragged me all the way out of the supermarket, and only then did Charlie let go of me with a face full of rage. She gnashed her teeth, angrily waving her small fist. What kind of person is that? Do they have any upbringing at all? My wonderful mood for the entire day was completely ruined by her. Looking at the exceptionally furious Charlie, I said in a low voice, "Don't be angry anymore. Technically speaking, I'm the actual victim here." Even I didn't really get upset. Why was Charlie being so incredibly explosive? Consequently, Charlie reached out and gave me a hard swat. "Do you think I'm only angry at her? You're giving me plenty of reasons to be angry too. Think about it. Could you possibly have any real fans right now? You went ahead and foolishly admitted your identity out loud. And when she asked a disgusting question like that just now, why didn't you argue back at her at all? Do you have no spine whatsoever?" I smiled and gently stroked her head. "Well, aren't you here to stand up and vent for me?" I think you chewed her out beautifully. You said everything I wanted to say. I was already thirsty to begin with, and yelling made me even thirstier. Charlie turned her head away stubbornly, muttering under her breath. "Then I'll go back and buy a bottle of water for you," I said. "No way." Charlie grabbed me tightly. "Things have already gotten this dramatic, and you still have the nerve to go back?" I smiled bitterly. "That's my family's supermarket. Why on earth should I be embarrassed to go back?" I went back into the supermarket and bought a bottle of water. When it was time to pay, seeing that Charlie wasn't by my side, the female clerk from earlier remarked to me, "Your girlfriend has a seriously explosive temper. But you're a total scumbag too. Being kept as a boy toy by the big boss of Lanyu Entertainment, yet marketing a dating variety show with Charlie, and keeping a secret girlfriend on the side. Wow. Truly impressive." The female clerk rambled on relentlessly, completely ignoring me. She wasn't afraid of me losing my temper in the slightest. At worst, if I hit her, she could use it as evidence to go online, keep posting, and milk the traffic. She could even extort a sum of money from me. This was exactly how she made her money, so she actually wished she could blow things out of proportion. Anyway, she also knew I was just a rookie who recently debuted, and aside from a rumored sugar daddy, I didn't have much power or influence. She could easily afford to offend a minor celebrity of this caliber. As it turned out, I didn't hit her, nor did I curse at her. I just silently took the water and paid for it. Once I finished paying and was about to leave, only then did I suddenly speak up. I didn't even look at the clerk, speaking as if I were talking to myself. "Honestly, no matter what you say about me, I don't really care all that much. But just now, you went and made the lady of my house angry, so that makes me a little upset too. You've grown this old, yet no one has ever taught you how to respect others, or how to speak properly like a human being, have they? That's fine, I'll teach you." Having said that, I turned around and walked out of the supermarket. The female clerk was caught off guard at first, but seeing that I walked away without doing a thing, she curled her lip. "Talking tough but acting so soft. He truly lives up to being a boy toy. I really thought you were going to do something to me. Turns out he's just a useless coward," she thought to herself. Continuing to post on social media, she started drafting a post, playing the victim and whining about how she had just been verbally insulted and violently threatened by me and my girlfriend. But midway through writing the post, she received a phone call from the supermarket manager. The voice on the other end of the line simply said one sentence: "You don't need to come in tomorrow." With that, he hung up immediately. The clerk froze for a moment, but immediately followed it with a cold snort. "Fine by me. I only took this part-time job at your shop to kill time. Did you honestly think I gave a damn about this crappy job? She made her money through social media, not by working shifts at a supermarket. However, not long after she hung up the call over here, just as she was planning to continue writing her exposé, her phone's email app pinged, notifying her that she had received a new email. The clerk opened it up to take a look, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. Inside the email, her name, address, life history, along with all the celebrities she had smeared and offended, and their corresponding posts had been thoroughly compiled. At the very end of the email, a few sentences were attached. A copy of this email has been sent directly to the inbox of every single celebrity you have smeared. I hope their teams can teach you how to speak like a proper human being. Wishing you a bright future ahead, Ms. Jennifer. On the bus heading from Clear Creek County to the Midland urban area, Charlie was resting, leaning against me. I held my phone, staring out the window. On my phone screen, a line of text was displayed. Email sent successfully. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Charlie and I took the bus back into the city. However, the two of us didn't return to the villa immediately. According to Charlie, if we went back right now, our dinner would definitely fall under Lynn's high-pressure control again, so she insisted on eating dinner out. The two of us found a barbecue joint, bought a massive pile of skewers, and then carried these skewers straight to Walt's Internet Cafe. We devoured the skewers while lounging in the Internet Cafe watching a TV drama. Boss Charlie even smugly flaunted and ate a couple of skewers right in front of Walt, making Walt so annoyed that he ordered takeout for himself. But because Boss Charlie had stuffed herself with my cooking at lunch, she really couldn't eat too much of this greasy food. At night, consequently, a large portion of the barbecue skewers was left over. Adhering to the principle of not letting things go to waste, Charlie had no choice but to take these skewers back home. Of course, Charlie had absolutely no intention of sharing these skewers with Lynn. She knew all too well that if Lynn caught sight of them, it would be equivalent to handing Lynn the ultimate evidence of her eating barbecue at night, meaning she would be dead meat. So Charlie planned to sneak back into the house, sneak the skewers back to her room, and eat them as a late-night snack. She stealthily unlocked the main doors of the villa, pulling me with one hand and holding the skewers in the other, cautiously stepping inside. Seeing that the house appeared empty, Charlie let out a long sigh of relief and was about to sprint back to her room with the skewers. But right after she took 2 steps, a cold voice called out. From inside the kitchen, Charlie. Charlie's entire body froze. She immediately whipped her hands behind her back, hiding the skewers behind her. At the same time, she shot me a look, gesturing for me to quickly take the skewers away. Charlie and I shared a bond forged from climbing school walls together, having coordinated with each other for untold years. I immediately took the skewers Charlie had hidden behind her back, intending to slip away. Meanwhile, Charlie also stepped up to cover for me, greeting Lynn with a brilliant smile. She said, "Lynn, I'm back. Did you miss me?" While Charlie was busy talking, I tried to stealthily make my way upstairs, but an old hand is always more experienced. Despite the flawless coordination between Charlie and me, we still couldn't escape Lynn's sharp eyes. Lynn didn't give Charlie a single glance, looking up directly at me as I was about to go upstairs. "Sean, come over here," Lynn said in a gentle tone. I cleared my throat. "Lynn, I'm just gonna go put something away and come right back." Lynn let out a sharp bark. I had no choice but to walk over silently with my hands behind my back. "Show me your hands." I obediently held out both hands. They were completely empty. Lynn raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze onto Charlie, and found that Charlie currently had her hands behind her back, looking around as if admiring the indoor scenery. "Charlie, show me your hands." Only after I put my hands behind my back did Charlie finally extend her hands. Both of her hands were empty as well. Lynn rolled her eyes. "Do you two take me for an idiot? Both of you, show me your hands together." Charlie and I traded a quick glance and held out our hands together. They were completely empty. Then, Lynn walked behind the two of us and picked up the bag of skewers I had just dropped. Holding the skewers, she stared at Charlie and me. "You two coordinated pretty well, huh? What great teamwork," she remarked sarcastically. Charlie let out a smug chuckle. "Of course. Back when Sean and I snuck snacks at school, and the teacher came to run inspections. You two coordinate pretty well. What great teamwork," Lynn said sarcastically. Charlie gave a smug little laugh. "Of course. Back when Sean and I used to sneak food at school, and the teacher came around for inspections." This was exactly how we got away with it. Then Lin smacked her, quick as lightning, right on top of Charlie's head. Give you an inch and you take a mile. You're actually proud of that, aren't you? Charlie's expression immediately wilted again. Lin examined the skewers in her hand for a moment. Then she suddenly smiled and said, "They're just barbecue skewers. Was there really any need to hide them? Did you think I would punish you just because you ate skewers outside?" Charlie's eyes suddenly lit up. "You won't?" Lin's smile instantly disappeared. "Of course I will." Get on the treadmill. Seeing Charlie leave, I let out a sigh too. I was about to quietly head over and do sit-ups beside the treadmill. But Lin stopped me. "Sean, wait a second. I still have something to ask you." As she spoke, Lin sat down on the sofa, stuffed a meat skewer into her mouth, and only then said to me across from her, "Sean, I need to ask you something. You have to answer me honestly. Something happened in the industry this afternoon. The managers of several celebrities all received the same email. It exposed the real identity behind a certain social media gossip account. That account wasn't especially big, but it often posted celebrity dirt to chase attention. So, in truth, a lot of celebrities hated it. But there are far too many small gossip accounts like that. If celebrities chased down every single one, they wouldn't have time for any other work. So, very few celebrities ever pursue them seriously. This time, the email they received not only exposed the identity behind that gossip account, it also organized all the fabricated dirt he had posted, along with some slanderous and defamatory posts, including many posts he had deleted. Everything had been compiled. With those materials, it would be more than enough to send the person behind that account to jail for questioning. I raised an eyebrow, spread my hands, and said, "So what are you asking me, Lin?" Lin looked at me deeply. "I want to ask, do you know who exposed that gossip account?" I fell silent for a moment. Then I smiled and gently nodded. It was me. I knew that since Lin was asking this, she definitely had evidence. Playing dumb now would only make things awkward. Lin took a deep breath. "As expected, I have several manager friends in the industry. They all received that email. They contacted the person behind that social media account, Jennifer, and Jennifer said Sean was the one who exposed her." I nodded, then roughly told her what had happened that afternoon, from Jennifer insulting me and enraging Charlie to how unrestrained Jennifer was. When I went back later to buy water, I spoke very calmly. I personally didn't care much about her, but since Charlie was angry, giving her a little punishment didn't hurt. After hearing this, Lin suddenly rubbed her forehead and gave a bitter laugh. "A little punishment? Your punishment is way too ruthless. If even one of those celebrities decides to sue her, she'll have to pay at least tens of thousands in damages, especially since you dug up so many Weibo records she had already deleted. Those didn't just include rumors about celebrities, but also plenty of misinformation about major public events, and posts meant to steer public opinion. Slandering celebrities only means paying damages and apologizing at most, but spreading rumors that cause panic is enough to get her detained." I shrugged. "That has nothing to do with me. I'm just the person who sent the emails. The records in the email are all real. Not a single one was made up by me. Since she posted all of it herself, then she has to take responsibility for her own words." Lin ate another skewer, took a sip of water, and only then said again, "Forget it. I didn't mean to blame you. If anything, I think what you did was pretty satisfying. And a few managers seemed quite grateful to you too. You've more or less gained some connections in the industry. But the thing I want to remind you of is this. You'd better do less of this kind of thing in the future. Doxing someone is also an invasion of privacy. If Jennifer turns around and exposes you, it will damage your reputation too." I knew Lin was saying this for my own good, so I smiled and nodded in agreement. But I'm still a little curious. Where did you learn that technical skill? I looked into it a bit before. It's not really much of a skill. It definitely can't compare with the professionals. Lin didn't suspect anything. She ate 2 more skewers, chatted with me for a little while, and only then waved her hand at me. "All right, nothing else. Go on." I nodded. I lifted my feet and started heading upstairs to rest. At that moment, I was secretly relieved. Looks like Lin wasn't planning to make me do sit-ups. I had escaped disaster. But just as I reached the stairs, I heard Lin say, "I told you to go do sit-ups." "Who told you to go rest?" Fine. I had still imagined Lin as far too kind. Early the next morning, on August 4, after breakfast, Lin took Charlie and me to the airport. Generally speaking, Officially joining the cast on the 5th didn't necessarily mean filming would start on the 5th. Even if we took a flight on the morning of the 5th and arrived that evening, it wouldn't count as being late. But Lin said I was a newcomer who had never worked on dramas or variety shows before. Joining the group early would let me get familiar with the environment and adapt a little. Charlie and I had no objections. Midland and Chang'an City weren't exactly close, but planes are still fast. In under 3 hours, the three of us had already arrived in Chang'an City. Lin had contacted the production team long ago and told the crew when our flight would land. So as soon as we left the airport, we got into the production team's car and headed straight toward the filming location. On the road, Charlie asked the staff and learned that the recording location wasn't in Chang'an City's urban area, but in Blue Jade County under Chang'an City. What format is our variety show this time? Is it just a normal dating show, where we show affection and live daily life? Charlie asked again. The director said that, although this is a dating show, the format is very special. The staff member said, special? How exactly is it special? That, I can't say. The director said nothing can be revealed before filming officially starts. That made Charlie frown. We're all going to be part of the show. How does telling us count as leaking secrets? I also asked with some confusion, doesn't the internet say variety shows all have scripts? So does that mean our show doesn't have one? This time, Lin answered for the staff member. Variety shows with scripts are usually pre-recorded. This show is mainly based on live streaming. If everything followed a script, it would look fake and deliberate. I nodded. Meanwhile, Charlie kept asking over and over, what exactly was special about the show's format? The staff member was surprisingly strong-willed, even though Charlie pestered him the whole ride, pushing and pushing non-stop. Almost to the point of throwing a tantrum, the staff member still kept his mouth shut and didn't reveal a single word. In the end, Charlie resorted to her ultimate move. She pulled her wallet out of her pocket. Seeing this, the staff member quickly said, don't bribe me. Even if you give me money, I won't talk. Charlie pulled out $10. The staff member said, although I won't accept your bribe, could you at least take out a little more? At least show some sincerity. Charlie pulled out another 10. Then Charlie pulled out 5 more. The staff member looked speechless. Can you at least take out $100 bill? Charlie gritted her teeth and slapped down 100. Then she took back the $25 she had just pulled out. Although Charlie wasn't exactly short on money, she still felt that spending that much money on information she would find out sooner or later wasn't worth it. Of course, in the end, Charlie still failed to buy the information from the staff member. It wasn't that the staff member had unbreakable willpower. It was that money was like dirt to him, and Charlie simply hadn't offered enough. The production team's car drove for an hour and a half before finally entering a tourist town in Blue Jade County and stopping in front of a fairly large homestay. The staff member led me, Charlie, and Lin out of the car and into the homestay. In the courtyard of the homestay, the director, assistant director, and crew members were gathered together discussing filming arrangements. Seeing Lin and Charlie arrive, they immediately came over to greet us. Hey Charlie, Lin, you're here. The director walked over with a smile and shook Lin's hand. Director Chen, it's been 2 years. You've gotten heavier again. Lin also greeted the director familiarly. The director's name was Marcus Chen. He was chubby, and his face always carried a smiling expression. He looked like a laughing Buddha. He had switched careers into directing in middle age, and the few variety shows he had made had been neither hits nor flops. Charlie also called out, "Hello, Director Chen." Then Marcus Chen looked at me, standing at the very edge. As the director, how could Marcus not know that I was the new artist who had joined the cast, while being bundled together with Charlie? But he still pretended not to know me, asking, "And this is?" This was him leaving Lin a chance to introduce me. Lin smiled and introduced me. "This here is the new artist I just signed, Sean. Sean, this is Director Marcus Chen. You two should get to know each other." "Hello, Director Chen," I greeted Marcus. Director Chen was very warm and shook my hand. As for me, Director Chen's understanding was limited to the rumors spread by online gossip accounts. Even he himself felt that a newcomer like me, being able to get help from a B-list celebrity who had debuted years ago like Charlie, must mean I had someone backing me. Director Chen was a shrewd person. He had no desire to offend someone like me, someone who had backing behind him. After chatting for a few moments, Director Chen took Charlie and me around to get familiar with the location, and even explained many things to keep in mind during filming. He gave me a lot of help. I was genuinely grateful to him for that. For the next day and a half, I basically spent my time getting familiar with the filming equipment, the location, and the environment, while also accompanying Charlie. As we wandered around the tourist town, the other guests also arrived one after another. It wasn't until the evening of August 5, when everyone had finally arrived, that director Chen treated everyone by booking a restaurant in the tourist town, so the whole production team could have a good meal together. The regular staff sat at one table. The manager sat at another. As for Director Chen, the assistant director, and the 8 male and female guests, the main creative team of the show, they sat at the same table. At the dinner table, Director Chen raised his glass first and said to everyone, we're lucky to be gathered here together. Let me toast everyone first. I hope that over the next half month or so, we can all work together happily. And I also hope our show films smoothly. Everyone raised their glasses one after another. After the toast, it was time for everyone to toast each other. Needless to say, the director and assistant director were definitely the two people toasted the most. The person toasted third most was Charlie. After all, Charlie was the biggest name here. The other guests were only third or fourth tier minor celebrities. 2 of them were even influencers who hadn't officially debuted. Naturally, these people couldn't compare to Charlie. So of course, they were busy currying favor with her. As for me, I was the person toasted the least. That was only normal. After all, aside from one photo, I didn't have any works at all. My fame was still far below those 2 influencers. But that suited me just fine, since I was too lazy to deal with this fame and profit circle anyway. With no one paying attention to me, I could enjoy the peace. Just as I was happily eating by myself, a male guest sitting beside me suddenly raised his glass and said to me, "Buddy, let's have one." I raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse. I clinked glasses with him and took a sip of wine. That male guest leaned a little closer to me again and laughed under his breath. "Buddy, you didn't recognize me, did you? You helped me out a couple of days ago. Does that ring a bell? Helped him? A couple of days ago? Had I ever met this guy before?" Seeing that I still didn't seem to remember, the male guest hurriedly said, "A few days ago, didn't you report information about that person, Jennifer, to the celebrities she had slandered?" I was one of the people she slandered. I've disliked her for a long time. But my company always said there was no need to waste time on such a small gossip account. I couldn't do anything about her either. Usually, I could only use a side account to curse her out and vent. Thanks to you reporting her yesterday. With ready-made evidence in hand, my company didn't need to spend extra effort, and my manager directly helped me sue her. As the male guest spoke, he laughed again. Just thinking about it feels so satisfying. These little gossip accounts only dare to dig up dirt on third-rate celebrities like us, to leech popularity. Once something happens, they immediately go quiet and play dead. After the heat passes, they jump back out again. They think we're easy to bully. They treat us like soft persimmons. Now I'd finally got my revenge. Only then did I understand. So this guy had also once been slandered by Jennifer. To be honest, Jennifer had smeared quite a lot of celebrities. There were at least 100 of them. I thought about it, and finally remembered the guy in front of me. "You're that guy, Jet Nolan, the one accused of harassing a young girl?" Jet Nolan, sitting beside me, quickly made a shushing gesture, then said with an aggrieved expression, "Buddy, no. Bro, that was a rumor. Back then, I was photographed holding my niece. Jennifer used that to spread rumors about me, saying I had done something inappropriate with a young girl. At the time, so many people online cursed me out. I had to post photos of me with my niece, and even post my household registration booklet, before I could prove my innocence. Seriously, starting a rumor only takes a mouth, but debunking it can run you ragged. But after that, hardly any of the netizens who cursed me apologized. And the main culprit who spread the rumor just deleted the post and played dead, because I wasn't popular enough. My company didn't care either. They didn't help me hold her accountable. I was so frustrated during that period. I listened to Jet Nolan complain, ate a couple bites of food, and then said one sentence. Jet Nolan seemed to really love talking. He didn't care whether I answered him or not. He just kept rambling on by himself for ages. In the end, he raised another toast to me and said, "Bro, you helped me so much. From now on, you're my bro. If you need anything, just say the word. If I can help, I definitely will." I looked at him. Then I suddenly asked, "Do you have money?" Jet Nolan froze, then nodded and said, "A little." "Why?" "Lend me 500,000. I'll pay you back later." "Jet Nolan?" I looked at him. "What? Didn't you say if you could help, you definitely would?" "Jet Nolan? I was just being polite. Besides, who borrows that much money the first time they meet?" I thought about it and said again, "Then lend me 50,000 first." "That's not the point." Jet Nolan looked depressed. Why did this guy seem to play by no rules at all? Early the next morning, on a certain live streaming platform, starting today, the variety show Let's Date quietly went live. The attention on this variety show truly wasn't very high. The show itself was quite poor. The production team had no money for promotion. Earlier, with Lanyu Entertainment's support, they had bought a trending topic, but not long after, it was pushed down by the scandal of a certain A-list male star.
Plus, with this variety show of theirs, except for Charlie, none of the celebrity guests had much star power, and the traffic they brought with them wasn't a lot either. So when this show first went live, its popularity wasn't high, only drawing in a fraction of those guests' fans. And the onlookers who were following the drama earlier, the number of viewers was less than 20,000. Director Chen didn't feel discouraged, though. He had directed a few variety shows over the years, and none of them had really taken off. He was already used to this level of popularity. Right now, Director Chen was standing in the courtyard of the guest house, explaining the rules of this variety show to the 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women. Time: our show is a survival dating variety show. The moment this first sentence left his mouth, the guests were all a bit dazed. Survival dating? Do you think those words even go together for a show? Charlie muttered. She had heard of survival shows, and she had heard of dating shows. But what on earth was a survival dating show? If you don't date, you die? Director Chen explained with a chuckle. Of course it's not the wilderness survival type. The survival part isn't that brutal. It works like this. All the cash and phones you brought with you must be handed over during the show. Every day when the live stream starts, we will give each duo a very small amount of money. Your 3 daily meals, including whatever expenses you need, to complete our missions must be covered by the money we hand out. If you spend money recklessly, not only might you fail the missions, but you might even end up with nothing to eat. During the daily live stream, viewers can cast their votes for whoever they feel is the absolute sweetest duo. Through this voting, after the live stream ends each day, the 4 duos will be ranked based on their vote counts. The duo that gets the most votes can receive a bonus cash reward the next day. However, this bonus will be deducted from the duo with the lowest votes. Director Chen let out a mischievous chuckle. For the duo with the lowest votes, maybe even eating and drinking will become a problem. Is that survival enough for you? To be fair, these rules were pretty novel. Charlie and the others all grew interested. Some of the viewers watching the live stream started discussing it as well. Honestly, this sounds pretty fun. The viewers can actually decide the fate of these celebrities. The sweetest gets the most money, and the least sweet can't even afford food. Whoever isn't affectionate is going to be so embarrassed. Then, doesn't whoever has the most fans have the advantage? Charlie has so many fans. People will definitely vote for her duo the most. What about our Jet Nolan? The public's eyes are sharp. If Charlie's duo isn't sweet, but still gets the most votes, people will definitely complain to the production team. At this moment, Director Chen was still explaining the rules. 1. The 8 guests will pair up in 2s, and choose your preferred partner to form a duo, and come up with a name for your duo. In fact, before filming started, several guests had already planned out who they would pair up with. So, by right, there shouldn't have been any suspense in this segment. But at this moment, one person raised his hand high in the air, and asked loudly, "Director, I have a question." Director Chen looked at the guy, Jet Nolan. "What's your question?" Jet Nolan looked at Director Chen with a perfectly serious face. "Can we pair up with absolutely anyone we want?" Director Chen nodded. "As long as both parties are mutually willing, yes." Jet Nolan grew excited. He trotted right up to me, clinging to my arm and saying, "Sean, let's be a duo." I silently pulled my arm back. Jet Nolan put on a heartbroken expression. "Sean, do you not like men? I can go to Thailand for you." I shook my head in all seriousness. "It's not that I can't do men. I just don't like you." The scene was briefly a bit awkward, but in the bullet comments, after a wave of ellipses from the crowd, already some people had started laughing out loud. What on earth is our Jet Nolan? A total absolute goofball. Trying to pair up with a guy? I'm dying of laughter, holy crap. This dude is killing me. It's not that I can't do men. I just don't like you. Ha ha ha. Can you please be a bit more tactful with our Jet Nolan? Bullying our Jet Nolan like this makes us fans unable to stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Top tier entertainment value. But I know this Jet Nolan. Who is this Sean guy though? Is he an influencer? How come I've never seen him before? Can someone introduce him? Supposedly, he debuted by generating hype with Charlie. Seems like he has a powerful background. Crap, a nepotism baby? After tactfully declining Jet Nolan's invitation, I still ended up in a duo with Charlie. The remaining 6 people also formed their respective duos. Jet Nolan paired up with a female celebrity named Tiffany. The 2 of them belonged to the same talent agency and had arrived together in the first place. The situation with the remaining 2 duos was pretty much the same. The 2 influencers formed a duo, and the 2 celebrities from the same company formed another. After the pairing was complete, Director Chen had them come up with names for their respective duos. Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo was named Team Jet Tiff. For the other celebrity duo, the guy was named Vince, and the girl was named Megan. Their duo was named Team Mighty. The 2 influencers, one named Trent, and the other named Lucy, named their duo Team Skydew. The camera cut to Charlie and me. The viewers originally thought our duo would simply be called the Night Breeze Duo. Sure enough, Charlie spoke up, we'll just be called Night Breeze. So unoriginal. A bullet comment popped up, but before that comment could even float across the screen, Charlie continued, the night breeze gently brushes Penghu Bay, white waves chasing the sandy beach. No coconut groves to intoxicatingly frame the setting sun. Just a vast sheet of ocean blue. Can we do this one? Director Chen rubbed his temples, completely speechless. You couldn't even resist singing it just now. Do you honestly think that works? Can you change it to something shorter? Charlie nodded with a bit of regret. Then let's just call it Penghu Bay. Who just said my Charlie was unoriginal? Step forward. I've already laughed twice in just this short bit. This variety show hasn't even officially started, and the entertainment value is already through the roof. Penghu Bay and the names of those 2, you can't say it has absolutely nothing to do with them. You can only say it has absolutely nothing to do with them. Are you serious right now? My Charlie is truly hilarious. What a pity. Why did she pair up with a nepotism baby like him? Every time I see this Sean guy, it ruins my appetite. Not all the comments were well-intentioned. Some viewers were professional internet trolls hired by a rival company of Lanya Entertainment. Their sole purpose today was to smear Charlie and us, so their words were naturally highly unpleasant. Director Chen let out a light cough and then asked, Charlie, are you sure your duo is going to be called Penghu Bay? Once it's confirmed, the production team will use this name to set up the voting system, and it can't be changed later. Just this one. Charlie seemed quite satisfied with this name. Director Chen looked over at me next. Seeing that I didn't seem to have any other objections either, he finally finalized the name for Charlie's and my duo as the definitive choice, the Penghu Bay Duo. With the duos and their names finalized, Director Chen gestured to the assistant director to launch a voting module within the live stream window. There were 4 voting options in total, each displaying the respective name of the 4 duos. Viewers who thought a certain couple was the sweetest can cast their vote by sending the duo's name in the comments. The system would automatically count the votes. Only the first vote cast by each user per day was valid. Director Chen explained the usage of this voting system to the audience, and some people immediately started trying to vote. Many viewers watching the live stream thought that Charlie, who had the highest popularity, would have a significantly high vote count. But after a short while, they discovered that the vote count for Charlie's duo actually only ranked in 2nd place. Even though I really like Charlie, since I heard the guy paired with her is a nepotism baby, I ended up voting for another duo. I'm a fan of hers too, but I voted for another duo as well. I'm not targeting Sean. I just feel Lanyu Entertainment is way too disgusting, using our Charlie as a tool to promote a rookie, although there were still plenty of Charlie's fans who cast their votes for her under the calculated efforts of those paid internet trolls. Deliberately swaying public opinion, a portion of Charlie's fans began to be led astray. Misled by the trolls, they also muddledly cast their votes. For the other duos, Charlie and the others were completely unaware of this. At this moment, Charlie was receiving her mission card from the director. A dating show was a variety show after all. They couldn't just film the daily routines of the main and female guests from morning till night. For the sake of entertainment value, they still had to assign missions to each duo. After Charlie received the mission card, the expression on her face became a bit peculiar. Main mission. Visit and check in at 3 local snack shops within the tourist town and sample their signature local delicacies. Upon completion, a cash bonus will be awarded. Secret mission, tell your partner 3 jokes and make your partner laugh. Upon completion, a cash bonus will be awarded. Charlie asked in confusion, what does this secret mission mean? Is there a secret mission on your card too? Let me see. As she spoke, Charlie tried to snatch my mission card. Director Chen hurriedly stopped her. Secret missions are part of our special mechanic. Every single one of you has a secret mission, but you cannot let your partner know about it. Otherwise, even if you complete it, No cash bonus will be given to you. Charlie let out an "Oh," but her eyes were still eyeing in my direction. Meanwhile, inside the live stream room, the broadcaster had already displayed everyone's secret missions, right across the screen. Upon seeing my secret mission, the viewers were all a bit speechless. Does this director have some kind of personal grudge against Sean? He must have assigned this kind of mission on purpose, right? The production team sure knows how to mess with people, to think there's actually a mission like this. But our Charlie is such a gentle person. Will she really fulfill a mission like that? On the screen, my secret mission was displayed prominently at the top. Secret mission. Get your partner to give you a beating. When I saw this secret mission, I was also left somewhat speechless. Finally, I raised my hand toward the director and said, "Director, can I swap my mission?" Director Chen shook his head with a perfectly straight face. "No. If you feel it's too difficult, you can choose to give up on it, but it cannot be swapped." I raised my hand again and asked, "Does it count if I finish it right now?" Director Chen nodded his head. And then I turned to look at Charlie, saying softly, "Let me tell you a ghost story. Do you want to hear it?" Charlie's eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. She threw a punch straight into my chest. "Ghost story, your ass. If your mission is to do this, give up on it right this instant." As she spoke, she landed 2 more consecutive punches on my body. I spread my hands toward Director Chen. Done. Holy crap, that fast? Why do I feel like this Sean guy seems to know Charlie so well? They seem so close. Are they really just coworkers? Yeah, the 2 of them are so natural. The way Charlie hit Sean is exactly like how my girlfriend hits me. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend in reality. Director Chen hadn't expected either, that my mission would be completed so quickly. After being shocked for a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "Then, I announce, Sean's secret mission is complete. The bonus will be distributed to you shortly." Charlie was still in a completely dazed state. She completely had no idea what my secret mission was, or how it was finished. Snatching the mission card from my hand, Charlie finally figured it out. So, when I said I wanted to tell a ghost story just now, I was deliberately baiting her. Charlie suddenly raised her hand too. Seeing this, Director Chen hurriedly asked, "What is it? Are you trying to complete your mission right now too?" Director Chen's heart actually ached a bit. These secret missions were what he intended to use for entertainment value, but now the show hasn't even officially started yet, and the secret mission has already been completed. Didn't this mean his hard work was completely wasted? Not really, Charlie said. Director Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Then what do you want?" "To ask," Charlie asked, holding up my mission card. "I want to ask, can this mission be completed repeatedly? Can I beat him up a few more times? And is there a bonus reward for beating him into critical condition?" Director Chen's face darkened. "What are you thinking? This is a dating variety show, not a fighting variety show. If you really beat him into critical condition, our production team won't even cover his medical bills. We're very broke." "Hahaha, Charlie, you're going to kill me with laughter. Are you trying to inherit my credit card debt? We're very broke." Proudly and confidently rejecting her. Who was the one saying Charlie was gentle earlier? Step out and let Charlie beat you up. After brushing Charlie off, Director Chen finally handed out the cash to the 4 duos present. The other 3 duos only got $20, while Charlie's and my Punku Bay duo got $25. $5 of that was my bonus. The moment they saw it, several people were dumbfounded. "Director, $20 is not even enough to check in at the snack shops. We won't even have money left to buy 2 bottles of water, right? This is completely not enough to spend." The influencer Trent complained, "This kind of tourist town is notoriously expensive. A single bottle of mineral water can sell for a high price of $5 or $6 here." Director Chen let out a mischievous chuckle. "Otherwise, why would it be called a survival dating show? There are bound to be challenges. As for how to complete this mission, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. Also, let me inform you, starting from tomorrow, you can only receive a basic subsistence allowance of $5 from me. Only by completing the mission and winning rewards today can you get more money tomorrow. All right, now that all the rules have been introduced, good luck to everyone." With that, Director Chen slipped away, leaving the remaining duos staring blankly at each other, finally understand what this survival show is all about. It really is quite difficult. Turns out this production team really is broke. This mechanic is actually pretty interesting. I'm going to grab my friends to watch this. At this moment, inside the livestream room, the number of viewers had risen from less than 20,000 at the start to 30,000. Everyone has seen ordinary variety shows, and they've watched plenty of dating shows too, but a survival dating show this unique was truly a first for many viewers. Finding it highly novel, many people shared the livestream link with their friends, bringing in a batch of new viewers. While these viewers were discussing the format of the show, the 4 duos had already left the guesthouse courtyard to search for their respective mission targets. I was in charge of gesturing while Charlie was in charge of guessing. Once both of us signaled that we were ready, the staff member revealed the prompt board. First prompt, exquisite beauty. I pointed at Charlie. Charlie blinked and immediately blurted out, drop-dead gorgeous, stunningly beautiful, world-class beauty. Gorgeous facial features, peerless elegance, fresh as a lotus, a feast for the eyes, and exquisite beauty, correct? I clapped my hands. Next question. Second prompt, drop-dead gorgeous. I pointed at Charlie again. Charlie immediately said, drop-dead gorgeous. Stunning, correct. Next prompt. What kind of playstyle was this? No, wait a second. This is way too fast. Guessing 2 idioms in less than 5 seconds? Are they even human? Is this really testing their chemistry? Isn't this just testing how narcissistic Charlie is? I'm really curious. Just how many adjectives describing herself did she memorize? Did the production team leak the prompts in advance? A bullet comment popped up, already beginning to question the fairness of the production team. The internet trolls and anti-fans, who were equally shocked by the speed of their guessing, also snapped back to reality at this time, hurriedly grabbing their keyboards again to start swaying public opinion. I think the prompts were leaked too. There must be a script, right? Lanyu Entertainment definitely pumped money in, wanting to force a romantic ship between Charlie and Sean. Seeing the comments, Director Chen felt he was being completely wrongfully accused. He truly hadn't taken any money from Lanyu, and he truly hadn't leaked any prompts, although this staff member was arranged by him in advance, and the prompts were created by the production team, but he hadn't told anyone else either. What's more, just now, among that massive pile of adjectives Charlie rattled off, barely any of them were even in the prompt pool. It was a total pure coincidence. With this in mind, Director Chen quickly contacted the staff off camera, instructing the staff member not to display any more prompts related to physical appearance from then on, and the next prompt was indeed not related to appearance. Prompt 3, waiting by the tree for a rabbit. There's no way she'll guess it in a second this time, right? If she guesses it in a second again, I'll furiously suspect the production team leaked the prompts. The comments felt that this prompt actually had a bit of difficulty. Even Director Chen thought so. If Charlie could still guess it in a second this time, he would even begin to suspect whether there was a mole among his own staff. Then, I was seen first pointing at my own hand, and then pointing at Charlie. Charlie immediately said, waiting by the tree for a rabbit. Holy crap. I knew prompts were leaked. Otherwise, how do you explain this? Director Chen was also thoroughly furious, wanting to go check immediately if there was a problem with his own staff, but a bullet comment that suddenly floated up left Director Chen and the other furious viewers completely stunned. Sean first pointed at his hand, then pointed at Charlie. Hand plus pig? Could any normal person guess waiting by the tree for a rabbit's from that? Just a theory. Might not be right. The comments fell silent for a brief moment. I get the logic, but why does Charlie equal a pig? The most terrifying part, isn't it that Charlie guessed it in a single second? She completely tacitly accepted that she is a pig. Even though I find this explanation highly reasonable, I still feel like the prompts were leaked. They're guessing way too fast. Meanwhile, the staff member had already flipped to the next prompt. Prompt 4, childhood sweethearts. I pointed at Charlie, and then pointed at myself. This time, Charlie finally didn't guess it in a second. She thought about it for a moment, and suddenly blurted out, a married couple with one heart. Seeing me shake my head, Charlie began guessing again. Deeply in love, mutual respect, marital harmony, husband and wife following each other. None of them are right? Could it be deep brotherly bond, sworn brotherhood, or deep father-son bond, fathers and sons fighting together in battle? Wait a minute, married couple brothers? How did even father and son come into play? Is their relationship a bit too chaotic? After a few more seconds, Charlie finally clued in. Childhood sweethearts. Only then did I nod. Wait, no. Putting aside the married couple, brothers, and father and son, all those bizarre descriptions. Why do Charlie and Sean equal childhood sweethearts? Aren't they just co-workers? A viewer asked in confusion, could it be another relationship forced by the company? It's possible. After all, isn't he a boy toy kept by Lanyu's big boss? The paid trolls and anti-fans took the opportunity to sway public opinion again. Hey, I know Sean and Charlie. The two of them were my elementary school classmates. They actually grew up together from the start. Can you guys stop blindly smearing them if you don't know the facts? I don't buy that for a second. I could claim I'm Charlie's father too. Fabricating rumors really requires zero cost, huh? At this moment, inside Midland, Charles, who was watching the live stream, saw this bullet comment. His brows furrowed deeply. He reached out and typed a line of text. I'm her actual father. Who the hell do you think you are? Followed immediately by, you have been muted by the moderator. Staring at the notification flashing across his screen, Charles slammed his fist onto the table in pure rage. Prompt 5, heavy traffic. For this prompt, I finally stopped pointing at myself or Charlie. I first mimed a driving motion, and then mimed playing ping pong. Charlie followed my gestures for a moment, and then immediately guessed, heavy traffic. Correct. Next prompt. The dragon teammates felt offended. Haha. This, Sean's gesturing is so good even with gestures like this. One could guess it without any leaked prompts. If the prompts weren't leaked, the two of them truly have incredible chemistry. If it were me, I'd probably have to think for ages. Then maybe your brain just isn't sharp enough. Prompt 6, Heaven's Destruction. Before I even started gesturing, the comments started guessing. I bet Sean will point to the sky first, and then point at Charlie. 1, 1, plus 1. Sure enough, I was seen first pointing to the sky, and then pointing at Charlie. Heaven's Destruction. Charlie blurted out instantly, damn it. I've truly figured out their pattern. I feel like they might really not have had the prompts leaked in advance. I get the logic, but the question remains, why does Charlie equal a pig? Charlie, how could you just accept that you're a pig? Can't you at least put up a fight? Next, prompt 7, prompt 8, and prompt 9. The progress of Charlie's and my duo was so fast that it made the production team's scalps go numb. My gestures were perfectly precise and concise, while Charlie's comprehension was even faster. For some of the movements I gestured, the audience at first glance wouldn't necessarily connect them with the words to be guessed. Take prompt 10 for instance, the idiom, stop at the right time. The viewers felt it was already difficult to guess to the absolute extreme, yet I only performed 2 actions. First, I raised both arms in the same direction, tilting my head to the side, a textbook skier pose. Then, I made a stopping gesture. The viewers were completely stunned, but after Charlie muttered for a moment, she shouted aloud, "Skr at the right time! Hey! Stop at the right time! Correct. Next prompt." Holy crap, this is insane. One is truly a master at gesturing, and the other truly dares to guess. To be perfectly honest, even my brother and I, who have lived together for over a decade, wouldn't necessarily have this kind of chemistry and comprehension. Could these two really be childhood sweethearts? I thought they looked so close earlier. Don't talk nonsense. Let me clarify right now. My childhood sweetheart and I don't have this kind of chemistry at all. Soon, half of the 2 minutes had passed, and Charlie and I had already guessed 13 prompts within a minute. Logically speaking, we could have already stopped, but Charlie was getting quite into it. She even raised her hand, wanting to switch sides with me, so that she could be the one gesturing. The staff member hurriedly contacted the director for help. The prompt pool he prepared had only a little over 30 prompts in total. Vince and Megan had already gone through a round earlier, adding up. The correct ones and skipped ones, they had already used over a dozen. The few remaining prompts were basically related to physical appearance, which the director explicitly forbade, so his prompt pool was completely running on empty. Director Chen could only pick up his walkie-talkie, cleared his throat, and said, Charlie, your mission is already complete now. You've won the free pass. No need to keep going. Charlie, who was excitedly getting ready to gesture for me, became instantly displeased. She suddenly blinked her eyes aggrievedly and looked pitifully toward the camera. I haven't even gestured yet. I want to play. Charlie, after all, was a highly capable, talented actress. The moment she made that little face, the comment section exploded right then. Let her play. My Charlie said she wants to play. Director, don't be unreasonable. Anyone who bullies Charlie is in big trouble. To be perfectly honest, I got a bit hooked watching them guess prompts too. This was just too smooth. This 1 minute is absolutely the highlight moment of today's show. I'm hooked too. I just called my friends over to watch together. Why are they stopping the guessing? At this moment, the comments were flooding the screen, to the point where even the anti-fans and paid trolls couldn't find a single opening to chime in. Seeing the comments, Director Chen got a headache. It wasn't that he didn't want to let Charlie play. There were literally no prompts left. Suddenly, the assistant director beside him leaned in and whispered a few words into Director Chen's ear. Hearing this, Director Chen's eyes lit up. This is perfect. It can fulfill Charlie's wish to play and shut the mouths of those who claim we leaked the prompts. He picked up the walkie-talkie again and announced, Dear viewers, our production team's prompt pool has run out. However, to fulfill Charlie's wish, we have decided to add a new segment. We are now going to crowdsource prompts from the comment section. Everyone can send the words you want the Penghubei duo to guess as bullet comments. Our backend system will compile the data. Once the tally is complete, we will take the top 5 most voted words, add them to our pool, and let Charlie play for 5 more prompts. All right, for the next 30 seconds, viewers, please send your comments enthusiastically. We will announce the results in 30 seconds. The moment Director Chen said this, the viewers in the livestream room all got hyped up. They watched plenty of variety shows on regular days, but a variety show where the audience could interact in real time and directly impact the show's entertainment value was truly quite rare before. In a split second, The comments in the livestream room were absolutely flying. When Director Chen took a look at those words, he almost went completely numb. There wasn't a single, normal, sane word among them. Some bizarre internet slang or made-up idioms, total gibberish phrases, or weird phonetic combinations. Director Chen didn't even know how to pronounce them. Even the words he did recognize were exceptionally bizarre, like Peppa Pig, goat, young man, reflect on yourself, King Gilly, time management master. And some people even sent tongue twisters, like red snapper and green snapper and donkey, or black fertilizer evaporates and diffuses, and things of that nature. How on earth was a human supposed to gesture these words? But you couldn't really blame the live stream room for turning into a madhouse. Those casual viewers in the live stream room had all come purely for the entertainment value, so they naturally went with whatever was the most fun. The words they wrote were naturally highly bizarre. Meanwhile, those paid trolls from Lanyu Entertainment's rival companies wished for nothing more than for me to fail to guess a single word, so the words they submitted were naturally even stranger. 30 seconds passed very quickly. Director Chen looked at the back-end comment statistics, only to find that the words he couldn't even read actually received the fewest votes. And here, I thought, those exceptionally bizarre words would get the most votes. Director Chen muttered to himself. The assistant director adjusted his glasses from the side. The reason they got few votes is probably because nobody knew how to type out those specific characters. You make a very good point. After that, Director Chen ran a quick filter, picked a few words, and announced them. He obviously couldn't completely rely on the audience's bullet comments to select the words literally. So, for example, among the top 5 most voted words, there was an insulting phrase targeted at me. It was naturally posted by the paid trolls hired by Lanyu Entertainment's rival. With Director Chen's extensive experience, he had long since noticed that professional internet trolls had entered his livestream room. Director Chen naturally couldn't let this kind of word appear in the prompt pool. Otherwise, setting aside how Charlie and I would feel about it, even those casual viewers would find it completely repulsive. Director Chen deleted this word and substituted a word that he considered to have the highest difficulty, but hadn't garnered enough votes into the prompt pool instead. Reflecting on this, Director Chen's eyes darted around, and he cooked up another scheme. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Charlie, the 5 words with the most votes have now been finalized. In a little bit, the staff will write them down on the prompt board. Since these are extra bonus prompts for you, and the difficulty is exceptionally high, the production team has decided that, as long as you can get all 5 prompts perfectly right, we will grant Rapunghube Duo an additional $5 cash bonus reward." Director Chen did this, partly to create a gimmick to drum up more trending traffic, and partly because he felt the prompt he slipped in at the very end was something Charlie and I absolutely could not guess. When Charlie and I failed to guess it despite our best efforts, and couldn't get the money, it would make for another wave of top-tier entertainment value. The moment Charlie heard there was money, her eyes lit up. She immediately let out a happy cheer, subsequently turning to say to me, "Whether we can have a great lunch today relies entirely on you." I smiled and nodded my head. Very quickly, the staff member wrote down those 5 bizarre and eccentric words on the prompt board. Under Director Chen's arrangement, they specifically placed the most difficult word that Director Chen had slipped in at the very end of the list. Right after that, the staff member revealed the prompt board. Seeing the first prompt, Charlie was completely dumbfounded. Jet Nolan. It was probably because Jet Nolan's duo had interacted quite a bit with Charlie and me today, making the audience deeply remember this duo, but it left Charlie thoroughly stumped. How on earth was she supposed to gesture a person's name? She suddenly started looking all around, wanting to see if that unlucky fellow Jet Nolan happened to be nearby. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't. In the end, Charlie cooked up an idea. She first mimed holding a cup and using a straw to drink something. Right after that, she flashed a 1 with her left hand toward me and a 1 with her right hand. Then she flashed a 2 with her left hand and a 1 with her right hand. Then she flashed a 3 with her left hand, a 5 with her right hand, and finally waved her hands around. And then that was it. Is there a sign language master who can decode this? I've studied sign language, and I just want to say I'm also waiting for someone to decode it. I don't understand it at all, but I am deeply awestruck. What the hell does this even mean? Forget about not being able to see the word Jet Nolan right now. Even if I could see the prompt, it would still be exceptionally hard for me to connect Charlie's movements with Jet Nolan. If he can actually guess this, not only will I admit there is no inside fix, but I'll also cast a vote for them right away. A viewer remarked in the comments, and then I was heard saying, Jet Nolan. Holy crap, an inside fix. It's absolutely an inside fix. How on earth could anyone guess that? Forget about the audience. Even Director Chen was completely dumbfounded by this point. He picked up his walkie-talkie and said to me with a trembling voice, "Sean, can you please explain how on earth you guessed that?" "It's very simple," I said nonchalantly. Charlie first mimed a drinking motion, but the key focus was using a straw, so I began connecting it to straws. Milk tea and the soy milk we drank this morning. As for the gestures Charlie flashed, I didn't understand what they meant at first. But once she flashed those few numbers, I clued in. You clued into what? Is there some kind of hidden meaning to those numbers? Director Chen was completely in the dark. I could only break it down for him, lifting a 1 with the left hand, and a 1 with the right hand refers to the very first straw I sold to Jet Nolan, for which I charged him $1, lifting a 2 with the left hand, and a 1 with the right hand refers to when Jet Nolan approached me again to buy a second straw, and I charged him another $1. As for that 3 and 5, it refers to me selling him a third straw, telling him I'd only charge him 50 cents. Director Chen stared with wide eyes. Then what did Charlie waving her hands at the very end mean? It meant that Jet Nolan ultimately didn't buy that 50-cent straw, and at the end she spread her hands. Isn't it exceptionally easy to guess Jet Nolan from that? Director, viewers, fetch my imperial sword. Slice an apple for this absolute genius. Easy your ass. This is pure humble bragging, right? Before, I only questioned the relationship between the two of them. But now I'm starting to question their species. Are these two actually humans from Earth? Where are those people who claimed the prompts were leaked earlier? Feeling slapped in the face yet? I give up. Fine, I admit there is absolutely no inside fix. Just judging by their reading comprehension skills, why on earth would they ever need an inside fix? The key is the chemistry. Chemistry. If their chemistry wasn't deeply profound, they could rack their brains all day and still wouldn't know what the other was trying to express. I am truly stunned. If my ex-boyfriend had understood me like this, we wouldn't have broken up either. I am truly awestruck. If I had understood my ex-girlfriend like this, we wouldn't have broken up either. Why don't you two guys above just get back together? Voting time, voting time. This couple's entertainment value is simply supreme. After a brief moment of speechless awe, the comments boiled over again. In a split second, the vote count for Charlie's and my duo shot up by a massive margin, to the point where even those paid trolls didn't know what to say for a moment. Forced romantic ships, promotional marketing, riding on Charlie's popularity. Just judging by the sheer chemistry between the two of them, if anyone claims they didn't know each other long ago, not even a ghost would believe it. Charlie and I were completely unaware of the excitement in the comments. Right now, Charlie and I had already started guessing the second prompt. The second prompt wasn't nearly as absurd as the first one. It was a trending internet buzzword, consisting of 5 characters, terrible yet loves to play. Why do I feel like this is a subtle dig at my Charlie? Although my Charlie loves to play, where exactly is she terrible? This prompt didn't seem particularly easy to gesture either, but that depended entirely on who was doing it. If you swapped in Vince's duo, it would tire them to death and they still wouldn't match it. But with Charlie and me, I felt everything was entirely possible. The moment Charlie saw this prompt, she suddenly let out a sigh of relief. She gestured a 5 toward me, indicating that it consisted of 5 characters. Right after that, she put on an expression, meaning sitting in front of a computer playing games, and then she pointed at herself again. I immediately guessed, terrible yet loves to play. Charlie clapped her hands excitedly. Although I just said anything was possible, isn't this a bit too fast? Holy crap, he guessed it before I could even finish typing. Why do I feel like Charlie shouldn't be celebrating right now? Have I played games with Charlie before? Why did I know it was terrible yet loves to plays? Just from Charlie making that motion? Even Charlie herself gestured it that way, proving she really is terrible at games. However, prompts 3 and 4 didn't go as smoothly. When Charlie and I tried to guess them, the prompt for the third question was just 2 words. Silence. Charlie stood in silence for a long time, and in the end, I guessed dementia. Charlie was speechless. Is this damn Sean looking for a beating? But she also knew that if she stayed completely still, it would be hard for me to guess. In the end, Charlie had a sudden stroke of genius, remembering a video she had recently scrolled past on TikTok about a high-quality human specimen. Suddenly, she spread her legs wide, miming holding a phone with one hand and putting her other hand in her pants pocket, and began to sway around. My Charlie is finally cutting loose too. Another one driven completely insane. What on earth is she trying to do? What does this have to do with silence? I raised an eyebrow. On the way to Blue Jay County, Charlie had shown me this video several times, saying it was painful to watch, but she'd cringe if she didn't watch it for a day, and she couldn't let herself suffer this pain alone. Dancing, I guessed, but Charlie shook her head, and mimed opening her mouth to sing. I instantly understood Charlie's meaning, and directly started singing the song from that video. I've dried out the silence. Okay, you don't need to sing anymore. Correct. Charlie gave a happy peace sign. What a genius. He actually sang pretty well just now. What a pity he didn't finish the song. I never thought charades could be played like this. I haven't seen that video. I just went to look it up. Now my mind is completely full of, I've dried out the silence. The fourth prompt was equally bizarre, and it also took Charlie and me some time. This charades game of course had a time limit. The production team gave us 5 minutes. Earlier, guessing Jet Nolan, and Terrible Yet Loves to Play, went quite smoothly, only taking up 1 minute. But the third prompt and the fourth prompt consumed more time. Now there was only a minute and a half left. Likewise, there was only one final prompt left. As long as we got this one right, we could get the $5 bonus. Charlie's eyes gleamed, just like a hungry wolf about to catch its prey. She stared intently at the prompt board, waiting for the staff member to flip to the next prompt. Wringing her hands in anticipation, Charlie saw the next word, and her expression froze instantly. Ha ha ha! I voted for this word too. The person who came up with this first is a true genius. There's no way this word can be gestured even on pain of death. This is absolutely hilarious, killing me. My Charlie is completely stupefied. No matter how good their chemistry is, they can't guess this word, because this was truly impossible to guess. Director Chen also looked proudly at Charlie's expression, unable to stop snickering in his heart. This question was personally selected by him, so its weight was bound to be premium. He refused to believe these two could actually guess this one. Charlie was indeed stupefied, because the final prompt turned out to be impossible to guess. It wasn't that Charlie couldn't guess it. The 4 characters of this prompt were literally impossible to guess. How on earth could she gesture this? Charlie was going crazy. First, she shook her head, then she waved her hands. But no matter how good my chemistry with her was, I couldn't connect it to the phrase impossible to guess. I guessed several times in a row, but they were all wrong. 30 seconds had already passed, leaving only 1 minute. Just as Charlie was having a headache, Megan and Vince nearby were planning to leave. They hadn't won the free pass, feeling bitter about it, and just wanted to watch Charlie and me make fools of ourselves. Although Charlie and I had ultimately won the free pass, seeing that we also had prompts we couldn't guess, made Vince and Megan feel a bit better in their hearts, so they planned to leave and continue doing their missions. But they suddenly gave Charlie an inspiration. Charlie pointed a finger at Megan and Vince, gesturing with her eyes for me to look over. I glanced over in that direction, and then said, Team Mighty. Charlie shook her head. Fake couple? Charlie shook her head. Strangers in the same bed? Shook her head. Turning into enemies? Shook her head again. Hypocritical. Severing ties? Like fire and water? Murderers of each other's fathers? Seeing my guesses get more and more exaggerated, many people in the comments had already laughed themselves silly. Team Mighty, do you have any manners? Vince and Megan, are you serious right now? Can I ask how on earth the phrase murderers of each other's fathers was guessed? It's a good thing Team Mighty walked far away. Otherwise, they definitely have to come have a heart-to-heart with him right now, killing me with laughter. Some viewers also noticed that there were only 30 seconds left. They won't be able to guess it this time, right? Ah, looks like Charlie won't be getting the money this time, but the chemistry between them is still very impressive. Yeah, it's mainly because this prompt is too bizarre. Even if their hearts beat as one, unless they have mind-reading powers, it's simply impossible to guess, right? Certain paid trolls and anti-fans started stirring up trouble again. This prompt isn't that hard either. If it were someone else, maybe they would have guessed it. Exactly. Even I could guess it. To put it bluntly, it's just that this nepotism baby lacks ability. Right then, someone stood up to refute these anti-fans. Can you guys please shut up? From the very start of the show, it's been you guys spamming here. Even a blind person can tell you're anti-fans. If you don't want to watch, get the hell out. Babbling here for ages just makes you look desperate to talk. We're here to watch the variety show just for entertainment value. We don't know if the rumors about him being a boy toy are true or false. We just know we are thoroughly enjoying watching this. On the contrary, you group of people are a total eyesore. It's perfectly normal not to guess this prompt, Charlie, and his chemistry has been plain for all of us to see. You group of anti-fans, can you please give your keyboards a rest and stop spouting complete nonsense over there? Before, when the paid trolls and anti-fans were stirring up trouble, very few casual viewers came forward to speak up. After all, everyone was just a casual bystander, not fans of Charlie or me, so there was no need to invite trouble for our sake. But after watching the show for this long, the casual viewer's opinion of Charlie and me had completely transformed. At least in their eyes, the relationship between the two of us was genuinely close. Our interactions were exceptionally natural, and our entertainment value was far better than the other duos. That's exactly how variety shows work. As long as you can deliver great entertainment value without being awkward or cringy, being funny and witty, it's exceptionally easy for you to win over fans. And Charlie's and my duo happened to perfectly embody all of these traits. The two of them kept the entertainment value dialed up to the maximum the entire time. And a newcomer, my performance hadn't felt awkward at all, aside from Charlie's imitation dance of a high-quality specimen. The interactions between the two of them didn't feel cringy or greasy in the slightest. The viewers simply felt as though they were watching two of their own classmates or watching their own children, playing around together with a neighbor's kid. Therefore, many pure casuals were now on the verge of turning into fans. Naturally, some brave souls stood up, daring to go head-to-head against the anti-fans. The comment section of the live stream room instantly turned into a battleground. Meanwhile, Charlie felt like she was about to start smoking too. Smoking with sheer anxiety. She was trying her absolute best to perform. The exact state Vince and Megan were in when they couldn't guess their prompt. Back then, Megan had repeatedly blurted out several times, "I have no idea, I can't guess this." By this time, I had nearly run through every single idiom describing a broken relationship that existed, yet I just wasn't turning my train of thought toward the literal phrase, impossible to guess. Meanwhile, the director had already picked up his walkie-talkie and started counting down. 10, 9, 8, we're screwed, we're totally screwed. The bonus is completely down the drain. With $5, 1/3 of a meat burger, poof, gone. Charlie was heartbroken. She felt miserable. Seeing Charlie's dejected, drooping little expression, I couldn't help but chuckle out loud. In fact, combining Charlie's initial actions of shaking her head and waving her hands, plus her subsequent performance depicting Vince and Megan's state. When they couldn't guess their word, I had already guessed in my heart that the word was precisely what Megan had just said several times, impossible to guess. How could Charlie and I possibly lack even this tiny bit of chemistry? I had just been holding it back without saying it. Seeing Charlie's deeply aggrieved look, only then did I casually raise my hand, right before Director Chen was about to announce the 4 words, "The game is over." I opened my mouth and said, "The word is impossible to guess." Charlie, who looked completely aggrieved just a second ago, instantly widened her eyes into perfect circles, looking at me in absolute pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Director Chen, who was happily holding his walkie-talkie and preparing to utter the words, "The game is over," dropped his walkie-talkie with a sharp clatter onto the floor, while the expression on his face froze little by little, as if watching a $5 bill sprout wings and fly right out of his pocket. Inside the comments section of the livestream room, seeing that I had actually managed to guess the word, those casual fans who had spoken up for me, were thoroughly re-energized and had even more confidence when tearing into the anti-fans. Come on, anti-fans, keep the hate coming. Before, you said he was a nepotism baby riding on Charlie's popularity, and that he and Charlie were just coworkers. Yet they guessed over a dozen words perfectly right in a single minute. Then you claimed the production team leaked the prompts. Now, with all these bizarre, eccentric words made up by the viewers, they still managed to guess every single one perfectly right. I'd love to see what else you bunch of anti-fans have to say. This couple's interaction is clearly way more fun than the other duos. Yet their vote count is still this low. Is the production team fixing things behind the scenes? Or is it you anti-fans who are fixing the votes? Damn it. Just judging by their performance today, I am officially standing this duo. Anyone who wants to keep hating on them will have to step over the cold dead body of my keyboard first. These accounts are definitely a paid clickbait army. I've been hanging around fandom circles for ages. These few accounts that have been relentlessly smearing him were absolutely hired by someone pumping money into it. The anti-fans and paid trolls who had finally managed to scrape up a reason to start hating on me earlier were now mostly left entirely speechless. A few who were driven into a corner and started swearing were also, swiftly, muted by the livestream room's sharp-eyed moderators. In an instant, the atmosphere in the comments section improved significantly. Meanwhile, Director Chen had already instructed a staff member to deliver the glorious $5 bill to Charlie and me. Receiving the $5, Charlie let out a joyful cheer. With that, she gave a triumphant wave of her hand. She raised her hand toward me. "Sean, you're absolutely amazing." I raised my hand almost instantly as well, high-fiving Charlie. It's all because Bro Charlie gestured so well, hey. That's right, Sean and Bro Charlie, their nicknames for each other are so cool. What exactly is their relationship? Charlie and I had already been with the production team for several days, so Director Chen naturally knew that our relationship was out of the ordinary. Right now, seeing that the viewers in the livestream room seemed highly interested in the relationship between the two of us, Director Chen decided to dig a little deeper. His $5 couldn't be spent in vain. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Director Chen spoke to Charlie and me, who were still celebrating. "Sean and Charlie, your performance in the guessing challenge just now showed incredible chemistry. First of all, congratulations to you both for winning free admission into the Love Museum. Secondly, congratulations on winning the extra $5 cash bonus. However, right here, I must ask a question on behalf of the audience. And that is, before participating in the show, what was the relationship between the two of you? Why do you share such flawless chemistry? Just as I was pondering how to give a perfect answer, Charlie suddenly gave a wink toward the camera, saying playfully, "Take a guess." With that, she dragged me along and ran into the Love Museum. This wink left the cameraman completely starstruck on the spot. Only after we had both entered the museum did he snap out of it, hurriedly hoisting his camera and chasing in after us. And equally left starstruck were the viewers in the livestream room. Did she just wink at me? Does she like me? Bullshit. She was clearly looking at me. That's my wife Charlie, hee hee hee. Charlie was acting so goofy earlier. I almost forgot she's a girl. And a beautiful one at that. So cute. She flirted with me first. She has to take responsibility for me. Mom, I'm in love. No, wait a second. Although she was indeed adorable just now. Did you guys completely overlook a problem? What did she mean by take a guesses just now? That's way too perfunctory. Yeah. Charlie didn't even answer the question directly, damn it. She completely fudged her way through. Director Chen only realized it after seeing this bullet comment. To think she actually managed to slip away just like that. His $5 was still spent in vain. Running a step ahead of the cameraman, Charlie let out a long breath as she entered the Love Museum, switching off her microphone, subsequently offering a mischievous grin toward me. Isn't your bro Charlie exceptionally witty? I switched off my microphone as well, rubbing her head. Extremely witty. Exceptionally witty. Was my wink cute or what? Cute. Incredibly cute, I said. Seeing that the cameraman hadn't caught up yet, I suddenly whispered, except I didn't see it clearly just now. Why don't you do it one more time? Charlie gave me a wink. Close your other eye too. Charlie didn't know what I was up to, but she obediently closed both of her eyes anyway. The very next second, she felt a sudden moisture on her lips. Startled, Charlie snapped her eyes open, and her eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. I was leaning down, gently planting a kiss on her lips. A flush of crimson bloomed across Charlie's face, yet she didn't pull away. On the contrary, she looped her arms around my neck, deepening this kiss even further. By the time the cameraman came bursting inside, this was the exact scene he ran into. Charlie was acting like a total bro, slinging her arm around my shoulder like a buddy, pointing and gesturing toward those bright pink and tender decorations. Inside the Love Museum, the cameraman wiped away his sweat. Thank goodness, it looked like he hadn't missed any footage. Bro Charlie, your reflexes are quite fast, huh? I whispered softly right next to her ear, feeling a tickle in her ear, across her face where the blush hadn't even faded yet. Her expression became even more unnatural. She grumbled softly, your bro Charlie is a talented actress after all. On the other hand, you actually dared to do that while filming. We were almost caught red-handed. You've got some serious nerve. Having said that, Charlie gave me a sharp pinch with her fingernails. I winced from the pain, saying aggrievedly, I originally just intended a light butterfly kiss. But you just had to press my head down. Shut up. Charlie gave me another fierce pinch. I let out a painful twitch. The relationship between those two is genuinely amazing. They're even slinging arms around each other's shoulders. Are they secretly sharing some kind of inside joke? Look, he's literally twitching with joy. These two don't look like a couple. They look more like bros. The viewers naturally had no idea what kind of torture I was enduring in reality. Through the cameraman's lens, staring at Charlie's and my retreating figures, they simply felt the relationship between the two of us was truly fantastic. Could they really be childhood sweethearts? Right then, a highly conspicuous bullet comment suddenly jumped out. I told you guys long ago that I was classmates with them. They've been ironclad best friends since elementary school. After that, they attended junior high and high school together too. On my personal profile page, I've uploaded their old photos. Go check it out if you don't believe me. To be perfectly honest, I didn't expect Sean to join a variety show either, but his close bond with Charlie is absolutely not a promotional marketing stunt. They are true buddies, the ultimate real best friends, the kind of best friends who scaled school walls together, blew up septic tanks together, and slashed teachers' car tires together. Immediately, people clicked into this user's profile page to check it out, and sure enough, they saw several photos. Many of the people in the photos were elementary or middle school students, looking like group photos from school events. There were also red circles drawn over the photos. Taking a close look, the two kids inside the red circles were indeed dead ringers for Charlie and Sean. In the photos, the two children, a boy and a girl, noting playing and messing around together. Although it was a bit blurry, one could still clearly tell that the smiles on their faces were exceptionally bright. There was also another photo showing Sean and Charlie standing against a wall as punishment. The person who posted the photos even left a caption below, "This was when they were little," and jammed up the keyhole of their teacher's bicycle lock. This is a photo of them caught by the teacher and forced to stand as punishment. The teacher took it. The two of them swore to the entire class back then that they would never jam up the teacher's bicycle lock keyhole again. The viewers were completely dumbfounded. What total brats! Then they saw another note right below it. As it turned out, the very next day, 6 more padlocks appeared on the teacher's bicycle. The viewers were left even more speechless. You guys indeed didn't jam the teacher's lock keyhole again. But you two were probably trying to give the teacher a heart attack instead. After browsing through a few more photos in rapid succession, the viewers who finally returned to the livestream room saw Charlie and Sean strolling shoulder to shoulder, exploring the Love Museum together, and their minds couldn't stay calm for a long time. Now, every time I see Charlie smile, I just want to go check if a few extra padlocks have magically appeared on my bicycle. Not all the viewers went to check the photos on that user's profile page. Some people who saw these comments felt entirely left in the dark. What bicycle locks? What are you guys talking about? Go check out that dude's profile page for yourselves. So Charlie and Sean really are childhood sweethearts. Consequently, even more people rushed to dig through the profile of the person claiming to be Charlie and Sean's former classmate. And then, I give up. You call this childhood sweethearts? I feel like you're completely defiling the pure and beautiful term childhood sweethearts. The pure means beating each other black and blue, and the sweetheart means setting off firecrackers together. No wonder that guy used the term buddies to describe them. You couldn't pull stunts like this unless you were thick as thieves. Before this, I even suspected whether they were secretly a couple in private. Now I am kneeling on the floor in deep repentance. If these two are a couple, then the 3 sworn brothers from history were in a total love triangle. No wonder when I looked at Charlie before, such a beautiful girl, I didn't feel any romantic vibe. Turns out this girl used to be exceptionally fierce. Does this count as scandalous dirt on Charlie and Sean? Suddenly, a bullet comment offered a bizarre thought. Scandalous dirt my ass. Does wetting your bed as a kid count as your scandalous dirt now? That actually makes sense. In short, the way quite a few viewers looked at Sean, and Charlie completely transformed now. In reality, it had been less than 3 hours since this variety show went live, but the viewers' emotions had already fluctuated through extreme highs and lows far too many times. Take Charles outside the screen, for instance. Charles's previous account had been muted by the moderator, so he registered a new one using his wife Susan's phone. He saw a crowd of people discussing what his daughter had done when she was little. He hurriedly began typing again. Charlie was actually highly obedient when she was a child. It was entirely that rascal Sean who led her astray. Another one of Sean's anti-fans, huh? Shifting absolutely every single piece of blame onto Sean. Judging by those few photos, how come I feel Charlie was way more mischievous than Sean? Charles let out a cold snort. What do you mean I'm shifting blame? What kind of character that kid Sean has? Could any of you possibly know better than me? He is just a little punk. Every single day all he knew was dragging Charlie out to fool around, completely neglecting his proper duties. Alright, since you anti-fans found you couldn't attack Sean anymore, over the forced romantic ships, powerful backgrounds, or boy toy narratives. You just switched up your strategy, right? Shifting to attacking Sean's personal character instead. Well, at least find something from after he grew up to attack him. Is there any point in digging up childhood stuff? In fact, after viewing those childhood photos, the number of people willing to protect Sean and speak up on behalf of Sean and Charlie didn't decrease but increased instead. Because with those few photos serving as supporting evidence, it completely solidified the fact that Sean and Charlie had known each other long ago, and their bond was exceptionally deep. A ride-or-die best friends persona was indeed highly interesting, so the approval rating for Sean and Charlie's Penghubei duo grew higher and higher. Naturally, an increasing number of people were willing to step up and speak on Sean's behalf, leaving Charles so thoroughly crowded out by this crowd that he could barely even type his characters anymore. Fuming, he took a sip of water, intending to keep battling the crowd, only to discover that a private message had popped up within the livestream platform. Charles clicked into it to take a look, finding that a user with an ID named Charlie's fan group had sent it to him. Charlie's fan group. Hey sister, are you also one of Sean's anti-fans? Do you have an organization? Would you like to join our group chat? We are all Charlie's dedicated fans. Charlie's fan group. Right now, most people in the livestream room support Sean, so you won't win a flame war by cursing like that. We need to target him in an organized and strategic way. The group number is 1057. Let's coordinate together. This person was actually a paid internet troll leader who had accepted money from Lanyu Entertainment's rival company. Posing as a fan of Charlie, they had been deliberately instigating friction between Charlie's fans and Sean, making Charlie's fans feel that this nepotism baby Sean was shamelessly riding on Charlie's popularity, thereby driving Charlie's fans to smear Sean themselves. But Charles had absolutely no knowledge of any of this. Seeing that there was actually a group chat dedicated solely to hating on Sean, Charles was instantly delighted. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He joined that group chat right away. The group was filled almost entirely with Charlie's fans. After thinking it over, Charles decided to reveal his true identity so that Charlie's fans would understand that Charlie's parent was always on their side, supporting them in their fight against Sean. So the moment Charles joined the group, he typed out a line of text, "Hello everyone, I'm Charlie's dad, Charles." He thought he would receive cheers, amazement, and a warm welcome from Charlie's fans. Instead, a moderator named Hug Baby Charlie replied, "And I'm your freaking father." A moderator named Hug Baby Charlie added, "Where did this anti-fan come from, daring to insult Charlie here? Get lost." Then, Charles watched helplessly as a system notification popped up on his screen. "You have been kicked out of the group chat." Charles slammed the table in absolute rage. Boss Charlie had no idea that her dad had just been triggered by her fans. She and I were currently taking photos and checking in at the Love Museum. Originally, Boss Charlie had come here with the sole intention of completing the mission, thinking she would leave right after taking photos. But she didn't expect that this Love Museum would actually be quite fun, or at least very nice to look at. Although it was called a museum, there weren't actually many cultural relics here. There were just all kinds of cute, sweet, and interesting little ornaments, as well as many rooms decorated in bright pink, or exceptionally romantic styles. Like this room where Charlie and I were currently staying, all 4 walls of the room were painted a soft schoolgirl pink, with various cute hanging decorations draping from them. On one wall of the room, a massive net woven from white cotton rope hung, with tons of little pink paper notes suspended from it, covered in all kinds of handwriting. These were all left behind by people who had visited the museum before, and what was written on them was the love between those couples. Charlie enthusiastically picked up a pen and a pink note beneath the rope net and started writing as well. Director Chen quickly used the walkie-talkie to alert the cameraman. "Hurry over and see what she's writing." The cameraman quickly moved closer, but before he could even get near, Charlie already held up her paper note right in front of the lens. The viewers all widened their eyes, intending to see what was written on it. Consequently, at first glance, the viewers' expressions all froze. "I hope Director Chen can give me more money tomorrow." Director, hey, look at what Sean is writing over there." Discovering that I was unexpectedly writing too, he quickly shifted focus and alerted the cameraman again, just like Charlie. Before the cameraman could get close, I held up my paper note right in front of the lens. The viewers widened their eyes once more. "I hope Director Chen can give Charlie more money tomorrow." Director Chen, ha ha ha. Are these two in a duo just because they're money grubbers? What on earth was I expecting? To think I actually expected them to write some sweet romantic words. It's a good thing they didn't write, "We don't ask to be born on the same day, but we ask to die on the same day." I feel like what Sean wrote is actually a bit doting though. "You actually dare to ship them and eat their candy, huh? Watch out, or 6 more padlocks will magically appear on your bike tomorrow." Ever since those photos surfaced, 6 padlocks had become an inside joke in the livestream room. Alright, I'm done writing. Let's go check out the next room. Charlie and I hung our paper notes onto the rope net, and then Charlie gave a wave of her hand, preparing to head toward the next room. The cameraman was the closest to the door, so he naturally had to step out first. Once the cameraman stepped outside, Charlie and I traded a quick glance, and turned the 2 hanging paper notes over to their other side simultaneously. Only then did we look at each other with a smile and walk out of the room. On the pure white rope net, the 2 small paper notes hung exceptionally close together. "I hope to be with him forever. I hope to be with her forever. The person I love. While Charlie and I were still exploring the Love Museum, some of the other duos were also in the middle of doing their missions. Director Chen had the broadcaster cut the main livestream's camera feed over to the other duos. Upon seeing this, many viewers in the main livestream grew instantly displeased. "I want to watch Peng Hu Bei. Don't cut away from them. My friend dragged me here precisely to watch Charlie and Sean's duo. Cut back. Director, if you don't cut back right now, I'm going to make 6 padlocks appear on your bicycle tomorrow." Some short-tempered viewers had already started shouting. Thankfully, there were still calm people in the livestream room. Actually, this show is split into a mainstream and substreams. You guys can just go to the Peng Hu Bei substream. The Peng Hu Bei duo's livestream is running there non-stop. Consequently, the viewers from the main livestream staged a mass migration. Director Chen watched helplessly as the number of viewers in the main livestream, which had with great difficulty reached 40,000 during charades, dropped to 30,000, then down to 20,000, and finally to 15,000 until only 1/8 of the audience remained in the main livestream. Director Chen's heart felt completely chilled, although he knew that the livestream viewers were mostly drawn in by the flawless chemistry between Charlie and me during charades. that had drawn them in the first place. And these people were not only drawn in by the Penghubei duo, but were completely won over as fans by the duo, and ultimately ended up running off with the Penghubei duo, which was entirely beyond reproach. But could they at least leave him a little dignity, and not walk away so completely out of nowhere? Clearly, the other duos were also quite interesting. Director Chen silently looked over at the split screens of the other duos. He looked at the slightly greasy and artificial influencer duo, looked at the Team Mighty duo who were still in a Cold War, and looked at Jet Nolan, who was short on cash from being tricked out of his money by Sean this morning, leaving him unable to afford admission tickets. Jet Nolan, who was currently squatting on the ground, together with Tiffany, trying to figure out a solution. That duo? Fine then. It looks like our duo really is a bit more interesting. Despite this being the case, Director Chen couldn't keep the camera solely on Charlie and me. From beginning to end, this was a variety show featuring 8 people after all, even though Charlie's and my duo weren't actively pursuing the missions assigned by the production team. Our entertainment value was completely dialed up to the maximum anyway. For instance, right now, Charlie and I were in the Love Museum's corny pickup line showroom. Inside the picture frames on the wall, all kinds of corny pickup lines were framed. Charlie's playful streak flared up, making me read the first half of a corny pickup line to her, so she could guess the second half. I agreed with a smile. I read aloud a corny pickup line from the wall. Do you know what my flaw is? Charlie, a flaw in your brain. Holy crap, I just spat a mouthful of water all over my screen. Charlie, pay for my screen. Charlie's train of thought is so bizarre, you only just noticed? Your reaction time is pretty slow too. Killing me with laughter, these two are way too witty, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing, ha ha ha. I let out a helpless sigh. It's that I'm flawed. Without you. Charlie was left completely speechless. So I'm the one lacking a brain? Among the viewers, another wall of dying of laughter comments floated across the screen. Under Charlie's urging, I read out the second corny pickup line. Me, do you like drinking water? Charlie, no. There was no way to follow up on this, absolutely no way. I let out a helpless sigh. You're supposed to say yes. Charlie stared wide-eyed in sheer puzzlement. But I don't. Can you change it to cola instead? No. Fine then. I like drinking water. Only then did I say, then you already love 70% of me. Charlie fell silent for a brief moment after hearing this, and finally remarked, that's so cringy. Ha ha ha, how could it not be cringy? You completely ruined the entire atmosphere. I heavily suspect that the reason Charlie doesn't like drinking water is because her head is already entirely filled with water. Don't blindly hate, Charlie might just not have a brain at all. Stop hating on my Charlie, wah-uh. She's already this dense, can't you give her a little love? I can't take it, I'm going to die of laughter. I didn't even laugh this hard during the charades earlier. I'm going to share the livestream link with my best bud. Me too, I can't be the only one suffering from this toxic exposure. Right now, I really didn't want to read out the third corny pickup line. Judging by my understanding of Charlie, I could already guess what Charlie was about to say next. But Charlie's enthusiasm was sky high, insisting that I keep going. Helplessly, I had no choice but to obediently read out the third corny pickup line. Me, the box meant to hold a ring is called a ring box. Do you know what the box meant to hold you and me is called? Charlie replied with a perfectly straight face, an urn box. Sure enough, I let out a long sigh to the heavens. I knew Charlie would say exactly that. It's called a match made in heaven. I patted Charlie's head and said, I can hear the sheer exhaustion in Sean's voice. Forget about him. Even this emperor is exhausted. Exhausted from laughing. I laughed so hard my face mask is about to crack. To be able to think of the word urn in the corny pickup lines showroom of the Love Museum, Charlie must be the absolute first person ever. I was just dragged here by a friend. And the moment I stepped in, I laughed myself silly. What a true genius. Then I can only say you arrived late. The previous flaw in your brain line was even more classic. You completely missed out on it. Someone else let out a sigh of deep emotion in the comments. I finally understand why Sean and Charlie are just ironclad best friends. If he had her as a girlfriend, Sean would probably be so furious that his funeral ceremony would be over by now. Forget about the funeral ceremony. The grass on his grave would already be waist high. Meanwhile, Charlie had already dragged me over to read the fourth corny pickup line. By this point, I was completely numb and had entirely given up on salvation. Reading it out directly, I want to take something from you. Charlie looked at me in pure horror. Take my miserable life? I meant take you home as my wife. Right after that came the fifth corny pickup line. I want to buy a plot of land from you. The look in Charlie's eyes turned even more horrified. Watch my severed head fall to the ground? I meant buy into your undivided devotion. The sixth line, the seventh line, and the eighth line. By the time we finished running through over a dozen corny pickup lines, I can't say I didn't let out a long breath. Originally, I had a little hidden motive. feeling that these corny pickup lines served as a perfect opportunity to use the excuse of reading romantic lines to publicly confess my feelings to Charlie. As it turned out, with her god-tier reading comprehension, Charlie obstinately turned the corny pickup line segment into a double-act comedy show. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, viewers finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief as well. It's finally over. I seriously can't take it anymore. I literally have no energy left to laugh. Are these two trying to kill me with laughter and then inherit my credit card bills? This is the first time I've ever watched a dating show that made my face hurt from laughing. Charlie is the absolute GOAT. I highly recommend compiling that corny pickup line Q&A session straight into the Encyclopedia of Ultimate Straight Girls. A massive wave of new viewers also flooded into the livestream room, all dragged over by their friends. At this time, some people began asking questions related to me. Who exactly is this guy? Is he paired up with Charlie? He's kind of handsome. For those last few corny pickup lines, this guy and Charlie actually said them, in perfect unison, altogether. Do the two of them have that much chemistry? For this guy to keep up with Charlie's bizarre train of thought, he definitely can't be ordinary, right? Could they really be a couple? Seeing the new viewers' bullet comments, some enthusiastic old viewers came forward to answer the questions. For their chemistry, I suggest waiting for an edited replay of the charades challenge. It'll show you what god-tier teamwork looks like. As for those saying they're a couple, please respect yourselves. They're ironclad best friends. If you don't believe it, go check out Sean's childhood friends page. This person's personal profile has photos as proof. They have a ride-or-die bond. Finally, let me introduce him to all the new viewers. Charlie's partner is named Sean, and their duo is called Penghu Bei. Outside the screen, Director Chen watched the viewer count of the Penghu Bei duo's livestream room break past 60,000, and the expression on his face was as complicated as could be. If he had freaking known earlier that Charlie and I could pull off a stunt like this, no matter what anyone said, he would never have cut the camera feed away from the main live stream. Wow, the number of people in their main live stream was barely enough to match a fraction of the Penghu Bei duo's numbers. So frustrating. While Director Chen was feeling depressed, Charlie and I had already left the Love Museum. Our check-in at the first destination was complete, and the two of us were just about to head toward our second destination. When we arrived at the second destination, which was another attraction in the tourist town, the Little Garden, we unexpectedly saw the pair of Jet Nolan and Tiffany singing right at the main entrance of the Little Garden, except their singing voices were truly nothing to write home about. And at this moment, a bowl was placed right in front of them, with a few scattered loose dollars inside. The moment Jet Nolan saw me walking over, he immediately trotted over eagerly to greet us. While singing his song, he held out the bowl and looked at me with a pleading gaze. A distinct meaning was clearly written in his sorrowful little eyes. "Boss, spare some change, please." Listening to his singing voice that sounded like a dying pig, I gave him a bizarre look. Then I let out a sigh and asked, "How much money do I have to give you? So you'll stop singing?" "Just $1 is fine," Jet Nolan said hurriedly. I took the few straws I had stuffed into my pocket this morning and tossed them into Jet Nolan's bowl. "Keep the change." Jet Nolan informed me that the admission fee for the Little Garden was $50. There was no way on earth they could afford it. So, the production team had set up a mission here at the Little Garden, well in advance. They had to perform a talent show at the entrance to find passers-by, and earn tips. Each passerby could give Jet Nolan $1 at most, and once they scraped together $10, Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo could enter the Little Garden. Of course, these passers-by were all arranged by the production team. Jet Nolan was a celebrity after all, so when recording a show, it was absolutely impossible to just let complete strangers get close to him at random. Moreover, Director Chen told these passers-by that as long as Jet Nolan's singing was halfway decent, they could give him the money. There was no need to be too harsh, otherwise it would waste too much of Jet Nolan's duo's time and impact the show's entertainment value. Unfortunately, however, Jet Nolan and Tiffany, this team, Jet Tiff, really lived up to their name a bit too much. Their singing was so horribly bad that it reached an almost unfathomable level, to the point that even though the passers-by were arranged by the production team, barely anyone went to give money to Jet Nolan's duo. They couldn't ignore their own consciences, nor could they wrong their own ears. Director Chen had originally even forced a few people to go give Jet Nolan money, but some viewers immediately grew dissatisfied. These people were hired by the production team, right? It sounds this terrible and they can still give money? I dare say this person is either Jet Nolan's fan or a deaf person. Jet Nolan's fans aren't taking the blame for this. Deaf people aren't taking the blame either. Too fake, too fake. I'm a fan of Jet Nolan, and even I can't stand to watch this. Jet Nolan's singing is universally recognized as terrible in the industry. Have him swap to another mission. This made it so Director Chen didn't dare to use any underhanded tricks, and could only wait for Jet Nolan to give up on his own and do another mission. As it turned out, this young fellow Jet Nolan was quite persistent, stubbornly singing from past 10 o'clock all the way until 11. Some of the passers-by were actually moved by his persistence, covering their ears while tossing $1 to him. Even the viewers were moved, one after another calling over their friends and relatives, stating that a song this terrible shouldn't just torture one person alone. In an instant, the viewer count for Team Jet Tiff's livestream room also shot up by quite a bit. It could only be said that Jet Nolan's talent wasn't up to much, but when it came to milking entertainment value, he was truly a genius. Right now, Jet Nolan had scraped together $9. If I were willing to give him $1, then Jet Nolan could reach $10 and complete the mission. Subtly, for this $1 he was missing, no one had been willing to give it to him for ages. So, the moment Jet Nolan saw me, it was exactly like seeing a savior. Hearing Jet Nolan put it this way, I thought about it for a moment, and in the end actually pulled out $1. Jet Nolan smiled as bright as the sun, repeatedly thanking me, and reached out his hand to take that $1. Consequently, he heard me say, I can give you this $1, but you have to give me $5. Hey, why? Jet Nolan was completely dumbfounded. The mission given to you by the production team is to have you perform a talent to scrape together $10. In other words, this $10 you need to scrape together right now has absolutely nothing to do with the money we originally have on us. It's merely a condition for us to complete the mission, that's all. I flashed the single $1 in my hand. By giving you this $1, I am helping you complete your mission and resolving your urgent crisis. To express your gratitude to me, is it unreasonable to pay me $5 out of your own pocket? Jet Nolan looked aggrievedly at me. It's unreasonable. It's highly unreasonable. We only have $10 left. I pulled the single $1 back. Jet Nolan, bro. My bro, can we negotiate? $5 is way too much. How about I give you $1? So you don't lose any capital, okay? I shook my head. $4 minimum, Jet Nolan said reluctantly. $2, okay? Just as I was about to speak, Jet Nolan lightning fast blurted out, I know what you're about to say. $3, right? Fine. You give me $1 to help us complete the mission, and I'll give you $3 back, leaving you with a net profit of $2. Will this do? I nodded my head, patting Jet Nolan on the shoulder. Not bad. You've learned to anticipate the answer. In the end, Jet Nolan obtained $1 from me, completed the mission for the production team, and I made a net profit of $2. The total assets of Charlie's and my duo reached $42. Compared to the other duos, we were practically rich enough to rival nations. This Sean guy is truly a scammer. From morning until now, how much money has Jet Nolan been swindled out of by him? Look at the money Charlie is counting in her hands. Half of it is the blood, sweat, and tears of our Jet Nolan. Wow. Killing me with laughter. Can someone clip the parts where Jet Nolan gets tricked? I feel it can be used for anti-fraud promotion. Jet Nolan carried his bowl and walked back to Tiffany's side. Tiffany gave him a hard nudge. Are you stupid? Losing $2 for nothing. We really won't be able to afford lunch at noon. Jet Nolan snorted. Don't worry. This money won't be lost for nothing. Look, Sean and his duo are also coming to the small garden. They can't afford the admission tickets either. They'll definitely have to do a mission too. When the time comes and they can't scrape together enough money, we'll just copy Sean's previous strategy, pull the exact same stunt on them, and claw our money right back. Tiffany felt like that actually made a bit of sense, but also felt like something was highly amiss. It wasn't until she saw Charlie and me linking hands to sing, and heard our rock-solid vocals, that Tiffany finally realized exactly what was amiss, and that was not every single duo sang, as horribly as she and Jet Nolan did. This is a simple little love song, singing the twists and turns of people's hearts. Charlie and I were singing Suda Green's Little Love Song. This song was crisp and melodious, highly suited for Charlie's vocal range. Meanwhile, I was mostly responsible for the harmonies. Although the two of us were singing a cappella without accompaniment under Charlie's brisk vocal lines, and my flawlessly synchronized perfect harmony, the listening effect turned out exceptionally well. Forget about Tiffany. And Jet Nolan, the two tone-deaf singers, even the audience and director Chen were thoroughly startled upon listening. Holy crap, are these two professional grade? Even though it's a cappella, how come I can hear a full instrumental backing vibe? The harmony. Sean's harmony blends flawlessly with Charlie's. This is without reverb. With a reverb effect, it would sound even better. These two have definitely practiced this before. They truly live up to being best friends. I was just dragged here by a friend to listen to Jet Nolan sing, and felt like I was going deaf. Now listening to this song, my ears have finally recovered. But this was just our singing the intro, right? Once the intro was finished, Charlie, who was originally responsible for the main vocals, suddenly cut her voice. Just as the audience and the director were left in confusion, I, who had been responsible for the harmony before, opened my mouth again. You know, Even if heavy rain turns this city upside down, I will give you an embrace. A vocal profile completely distinct from Charlie's female vocals. Instantly made the song's transition incredibly catchy, standing out beautifully. Meanwhile, Charlie consciously began her harmony at this time, her soft voice blending into my singing. If Charlie's harmony sang out the rain threads at the upturned city in the song, then my voice was the city completely overwhelmed by those rain threads. Her falling down without a single regret, and my completely content submission. By the time the next couple of lines were finished, Charlie and I finally closed our eyes. I am completely blown away by this. They actually matched it perfectly. This is simply out of this world. I can't believe how well they fit together. They truly have the ultimate chemistry. I'm completely sold on this couple. They are just magnificent together. The performance value is through the roof. I'm standing them from now on. They completely outshone everyone else. This is the absolute peak of the show. I'm hooked. The comments were flooding the screen. Even the paid trolls and anti-fans couldn't find any opening to speak up. Director Chen was thoroughly amazed too. They really have incredible chemistry. This is out of this world. This couple's performance is simply supreme. They're just fantastic together. The entertainment value is through the roof. I'm thoroughly impressed. With the song coming to an end, we held hands, both letting out a smile. Meanwhile, at this moment, whether it was Tiffany and Jet Nolan, the actual passersby on site, or Director Chen behind the screen, the audience offered absolutely no reaction for a long while. Even the continuous, endless stream of bullet comments even went completely blank for a moment. Only after a few seconds did someone send the first bullet comment. I don't know what to say, except that it's absolutely cracked. I literally cried listening to that just now. It made me think of my first love. User loves little love songs. Did these two eat onions before singing? Why can't I stop my tears? I'm not crying because I'm moved. I'm crying because it's so heartwarming. Their coordination is truly fantastic. I feel so full of emotion. Even though I know they are best friends, can I ship them for just 1 second? This couple is truly amazing. This is the first time I've listened to a song and felt such complex emotions. They sang so well. Without professional audio equipment, without reverb, and without an instrumental backing, there were only 2 people and 2 voices. Perhaps our techniques weren't professional grade, and our vocal conditions weren't top tier either, but the emotions we sang out and the harmony we delivered could still move people's hearts. Director Chen also took off his glasses, wiped his moist eyes, and subsequently began to clap silently. The passers-by at the recording site were also just snapping back to reality. Some couldn't help but applaud, while others hurriedly stepped forward to toss their money to me. Tiffany also cried from listening. She tugged on Jet Nolan's arm and sniffled, "Can you lend me $1? I want to vote for them too." Charlie and I ultimately scraped together $20, mainly because the production team had only arranged 20 passers-by. Unfortunately, however, the production team required that no matter how much money was scraped together, all of it had to be handed over, with no secret hoarding allowed, so our total assets didn't increase in the end. Having completed the mission, Charlie and I planned to head inside the little garden to check in. Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo quickly blocked the way in front of Charlie and me. "What are you doing? Trying to rob your money back?" Charlie glared at Jet Nolan vigilantly, covering her pockets with both hands. Jet Nolan rubbed his hands together and gave a fawning smile. "No, it's not that. I want to become your disciple. Sean, can you teach me how to sing?" Tiffany also stepped forward and said to Charlie, "Charlie, I want to learn how to sing too." I looked at the fawning Jet Nolan and shook my head after a moment. "I don't want to teach you." "Why?" Jet Nolan clutched my arm. "People with true talent don't need anyone to teach them." Jet Nolan's eyes lit up. "Are you saying I have talent?" As it turned out, I shook my head again. "I just purely don't want to teach you." Jet Nolan sighed. "Then what did you mean by that sentence?" I said earnestly, "I was talking about myself. I taught myself how to sing." Jet Nolan looked at me, still refusing to give up, and pressed on. "Then, Sean, do you think it's still possible for me to sing well?" "Yes," I nodded very seriously. Jet Nolan's eyes lit up again. "How do I do it?" "Reroll your life. Maybe you can sing well in your next lifetime." I very seriously offered my suggestion. "Ha ha ha. Reroll your life. Maybe you can sing well in your next lifetime." How brutal. Even though our Jet Nolan singing is indeed terrible, couldn't you put it a bit more tactfully, Sean? Aha. I feel like this is already very tactful. At least it can be counted as giving a little hope, right? Shot down by Sean, Jet Nolan didn't speak for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Charlie and Tiffany were actually getting along quite harmoniously. Tiffany came to ask Charlie for singing tips, and Charlie also gave her attentive guidance. Seeing this, Jet Nolan decided to abandon Sean and defect to Charlie. He went to complain to Charlie. "Charlie, Sean said I can only sing well in my next lifetime. He's so out of line." Can you teach me? Charlie sidestepped Jet Nolan for a moment and said, sing a couple more lines for me. All right, shut up. Charlie hurriedly cut him off. Jet Nolan stared at Charlie. What do you think I can do to sing well, Your Highness? Charlie said with a perfectly straight face. I think Sean is right. Jet Nolan, go squat in the corner and draw circles. I think Sean is right too. Ha ha ha. Jet Nolan, just give up. I can't take it. My tears just came out from crying. And now they're coming out from laughing. It's way too fun when these two duos bump into each other. Every single one of them is a comedy genius. Where did the production team find these absolute clowns? In the end, the Peng Hubei duo and Team Jet Tiff entered the little garden together. Inside the little garden were just some mock ancient architecture and landscapes, so there weren't many things to play with. The only novel thing was a costume room inside the little garden, which was filled with tons of ancient clothes for tourists to try on. Boss Charlie dragged me straight over there. She had filmed period dramas and worn period costumes before, so she didn't have much interest in them for herself, but she desperately wanted to see what I would look like wearing these ancient costumes. She picked through them for a bit, finding a moon-white robe for me, paired with a long black cloak, and then left me inside to change clothes on my own. She, the cameraman, along with Tiffany and Jet Nolan, waited outside. Before long, when the door creaked open, and the man in the white robe and black cloak stepped out, even Charlie was left completely starstruck. Clothes make the man. I am highly attractive, and have always been highly attractive, but usually I dress casually, and rarely groom or dress myself up. Yet right now, changing into a classic-style long robe, and draping a long cloak over it, it felt as if I instantly transformed into a noble young master from ancient times, even though I've always thought Sean was kinda handsome. I didn't expect Sean in ancient costume to be this handsome. This is way better looking than those A-list celebrities, right? The most important thing is, he isn't effeminate at all. Looking both tall and handsome, this is a true handsome guy. Crap, I was drawn in by Sean, and Charlie's corny pickup lines. But now I feel like I'm becoming a face fan of Sean's. Charlie ran forward and circled around me several times, finally looking at me and saying, Handsome Sean, how does it feel to wear this? Do you feel like you've completely transformed into another person? I let out a bitter smile. I don't feel like a transformed person, but I do feel like I'm about to become a dead person. It's August right now, wearing a long robe and draping a thick cloak. Are you trying to bake me to death? Charlie nodded seriously. That actually makes sense. Then take off the long robe inside. Tiffany saw how handsome I looked after dressing up, and suddenly felt inspired as well, dragging Jet Nolan along as they also ran into the costume room. Before long, Jet Nolan was dragged out with a completely reluctant face. The viewers took one look, and some instantly lost it on the spot. Jet Nolan was seen wearing a wig on his head, a pink gauze veil covering his face, a set of pink women's clothes on his body, and a handkerchief stuffed into his hand. His timid, fidgeting appearance made him look exactly like a bullied young bride. Haha, what a true little beauty. Tiffany is a true genius. I'm in the middle of eating. Holy crap. A grain of rice almost choked up my nose. I can't take it. Why do I feel like Jet Nolan in women's clothes actually pairs kinda well with Sean? The bromance ship? Please don't. How could someone like Jet Nolan ever be worthy of our Sean? Jet Nolan and I were like two Barbie dolls, having several sets of clothes swapped onto us in succession. In the end, I couldn't help but sigh that Charlie truly is my real wife after all, and is still quite good to me. Although she made me swap into several sets of suffocatingly hot outfits, at least they were all men's clothes. Looking back at Jet Nolan, who was being tormented by Tiffany, he was wearing women's clothes from beginning to end, looking as completely eye-searing as could be. These two women played around for over an hour, before finally letting Sean and Jet Nolan off the hook. We then left the little garden. By the time we stepped out of the little garden, it was already noon. Charlie suggested that everyone grab a meal together, but Tiffany and Jet Nolan's duo, with just those pitiful few dollars left in their pockets, ultimately decided to forget it. We'll just starve through lunch. Wait, the production team definitely won't actually let them starve to death. Once we endure until the live stream ends tonight, they'll definitely hand out food. However, Charlie absolutely couldn't hold out that long. Seeing that Tiffany and Jet Nolan didn't want to go, she didn't force them, dragging me along to find a nearby restaurant. She originally wanted to pull the exact same stunt again, copying how I got a free meat burger this morning, using advertising and promotion as a pretext to score a free lunch. As it turned out, the restaurant owner directly refused. Furthermore, we visited several restaurants in a row after that, and were rejected at every single one. In the end, Charlie had no choice but to return with me to that morning's meat burger shop. The owner here rejected us just the same. However, the owner disclosed a piece of information to us, and that was, the production team had already coordinated with all these restaurant owners well in advance. Getting free meals was going to be completely impossible from now on. In the end, Charlie could only haggle with the owner, spending $15 to buy 2 portions of cold skin noodles, and dug into them with me. While eating, Charlie remarked with absolute financial agony, "We only have $27 left. We're so broke." Hearing this, the viewers first looked at the starving Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo with the remaining balance, $9, then looked at Team Mighty, who were currently working to lure customers into a restaurant, in exchange for lunch, with a remaining balance of $11, and then looked at Team Skydew, who had spent their final savings, buying a cup of instant noodles for lunch with a remaining balance of $0. Finally, they silently looked back over at Charlie and me, who were currently devouring our cold skin noodles, over here with a remaining balance of $27. How does this woman have the nerve to utter the word broke? The other 3 duos combined aren't even as rich as you guys, okay? For a live stream format show, it's impossible for people to stay glued to it from morning till night. However, the live stream room of Charlie's and my Manhwa duo saw its popularity constantly increasing instead of decreasing, because the 2 of us were just too witty, so interesting that people kept sharing the live stream link with their friends and family. Word spread like wildfire, and while Charlie and I were heading to check in at the 3rd destination, the number of viewers in a live stream room grew to 60,000, and by 7:30 p.m., as dusk approached, the working crowd had all got off work, and the viewer count shot up to 100,000. Even director Chen was completely stupefied. For a variety show, having hundreds of thousands or millions of views is perfectly normal, and tens of millions of views isn't surprising either. But those shows are pre-recorded. Ours is a live stream, with viewers constantly coming and going. Maintaining a stable audience of 100,000 was already an incredibly difficult achievement. Although live stream variety shows have high interactivity, the overall entertainment value often can't match that of edited and polished pre-recorded variety shows. Coupled with the fact that not everyone has the free time to stay and watch a live stream, usually, live stream variety shows, only a celebrity's fans would stay tuned to watch it. Charlie wasn't a mega superstar, nor was she a top-tier queen, and she wasn't even considered an A-list traffic draw, but could only be counted as a B-list celebrity. Director Chen never in his wildest dreams expected that Charlie and I would ultimately pull in so many viewers. Chen, look at this. The assistant director beside him was also completely shocked by the number of viewers in the live stream room. He then ran a quick search on his phone, and immediately handed the phone over to Director Chen. Director Chen glanced at the assistant director's phone screen on social media. The Manhwa duo, somehow, without anyone noticing, this hashtag had quietly climbed into the 40s on the trending charts. Although its rank was quite low, but this hashtag wasn't something our production team paid for at all. It had truly and genuinely made it onto the trending list. Director Chen clicked into the hashtag to look, only to find that someone had actually already created a topic for the Manhwa duo. The Manhwa duo. Inside the topic, tons of people were posting edited video clips. Among them, the 3 videos with the highest view counts were the Charades Challenge edit, the Corny Pickup Lines edit, and the Little Love Song edit. The view count for the Little Love Song was the highest, breaking 700,000, and this was clearly the true source of the trending traffic. Inside the comment section below the Little Love Song video, plenty of curious onlookers were asking, "What show is this? Who is this guy singing? What is the Manhwa duo?" Some paid trolls and anti-fans discovered that they couldn't smear me in the live stream room anymore. Not wanting to accept someone's money for nothing, they shifted to social media to open up a brand new battlefield. Seeing these curious onlookers asking questions, these paid trolls and anti-fans began claiming that I was a boy toy who had a thing going on with Lanyu Entertainment's big boss. As it turned out, before the trolls could even post a few comments, they were directly smashed to pieces by my fans. That right, I had actual fans now, and their combat effectiveness was ridiculously strong. My fans had, without a doubt, all been drawn in from the show Let's Start Dating Today. They had all just stanned me today, making them genuine, 100% real active fans. Furthermore, my performance on the show was practically flawless, so these fans naturally wouldn't tolerate those anti-fans uttering a single bad word about me. They shut down every single troll they caught. The anti-fans were naturally unwilling to back down and tried to argue back, but I very quickly discovered that they didn't seem to have any ground to stand on. They claimed Charlie and I were just a promotional stunt, so the fans just plugged the bicycle lock photos right up. Does your family's promotional stunt start all the way back in elementary school? They claimed my being on the show was an inside fix, so the fans just slapped the flawless Charades Challenge video right up. With this much chemistry, they can't go on a show together? Who exactly is the inside fix here? They claimed I debuted as a nepotism baby, so the fans just slapped my period costume photos. And the little love song video right up. With this level of looks and vocals, he still needs to pull strings to debut. How many celebrities nowadays don't even have half his level? If he's a nepotism baby, then what on earth do other celebrities count as? Flaming all the way to the end, a few anti-fans actually began questioning their lives. Because one of my fans asked them a single question, Master Silas, believers, is your smearing of Sean truly from the heart? Do you honestly not feel that Sean and Charlie bring you joy? The anti-fans began to think about it. Smearing Sean naturally wasn't from the heart. They didn't have any grudges against Sean anyway, but were just doing a job for money. Did Sean and Charlie bring them joy? They truly did. Today they were actually laughing along while watching the live stream, even as their fingers frantically typed comments to abuse Sean. To be perfectly honest, they had felt a bit strange at the time, and, looking back on it now, it felt even more bizarre. Money can buy many things, but it simply cannot buy a conscience or joy. Smearing Sean meant going against their consciences. While watching, Sean brought them pure happiness. Then, they went against their consciences to abuse the people who brought them joy. Wasn't that the height of ingratitude? This kind of dirty money really didn't feel right to earn. In the end, these few anti-fans turned toward this fan of Sean with the ID Master Silas, collectively sending a palms pressed together emoji. Master, we have seen the light. In truth, I only did it because I accepted money. I'm going to return the money right now, and happily be a fan watching the live stream from now on. Master Silas, Amitabha, bless you, it is wonderful that you have seen the light. This monk shall return to watching the live stream as well. Director Chen put on a perfect face of an old man squinting at his phone, staring at this recruitment scene unfolding inside the comment section. Finally, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Sean's fans were way too brutal, weren't they? Other celebrities' fans would engage in keyboard wars at most, but his fans straight up started converting the anti-fans. What was most ridiculous of all, why on earth did he have an actual high monk as a fan? Director Chen clicked into that Master Silas's profile page, only to discover this person was actually a verified, official, genuinely prominent monk. The assistant director adjusted his glasses. Sean's fan demographics are way too mixed, mainly because a dating variety show like ours isn't like a talent search, or a music variety show that picks its audience. Absolutely anyone can watch it, and anyone can find it interesting, coupled with the fact that the interactions between Sean and Charlie are genuinely hilarious, so it can pull in anyone from an 8-year-old. To an 80-year-old viewer, Director Chen's mouth twitched yet again. Allow me to ask a bold question. How on earth do you know statistics, like from 8 years old to 80 years old? I made it up, the assistant director said with a perfectly straight face. I'm an exceptionally rigorous person, and everything I say is backed by evidence. I shared the live stream link with my mom and my little nephew, and both of them are currently watching. Director Chen also knew the assistant director was right. Charlie and I had an incredibly strong sense for variety shows, being highly witty and sharp. Most importantly, the two of us were childhood sweethearts. Our interactions were completely natural. Forget about the audience. Even Director Chen himself, as the director, found watching the two of us to be highly entertaining and relaxing. Watching a live stream like this, if he were a regular viewer, he would be more than willing to share it with the people around him too. Spreading like wildfire in this exact manner, it naturally pulled in all kinds of fans for me. The fan bases of those pretty boy idols were usually dominated heavily by women in their teens, 20s, or 30s. Although the sheer volume of my fans wasn't massive right now, and probably didn't even amount to a fraction of those pretty boy idols fan counts, but from men to women, from the elderly to the youth, spanning from meat burger owners to high monks, absolutely everyone was represented. Such a normal fan ecosystem was actually healthy. Only someone who could be universally embraced by the general public could count as a true star. Lanyu Entertainment had truly struck gold this time. Meanwhile, Lin was similarly browsing social media at this moment, her hands completely trembling. She also knew that she had truly struck absolute gold this time. In truth, Director Chen still felt it was a bit of a pity, feeling that this wave of trending traffic had arrived a bit late. Because by the time the working crowd had all got off work, our live stream for today was already rapidly approaching its end. The missions for several of the duos had all been completed. Of course, some duos faced a rougher path, while some duos had it smoother, especially for Charlie and me. Having checked in at all 3 attractions exceptionally early, we spent nearly the entire afternoon just messing around. Although the two of us delivered great entertainment value even without doing any missions, our entertainment value was completely dialed up to the maximum anyway. But Director Chen still felt like it was a bit of a waste. When it was time for dinner in the evening, Director Chen announced to everyone over the walkie-talkie that any duo with no money left for dinner can return to the guest house to collect boxed meals. This was a display of mercy from the production team. Aside from Charlie and me, the other 3 duos ran back in complete excitement, each holding a boxed meal in their hands, devouring it with sheer, tearful gratitude. They never felt a boxed meal could taste this heavenly. Hey, hurry up and go look at Sean's duo. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Because 3 of the duos had returned to the guest house courtyard, the camera feed for the main livestream was naturally cut right over to the guest house. As a result, a bullet comment suddenly popped up in the main livestream room. Meanwhile, Director Chen, who was in the middle of grabbing his boxed meal, also heard the assistant director, who had returned to the monitor equipment after grabbing his meal, shouting out, "Chen, hurry over and look at Sean and his partner." Director Chen frantically bolted over. The moment Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo heard that something seemed to be going on with Sean's duo, they also rushed over to stand before the monitors. The remaining 2 duos stole glances at each other, and ultimately carried their boxed meals over to crowd around the monitors, spectating the scene altogether. And then, the chopsticks in Jet Nolan's hand dropped straight onto the floor. Inside the Peng Hubei duo's livestream room, I was currently standing in front of the stove wearing an apron, a spatula in my right hand, and a wok in my left. Lifting the wok with a sharp toss, I gave the spatula a swift flip, only to see a brilliant burst of flames suddenly erupting from the wok, looking exceptionally spectacular. This pan catching fire. I've seen professional chefs do it on TV when cooking. Is it really not dangerous at all? The flame is so huge. How did it catch fire all of a sudden? So cool. This is a flash fry technique used when tossing a wok over open flame. Sean's wok tossing is so incredibly practiced. Looks like he's a veteran chef. The viewers in the live stream room were completely starstruck. Director Chen and the others were left even more dumbfounded. In the mere span of time it took them to grab a boxed meal, how on earth had I already started stir-frying dishes? And doing it with such incredible flair? Director Chen hurriedly contacted the cameraman on site. The cameraman informed Director Chen that Charlie and I had returned to that morning's meat burger shop, used our remaining cash to purchase some raw ingredients from the shop, and borrowed the owner's kitchen to start preparing our meal. By this time, I had already switched off the flame, dishing up that beautifully stir-fried lamb with scallions onto a plate. Staring at that small plate of perfectly glossy, richly colored stir-fried lamb with scallions, the viewers instinctively felt as though they could almost smell the mouth-watering aroma of the lamb themselves. I gave the wok a quick rinse, and after wiping it dry, fired up the stove once more. Before long, I completed another dish of sweet and sour crispy pork, and a plate of plain stir-fried shredded potatoes. Carrying the 3 plates of food, I walked out to the dining area and set them right in front of Charlie. The cameraman gave the 3 dishes a prominent close-up. All 3 dishes were served on small plates, and the portions were quite small, too, because Charlie and I had less than $30, meaning we could only buy a tiny bit of each. Yet, despite being just 3 small plates of food, far from giving the audience a cheap or pitiful impression, they looked exceptionally exquisite instead, resembling 3 fine works of art that made anyone looking at them salivate. At the very least, the cameraman had already swallowed his saliva. Several times by now, I used the last remaining bit of our cash to purchase 2 bowls of rice from the owner, and subsequently dug into the meal together with Charlie. Here, try some. I picked up a piece of meat with my chopsticks and held it out before Charlie. Boss Charlie took a large bite, pulling the meat straight from my chopsticks, the expression on her face being a picture of absolute pure bliss. Who would have thought joining a variety show would let me eat Sean's cooking? I'm seriously way too happy. Charlie sighed with total satisfaction. Is it good? I'm not very used to the wok here, so I'm not sure if I controlled the heat well, I asked, and Charlie quickly nodded. Then she picked up some shredded potatoes with her chopsticks. Here, try it. It's really good. I smiled and ate it. Feeding each other food? So, we're eating dog food for dinner, huh? Is there anything wrong with best friends feeding each other? No problem at all. I don't care. Even if 6 padlocks get hung on my dog head tomorrow, I'm still eating their dog food. Feed him another bite. One more bite, let me screenshot it. I'm begging you. I want a boyfriend who cooks for me too, and then feeds me. Am I the only one focusing on the key point? Sean fed Charlie meat, and Charlie fed Sean shredded potatoes. I can't take this anymore. Charlie is eating so happily. I seriously can't handle it. I'm ordering takeout. The food in my bowl suddenly tastes awful. I want stir-fried lamb with scallions too. Director Chen and the others in front of the monitors saw this comment and felt exactly the same way. They also felt the boxed meals in their hands no longer smelled appetizing. Their production team wasn't wealthy to begin with, so the uniformly distributed boxed meals were naturally simple. Although there was both meat and vegetables, the amount of meat was pitifully small. On top of that, the boxed meals had already gone cold. Then they looked at Charlie and me, eating freshly cooked meat dishes straight from the wok. The difference was truly painful. Jet Nolan was so upset he nearly cried. Seeing this, Director Chen quickly comforted him. It's fine. I'll try to get you guys better boxed meals tomorrow. Jet Nolan wiped his eyes and said pitifully, "That's not why I'm crying. It's just that when I think about Sean and the others eating the hard-earned money from our group, feels so sad. That does seem true. No wonder he was trying to make money so early in the morning. Looks like he had been planning to cook for Charlie all along," the assistant director said. Jet Nolan cried even harder. Director Chen said helplessly, "Don't be sad. I know the food they're eating was paid for with your money." Jet Nolan was truly crying from craving it this time. Stir-fried lamb with scallions is my favorite. Wah-ah, Director Chen. While the production team people were holding their boxed meals and sinking into silent sadness, Charlie had already eaten until her little belly was round. She let out a satisfied burp. "That was amazing, Sean. You're my eternal god." I pulled out a tissue and wiped her mouth for her, then asked with a smile, "What do you want to eat tomorrow? Can I actually order dishes?" Charlie's eyes instantly lit up. But then she said with some hesitation, "But tomorrow they probably won't give us this much money, right? Will we still have money to cook dinner?" I nodded. "I have a way." "What way? Don't we still have Jet Nolan?" "Ha. Jet is being targeted again. Sean, Jet is watching your live stream right now. Don't say your real thoughts out loud. Jet Nolan has already started crying. Let him go." "Jet Nolan, do you have any manners?" In front of the cameras, Jet Nolan cried even louder. When they were eating just now, I kept watching Sean. He gave all the meat to Charlie, while he kept eating vegetables himself. Someone brought up the small details from when I was eating just now. During the meal, Sean kept eating vegetables, and left all the meat for Charlie. Most importantly, he didn't make it look deliberate at all. It looked like something completely natural to him. That definitely wasn't something staged for the show. I noticed it too, and he even carefully picked out all the scallions. Seriously? If I could have a boyfriend like Sean, I would get on my knees and thank the heavens. He's handsome, he can sing, he can cook, he's funny. And he's so thoughtful. I'm honestly in love. I hereby declare myself Sean's first wife fan. Who agrees and who objects? Wait, isn't your ID Sean's #1 anti-fan? How did you suddenly become a wife fan? Some viewers noticed the ID of the person who posted that comment. Damn, I forgot to change my name after becoming a fan. I was careless. Before long, a user with the ID Sean's #1 wife fan posted another comment. I hereby declare that I am Sean's first wife fan. Who agrees and who objects? After dinner, Charlie and I leisurely strolled back to the guest house courtyard. Then we saw that everyone in the production team was looking at us with a strange gaze. Are we late? Charlie asked in confusion. No, they just watched you two eat dinner and got a little jealous because you ate so deliciously. The assistant director walked over and led the two of us into the courtyard. Charlie was puzzled. What does how deliciously we ate have to do with them? It's not like we forced them to watch. They were the ones who insisted on watching. Everyone in the production team felt that actually made some sense. Director Chen sighed and waved his hand. All right. Everyone act normal. Today's program is about to end. Next, we will tally each group's vote count and mission completion status. The 4 groups stood in front of Director Chen. The screens of the various livestream rooms also switched to the same feed. Director Chen cleared his throat and said, First, we will announce each group's mission completion status. Team Mighty completed the joint mission and completed the secret mission. Team Skydew completed the joint mission and completed the secret mission. Team Jet Tiff completed the joint mission and completed the secret mission. The Peng Hu Bei duo completed the joint mission. As for the secret mission, only Sean completed it. Charlie's expression had already frozen. From the first time Director Chen said the words, secret mission, she was finished. She had been having too much fun today and had completely forgotten about her secret mission. Hermione, she weakly raised her hand. Director, can I still do the mission now? What do you think? Charlie weakly lowered her hand. Director Chen continued, the bonuses for completed secret missions have already been distributed to everyone earlier. As for the bonuses for joint missions, they will be distributed tomorrow morning. Now, I will announce each group's voting results. This will determine which of you gets more funding assistance tomorrow. Team Skydew, 1,055 votes. Team Skydew were both influencers to begin with, and their fanbase wasn't that large. Plus, the two of them were somewhat greasy, so they didn't get many votes. The two of them had expected this long ago, so they weren't too discouraged. Team Mighty, 5,607 votes. Team Mighty had the highest support rate at the beginning. However, after the two of them had a cold war during the charades challenge, very few people voted for them anymore. Team Jet Tiff, 15,357 votes. This group was quite entertaining in itself, and after interacting with Charlie and me quite a lot, many people became fans of them by following Charlie and me. And finally, the Peng Hu Bei duo. Director Chen once again looked at Charlie and me with a strange gaze. The other 3 groups also looked toward us. Judging by Director Chen's order of announcing votes, the Peng Hu Bei duo being announced last. should logically mean we were in first place. Then they heard Director Chen slowly say, due to a voting system malfunction, the Penghubei duo's votes cannot be counted. They will be recorded as 0 votes. Charlie shouted, "This is rigged." Seeing Charlie shout that it was rigged, the viewers all laughed. What goes around comes around. When I watched the live stream this morning, it was still the viewers saying Charlie, and Sean's group was rigged. But by tonight, it had become Charlie herself shouting, "It's rigged." I'm dying of laughter. The director is so mischievous. For those who don't know, let me explain. The director is Sean's #1 anti-fan. The secret mission he gave Sean this morning was to get beaten up by his partner. I support the director's rigging. Don't give Boss Charlie's group any money. Tomorrow, I want to watch them scam money again. Ha ha ha. Director Chen was only joking. Seeing Boss Charlie shouting about rigging, Director Chen snorted. I've been called rigged so many times this morning already. One more from you won't make a difference. Alright, I'm done messing with you. I will now officially announce the Penghubei duo's vote count. The Penghubei duo, 21,981 votes. 120,000 votes, crushing second place. The moment this vote count came out, Charlie was stunned. Although she knew that our group's vote count would be very high, in truth, many of today's entertainment moments had been deliberately created by her. She knew my public reputation would be terrible, so she intentionally created more interesting interactions with me, wanting to change my image in the viewers' minds. Boss Charlie had originally thought that our group's votes would only be about 10,000 or so higher than Jet Nolan and Tiffany's group. She never expected that we would end up over 100,000 votes ahead. There are really that many viewers watching this show? Director, you're not really rigging this, are you? Don't sabotage my Sean. Charlie looked at Director Chen with some fear as she spoke. I can testify. I am the rigging. I am a paid troll hired by the show. Paid troll +1. Paid troll +2. I'm the head of the paid trolls. The comments all started joking around. Of course, there were also people who were not focused on the lesson. My Sean? Charlie said my. Did you guys hear that? Bullshit. It's clearly my Sean. This is my husband. Bullshit. He belongs to Charlie. Bullshit. Charlie belongs to me. Bullshit. I'm the one who belongs to you. Director Chen stared at Charlie sternly. In your heart, am I the kind of person who rigs things? Oh, yes. Charlie nodded sincerely. Director Chen, I can't be bothered with you. All right, now that all your vote counts have been announced, there is no doubt that the Penghubei duo has achieved first place. Meanwhile, Team Skydu unfortunately came in fourth. Tomorrow, the Penghubei duo will receive $10 in funding assistance. As for Team Skydu, unfortunately, you will receive no allowance tomorrow. After Director Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand. I officially announced that the first day of Let's Start Dating Today has now come to an end. Let us look forward to tomorrow's missions together. Good night, everyone. Seeing the live stream cut off, the viewers in the live stream room wailed in despair. Even if it's VIP only, I'll pay. I want to see the paid content afterward. Can you film them sleeping or not? I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money. Don't end it. I've been late. Stream for a few more minutes. It's not even midnight yet. How can today's recording already be over? Can you guys show some professional dedication? As the viewers were crying out in misery, suddenly, they discovered that the blacked out screen lit up again. Right after that, they saw Jet Nolan and Tiffany, sneakily waving at the camera. Hi, I'm Jet Nolan. Can you hear me? I'm Tiffany. Is anyone still watching? Yes, I'm here. The director just gave us an extra mission. He wants us to spy on the other couples and see what they do after the live stream ends. I'm not interested in anyone else, but Sean swindled me out of so much money today. There's no way I'm letting him off the hook. Is anyone down for me spying on the Penghubei duo? Drop a 1 in the chat, Jet Nolan said with a chuckle. Director Chen also couldn't bear to let today's massive popularity go to waste, so he reached out to Tiffany and Jet Nolan, who were on pretty good terms with Charlie and me, forming a team to pull off this stunt. Team Jet, Tiff, is the absolute GOAT. Go. Carrying the camera, Jet Nolan and Tiffany, stealthily, made their way toward Charlie's and my room. Meanwhile, inside the room, the live stream had ended, so Charlie and I naturally got our respective phones back. The first thing Charlie did upon returning to the room was open up the live stream app. I want to see if there really are that many people watching the stream. Consequently, when she opened the app, she saw Jet Nolan's and Tiffany's giant faces pop up on the screen and babbled a bunch of nonsense. The core message being that they were coming to spy on her and me. Charlie hurriedly gave me a tug. Sean, look, Jet Nolan and his partner are coming over to spy on us. I glanced at the phone screen and suddenly asked, Charlie, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Why are you suddenly asking that? Charlie asked in confusion. If you just want a standard meal tomorrow, I'll find a way to scam Jet Nolan and his partner. What if I want to eat something premium? I spread my hands. Then I'll scam the director instead, Golly said. Then I want a premium meal. I leaned close to Charlie and whispered a few words into her ear. Charlie's expression grew more and more magnificent. And finally she nodded her head heavily. I didn't expect you to be even more wicked than me. Well, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance, bro Charlie. With our plan fully settled, we subsequently switched off the room lights stealthily. Jet Nolan and Tiffany crept sneakily right up to Charlie's and my bedroom door. Tiffany walked in front, cracking the door open to leave a slight gap. Jet Nolan poked the camera lens right into the crack. It's so pitch black, Tiffany whispered. Yeah, did they not turn on the lights? Could they be doing something scandalous? I'm an adult. Let me see what happens next. Go inside. Go inside. Tiffany and Jet Nolan traded a glance, and then Tiffany pushed the door wide open. With lightning speed, Jet Nolan reached out and flicked on the bedroom lights. But taking a closer look, the room turned out to be completely empty. In their utter confusion, they stepped inside, but the moment they entered, they heard the door behind them shut with a sharp slam. Even more horrifyingly, the bedroom lights instantly plunged back into darkness. Forget about Tiffany and Jet Nolan. Even the viewers were startled. Holy crap! What's going on? Is it haunted? Isn't this a dating show? Why did it suddenly turn into a horror movie? Bro Charlie, save me. Jet Nolan and Tiffany, the two main subjects, were naturally terrified out of their wits as well. Jet Nolan said with a violent shiver, Tiffany, why did you suddenly turn off the lights? Tiffany replied with an equally trembling voice, I didn't turn off the lights. Hey, D, don't touch me. Jet Nolan froze. Both of my hands are holding the camera. How could I touch you? H, hey, don't grab my arm, Tiffany. I didn't even touch you at all. The two of them seemed to realize something, falling into an instant dead silence. Meanwhile, through their microphones, the audience caught a voice. That absolutely did not belong to either of them. You two, turn around and take a look. While Jet Nolan and Tiffany were screaming in pure terror and snapping their heads around, Charlie and I standing behind them had already switched the lights back on. Seeing that it was the two of us, Jet Nolan and Tiffany were barely kept from fainting right on the spot. WWW, what do you guys want to do? Jet Nolan stammered out, shivering. Charlie glared at him. It's not what I want to do. It's what you guys want to do. Instead of sleeping in the dead of night, you brought a camera over here to spy on us, right? Tiffany whimpered. It wasn't our idea. The director made us do it. I stepped forward and looked at the two of them. The director made you do it? Jet Nolan and Tiffany nodded their heads frantically. I let out a light chuckle. I accidentally opened our livestream room just now and heard a certain someone say, this was an extra mission given to you by the director, right? Jet Nolan nodded his head once more. I followed up. Then for an extra mission, he must have given you an extra cash bonus, right? Jet Nolan nodded again, but very quickly clued into the trap, hurriedly shaking his head. No bonus. There really isn't any. Charlie, standing aside, let out a cold snort, stepped right up next to Jet Nolan and said, Jet Nolan, hand over the bonus money, and we'll let you guys leave today. If you don't, neither of you can dream of walking out. Shivering and shaking, Jet Nolan stared at her. We are currently streaming live right now. I'm warning you guys. Don't you dare do anything reckless to us. Boss Charlie snatched the video camera straight from his hands and selected a perfect spot to set it up so that the audience could see exceptionally clearly exactly what we were about to do to Jet Nolan. At this time, I produced a rope out of nowhere, tied up Jet Nolan's hands firmly, and then pulled off Jet Nolan's shoes. Charlie also somehow managed to find a beetle from somewhere and stuffed it straight into Jet Nolan's sock. The beetle began to crawl and wriggle around, traveling right onto the sole of Jet Nolan's foot. Right after that, it tickles to death. Don't. Take it out. Get it out of here. Ha ha ha. Jet Nolan's agonizing screams echoed out, sounding exactly like a dying pig. Like a bandit leader, Charlie let out a cold sneer. Hand over the bonus money, and I'll take it out. By this point, the viewers watching the livestream were completely dumbfounded. Is this a dating show? Did I click into the wrong channel? Does this count as illegal detention and torture? Before this, I still doubted whether Sean and Charlie were really that mischievous when they were little. Now, I don't doubt it in the slightest. Jet Nolan is completely finished. Falling into the hands of the padlock couple, he is dead meat. Ha ha ha! Jet Nolan is so incredibly miserable. I can't take it. How does this show have so many inside jokes? Does anyone have a screen recording of today's episode? I need to catch up on what I missed earlier. Jet Nolan was currently laughing so hard he could barely speak, gasping out between chuckles, ha ha ha. I truly, don't have any money. The bonus hasn't even been distributed yet. Ha ha ha. Noting the situation, I picked up another beetle and walked right up to Tiffany. Tiffany instantly shuddered, hurriedly calling out, Sean, calm down, calm down. We truly don't have any money. We really don't. The director did promise us, stating that if we completed this extra mission, he would give us a $15 bonus. But the director said he'd pay up after the job was done, so he hasn't handed it over yet. Hearing this, Charlie and I traded a quick glance. Subsequently, Charlie stepped right in front of the camera lens, clearing her throat, with the perfect demeanor of a kidnapper. Director Chen, listen up. Jet Nolan and Tiffany have already fallen into our hands. If you want to ransom them, deliver that $15 bonus money right into our grasp. Otherwise, Director Chen, who was currently watching the livestream, was completely stupefied. He had originally just wanted to hold a little extra activity after the livestream ended, to piggyback on the trending traffic of the viewer count, but who would have anticipated that Charlie and I would pull a stunt like this on him? Ha ha ha, this is absolute gold. A variety show where guests are held hostage to extort the director is something I've truly never seen before. Another legendary scene. This show has way too many legendary scenes today. This show is guaranteed to hit it big. I can't take it anymore. The way Charlie plays a kidnapper with a perfectly straight face is going to kill me with laughter. Thank goodness Charlie became an actress. Otherwise, judging by her style, she'd make for a textbook female bandit. The viewers watched, thoroughly entertained and amused. But Director Chen could only silently pocket the $15 and lead his crew over to Charlie's and my room. Cash in one hand, hostages in the other. Having collected the cash, Charlie and I were quite straightforward, releasing the hostages immediately. Director Chen let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the two of us still had a sense of restraint. Convinced that the two of us were fairly sensible, Director Chen gestured for his crew to also retrieve the camera from the room. Consequently, before the staff member could even step close, the video camera was blocked by me. I said nonchalantly, that $15 just now was the ransom money for the hostages. This gear counts as our war trophy. If you want to take the camera back, it'll cost extra money. How much extra? Director Chen asked. I just ran a quick check on this model. The ESC 5D Mark III goes for $98,000. I patted the camera. Considering you are my director, I'll give you a friendly discount, $97,000. Director Chen wished he could entirely retract his prior assessment. These two had absolutely zero sense of restraint. They were just a pair of literal robbers. Robbers? No way. Our production team is exceptionally broke, so don't dream of taking that much money from us. Director Chen said, gnashing his teeth. Charlie's eyes started around, and she suddenly asked, Then, Director, what's the maximum amount of money we can take from you? $5 at most? Wait, no? You shouldn't dream of taking a single penny. Director Chen glared. Then, as for this gear, we'll just list it online and sell it as second-hand equipment. Charlie said, pulling out her phone, as if she were actually going to list it. Director Chen had no choice but to negotiate. Fine, I'll give you $30 as an extra bonus allowance for tomorrow. Will that do? Charlie let out a mischievous chuckle. Just as Director Chen thought she was going to agree, Charlie's smile vanished instantly. She countered, $96,000. Keep dreaming. 35 maximum. 95,000. 40. Not a single cent more. 94,000. 45. This has to be enough, right? Sean, let's just sell it second-hand. Director, 50. I'll give you 50, okay? There really can't be a single penny more. Otherwise, we won't even be able to film our show anymore. Charlie thought about it for a moment, and then asked me, can $50 make a feast? Pretty much. It should be enough for just the two of us to eat. Only then did Charlie nod her head, smiling broadly as she snatched the $50 bill, straight from the financially agonized Director Chen's hands. I handed the video camera back to Director Chen. Without a single second word, Director Chen clutched the machine and bolted, as if terrified that if he were a step too slow, even he would be locked inside by the two of us to serve as a hostage. These two individuals were complete demons. Inside the comments section of the livestream room, for a full dozen minutes after Director Chen had with a dark face cut off the livestream, the bullet comments were still flooding relentlessly. The viewers simply couldn't stop spamming the screen. There was absolutely no helping it. This final segment was simply just too hilarious. I've lived for over half my life and watched an untold number of variety shows. This is the first time I'd ever seen a variety show where they extort the director. Charlie and Sean are truly two geniuses. Are they taking revenge on the director for tricking them into thinking their votes dropped to 0 earlier? I think they just wanted to scam some money, so they could cook some food tomorrow, that's all. Did anyone record this clip? I need to watch it again. The entertainment value is through the roof. I worked all day today and was almost annoyed to death by my boss. But after coming home and scrolling past this variety show, I've already completely laughed my head off. Heading off to watch the replay right now, the Punghubei duo is the absolute GOAT. I'm going to look for clips of the two of them. They're so interesting. Hurry up and look for them. We want to watch it. Charlie excitedly scrolled through the livestream comments for a long time. I didn't expect our reviews to be so great. Sean, looks like we did pretty well today. Charlie was actually quite worried that after today's broadcast, whether there would still be many people hating on Sean, but looking at it now, her worries were completely unnecessary. I, on the other hand, wasn't scrolling through the live stream room, because at this moment, my phone was chiming and pinging non-stop. Charlie curiously leaned over and asked, Sean, what's wrong? I let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Our elementary school group, middle school group, and high school group are all tagging me like crazy. Even my college roommates keep asking me how on earth I debuted, and how I ended up being childhood sweethearts with you. Charlie opened her QQ group chat in surprise, wondering aloud, I'm in the elementary and middle school groups too. How come no one tagged me? Because everyone frequently sees you on TV, so it doesn't feel novel to them anymore. Charlie felt that made sense too. Subsequently, she asked again, then how do you plan to reply to them? It feels like they're going to ask non-stop. I thought about it for a moment, and finally sent out a $100 password red envelope. The password was Lucky King Relay. A string of Lucky King relays floated across the screen, and someone immediately shouted, Who's the Lucky King? Step forward. The Lucky King silently sent out a second red envelope. Very quickly, the group chats were completely flooded with red envelopes. I muted the group notifications, seeing that a single red envelope of mine had completely subdued the gossip mongers in the group. Charlie couldn't help but say, Brilliant. I smiled and gave her nose a gentle pinch. Where did this little kitten come from? Charlie bit down on my hand in response. Mercy, mercy. You're a tiger. A fierce tigress, all right? Charlie bit down even harder, and only after I called her Bro Charlie several times did she finally let go. Subsequently, she tugged on me and said, Come here, come here. Sean, look at the live stream comments with me. Heaps of people are praising us. I obligingly sat down right next to Charlie, leaning against the headboard together with her. Charlie held her phone out right in front of me, her body also tilting over toward my side. Naturally, I reached out my arm and wrapped it around her, saying with a smile, All right, let's look at them together. Charlie's face turned a bit red, but she still acted as if she noticed nothing, reading aloud the amusing comments from the live stream room to me. While staring at Charlie, I just hummed along to show I was listening. Charlie's face grew redder and redder, until finally she slapped the phone right onto my face. Humming your ass. You aren't looking at the phone at all. You've been staring at me the entire time. I helplessly caught the phone. It's not that I kept staring at you. It's purely because you... Charlie's face flushed crimson. And before I could even finish, she cut in, Don't you dare say cheesy lines like you look better than the phone. I've heard more than enough corny pickup lines today. I said, It's honestly because your head is too big. And it's blocking my view. She grabbed a pillow from the bed in one swift motion and smashed it right onto my head. The two of us messed around for a while before finally settling down. Charlie was panting heavily from exhaustion, snatching the phone from my hand. I'm done fooling around with you. Let me check social media. With so many people watching the live stream today, there should be a bit of discussion on Weibo, right? As Charlie spoke, she opened Weibo to take a look, and consequently saw the hashtag, Duo, as a trending hashtag, was unexpectedly hanging within the top 20 positions of the trending charts. We're actually trending, and the rank is so high. Did Lynn buy this? Charlie clicked into it in confusion, and then she was thoroughly shocked. The activity level inside this trending topic was far beyond her imagination. Originally, Charlie only thought that Lynn had bought this trending topic, but once she went inside to look, she realized that it was entirely filled with real users. Various edited video clips of her and me from the show, and all kinds of discussions about the two of us, came one after another. Every single time she refreshed, there was new content. Even the video of us extorting the director a dozen minutes ago had already been swiftly clipped by someone and posted under the topic. In a mere dozen minutes, the view count had already broken past 20,000. You should know that even if Charlie posted a video herself, it might not necessarily garner this much heat. Charlie's eyes lit up completely. Sean! It looks like you've hit it big. I pointed at the characters Peng Hu Bei on her phone screen. 3 characters. Correcting Charlie. It's we who hit it big. Charlie rolled her eyes. I was already highly famous, okay? Yes, you're the most famous. Charlie let out a smug snort. After browsing around Weibo for a turn, finding that it appeared no one was smearing Sean anymore, and the romantic ship fans of the Peng Hu Bei duo were in full swing, Charlie prepared to exit in deep satisfaction. Consequently, before she could even back out, a certain person's user ID caught her eye. Padlock couple eyes to goat. Padlock couple? What on earth is that? Some newly emerged celebrity couple in the entertainment industry? How come she's never heard of them? While Charlie was left in pure confusion, she suddenly discovered that within the topic, there seemed to be quite a few users sporting the Padlock couple ID. Charlie was thoroughly puzzled. It seemed she hadn't heard of such a padlock couple in her past life either. Furthermore, why did so many people with the padlock couple ID swarm right under the topic page of her and Sean? Are they staging a group gathering? Baffled, Charlie, adhering to the mindset of asking when in doubt, used her alt account to private message that padlock couple is the GOAT. User one massive bull. Hey sister, let me ask you something. What does your ID mean? Is the padlock couple some newly released duo? This padlock couple is the GOAT was clearly browsing social media at a high intensity. The moment Charlie asked, she replied, padlock couple is the GO AT. You hadn't heard of them? It's from that show broadcasted today. Let's start dating today. The romantic ship combo of Sean and Charlie inside. Charlie and I were both completely blank. One massive bull. Isn't their ship combo called Penghu Bay? Padlock couple is the GOAT. Oh my. Sister, at first glance, you clearly don't browse social media enough. The ship name, Penghu Bay, refers to the brotherly bond between Sean and Charlie. The ship name, padlock couple, refers to the romantic love between them. One massive bull. What brotherly bond? What? Wait, I was completely disconnected from the internet today. Sister, can you give me a detailed breakdown? QAQ. Consequently, this padlock couple Ice-to-Go AT gave Charlie an excellent and thorough introduction regarding the difference between Penghu Bay and the padlock couple. Padlock couple as the GOAT. So, earlier during the day today, someone claiming to be Sean and Charlie's former classmate posted childhood photos of Sean and Charlie, stating that the two of them are genuine best friends. So those who stan the Penghu Bay duo are all buddy fans. Padlock couple eyes to GOAT. But for us shipping experts, how could we possibly settle for a simple buddy relationship? What we want to ship is sweet romantic love. So we adamantly maintain that Sean and Charlie must absolutely be true love. Padlock couple Ice-to-Go, a poll, and then those buddy fans brought out the story of Sean and Charlie when they were little, putting 6 padlocks onto their teachers' bicycle back then. Padlock couple Ice-to-Go H said, stating that for people like us, who insist on devouring Sean and Charlie's public affection, sooner or later, Sean and Charlie will lock our dog heads up with padlocks. Padlock couple is the GOAT. So Sean and Charlie's romantic ship combo was officially named the padlock couple. The two of us truly never in our wildest dreams expected that our ship name would have such a bizarre origin. Originally, I felt that the name Penghu Bay Charlie came up with was already ridiculous enough, but I didn't expect the fans to be even more ridiculous than Charlie herself. True to form, like fans, like owner, I muttered under my breath. Meanwhile, Charlie also opened her mouth, muttering softly, 6 padlocks? How come I clearly remember that we locked 9 padlocks back then? Did I remember it wrong? Bro Charlie, isn't your focus completely on the wrong thing? Charlie expressed her gratitude to this padlock couple is the GOAT. And this padlock couple is the GOAT. Even enthusiastically sent a massive pile of sweet interactions compiled by their romance fans. Charlie, along with heaps of romantic fan art and edits, she vigorously pitched the padlock couple brand. Right to the 2 actual subjects, Charlie and me, having devoured her own relationship's public affection, Charlie's and my feelings were both highly complicated, especially when seeing that inside the topic, some people were actually discussing whether the padlock couple would sleep in 1 bed tonight or 2 beds. Although within the production team, only 1 room was arranged for each couple, but it was just a show after all, so it was impossible to actually make the male and female guests share a bed. Therefore, every single room came equipped with 2 single beds. When Jet Nolan came to Charlie's and my room to spy on us earlier, the layout of the room had already been exposed, so a lot of padlock couple fans began arguing with the Penghu Bay fans. The Penghu Bay fans felt that Sean and Charlie would absolutely not share a bed, while the padlock couple fans felt that the 2 of them would definitely sleep together. Some people had even started writing fan fictions, the content depicting the 2 squeezing onto a single bed, and then, well, doing this and that and this, and anything further than that was premium paid content. Charlie's face turned completely red as she read, gnashing her teeth as she posted a comment under this fan fiction, keep dreaming. There's no way the 2 of them are sharing a bed? I raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning close to Charlie, and whispering softly, what's wrong? You don't want to share a bed with me? Share a bed your ass. 2 people sleeping on a single bed, wouldn't that crowd us to death? Flushed, Charlie gave me a swat. Besides, aren't we still recording a show right now? Can you please stop thinking about bizarre things? I let out a sigh, putting on an aggrieved look, and said helplessly, well, some people are just like that. Before they win you over, they're incredibly enthusiastic, insisting on dragging you to get a marriage certificate. Then, after catching you, and after sleeping with you once, they get tired of it, leading to abandonment, or finding all kinds of excuses to distance themselves from you. Charlie widened her eyes. Can this guy please stop talking nonsense? When did I ever sleep with you? When did I ever get tired of you? When was there ever abandonment? I spread my hands. Once at your villa, and once at my house. Can you even call that sleeping together? Wasn't that just purely sleeping in the same space? Charlie argued. Consequently, I put on a puzzled expression. How does that not count as sleeping together? Don't tell me your understanding of sleeping together means something else. Then what exactly did you think it meant? Charlie pursed her lips. She knew I was deliberately playing dumb again. But, being too shy, she didn't know what words to use to shut my mouth. So she simply grabbed a pillow again and smothered my mouth with it. In the end, I still didn't successfully share a bed with Charlie. Charlie's reasoning was airtight. This wicked production team might pull some more underhanded stunts during the night. What if they spring a midnight shoot on us in the dead of night? What should we do then? So I didn't manage to get my way in the end. Early the next morning, the two of us woke up right on time to report to the courtyard. At exactly 8:30 a.m., the second day of live streaming for Let's Start Dating Today officially began. Because I had kidnapped Jet Nolan yesterday and extorted director Chen, my pockets were completely stuffed. Combined with the allowance distributed this morning, Charlie's and my Penghu Bei duo had a grand total of $75 to squander today, making the other duos shed straight tears. We agreed this was a survival dating show. So how come the other three duos are in charge of survival, while Sean and Charlie are just in charge of romance? Because she had a fat wallet, so Charlie found a breakfast shop in the morning, preparing to have a meal first. While ordering food, Charlie's mind began to spin with ideas. With yesterday's experience, Charlie planned to finish her secret mission first. She felt her secret mission for today was exceptionally simple. Enrage your partner once. Ordering food seemed like a perfect opportunity, right? As Charlie thought about this, she suddenly handed the menu over to me. Sean, I don't know what to eat. You order. I raised an eyebrow. Charlie actually had a moment where she didn't know what to eat? How rare. I took the menu, skimmed through it, and said, You love tofu pudding. How about I order a bowl for you? Charlie swallowed her saliva longingly. Tofu pudding was one of her absolute favorite breakfasts. But thinking about the secret mission, Boss Charlie immediately suppressed the urge in her heart, saying in a deeply awkward and forced tone, Tofu pudding is all soft and soupy. How could that ever fill me up? Then, let's add a baked flatbread. What's so good about flatbread? Can't you pick something better? How about a meat burger? How does that sound? Good, wait, no way. We just ate that yesterday and now we're eating it again today? I'm totally sick of it. I flipped to the next page of the menu. Then, let's get a basket of their signature shumai. Boss Charlie swallowed her saliva yet again, and then muttered softly, I don't like shumai. I helplessly handed the menu back to Charlie. Then how about you look through it yourself to see what you want? Charlie let out a snort. I already said whatever. Why is it so much work just to have you pick out a breakfast? Are you even a man with all this indecision? Gahaha. Sean is completely speechless. This is the textbook conversation between me and my girlfriend, killing me with laughter. Every time I ask her what she wants to eat, she says, whatever. But whenever I pick one, she has an issue with it. Charlie is trying to enrage Sean with this method to complete her mission, right? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid Charlie is bound to be disappointed. She might not even be able to complete it in the entire day. Killing me with laughter, it can only be said that the production team is too wicked, deliberately assigning Sean and Charlie missions like this. If Charlie saw Sean's mission, I wonder if she would completely break down. HHHHHH. The viewers in the livestream room could see both Sean's and Charlie's respective secret missions. Charlie's mission was to enrage her partner once, while my mission was to not get angry at my partner. For the entire day, obviously, the production team did this on purpose, so watching Charlie desperately trying to enrage me was killing the viewers with laughter. It had to be admitted that this production team definitely knew how to milk entertainment value. Meanwhile, director Chen in front of his screen watched Sean and Charlie also letting out a cold snort, daring to scam him. Then don't blame him for scamming them back. He'd make them realize exactly why they say, an old hand is always more experienced. I fell silent for a brief moment after hearing Charlie's words, but in the end, I truly didn't get angry at all. Instead, I ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a basket of signature shumai, and a meat burger. While devouring the food in huge bites, Charlie muttered insincerely, everything you ordered is stuff I don't even like. Can you please finish swallowing what's in your mouth before you speak? The way you're wolfing it down makes your words completely unconvincing. Wow. A bullet comment remarked on Charlie's eating style. Unable to stop criticizing, I nodded my head and subsequently asked with a perfectly humble, learning attitude, then what exactly do you like to eat? I'll order it for you next time. Charlie glared at me. You don't even know what I like to eat. Yet you actually have to ask me? You don't care about me at all. I helplessly spread my hands. Yeah, I realized I have absolutely no idea what you like to eat. I originally planned to stew pork ribs and make fried prawns for you tonight, but thinking about it now, let's forget it. What if you don't even like eating them? How about I just give the cash to you instead? I won't bother cooking tonight either. And you can just order whatever food you want for yourself, okay? Charlie's expression froze instantly. She blankly chewed on the food inside her mouth, swallowed it down with great effort, and then gazed at me pitifully, saying, can you just pretend I didn't say a single word just now, please? I shook my head. Bro Charlie's expression turned even more pitiful. Sean, don't be like that, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum with you. I was wrong. I want to eat fried prawns tonight. Please, I beg you. She folded. She totally folded. She folded completely. Charlie thought she captured Sean's heart, but in reality, it was Sean who captured her stomach. This move by Sean is an absolute instant kill. After finishing breakfast and walking along the streets, Charlie's feelings were highly complicated. In order to complete her secret mission, she had to find a way to enrage Sean, but in order to save her dinner, she couldn't afford to provoke Sean either. Charlie was beginning to get a major headache. Seeing Charlie hanging her head in deep contemplation, I suddenly leaned in close to her, switching off the microphone on my body as well, whispering softly right next to Charlie. What are they talking about? Hurry up and move closer so we can listen. They're leaning so close. Insanely close. Why don't you guys just kiss already? Padlock couple fans, please respect yourselves. Cameraman, get closer. I want to hear their secrets. Director Chen also hurriedly alerted the cameraman. He always felt like these two. Bandits weren't harboring any good intentions, and he absolutely couldn't give them a single opportunity to plot. Consequently, by the time the cameraman managed to step closer, Charlie's and my private whispering session had already concluded. The two acted as if they hadn't said a single word, their faces looking perfectly calm. What a pity we didn't hear what they said. What a pity they didn't kiss. I have no idea what they said either. How come it feels like their expressions barely even changed? Be that as it may, using my female intuition, I feel like Charlie should be highly furious right now, and it shouldn't be anger targeted at Sean. Using my perfect 20 and 20 vision, I've noticed this detail too, because I saw that Charlie's fists are completely clenched. The viewers kept feeling like someone was about to suffer, but had no idea exactly who it would be. In reality, I hadn't said all that much to Charlie, but had just rapidly relayed a few sentences. Is your mission to make me angry? Charlie had asked. How did you know? I replied. How could I not understand you? Charlie pressed on. Then why don't you just pretend to be angry? I answered. Because my mission is that I cannot get angry at you for the entire day. The director is so incredibly wicked. Yeah, but I have a way to handle him. Let's head back to the guest house in a little bit. And then Charlie had nodded her head, clenching her small fists. Inside the guest house courtyard, Director Chen, who was watching the monitors, let out an inexplicable shiver. He felt as if he had suddenly been targeted by someone. Director Chen rubbed his hands together, muttering under his breath. Could it be that Sean knows exactly what secret mission I assigned to Charlie? Otherwise, he shook his head again. It's fine, it's fine. Even if the two of them know, so what? Their missions are pitted directly against each other. So in the end, only one person can successfully complete the secret mission. They swindled me out of so much money yesterday, so no matter what, I have to get some revenge today. The assistant director beside him caught Director Chen's rambling, adjusted his glasses, and pointed a finger directly at the screen. Take a look at where they've walked to. Director Chen looked back over at the monitor, only to discover that the screen didn't just display Sean and Charlie, but unexpectedly included himself and his camera equipment. Director Chen finally clued in, snapping his head up in complete bewilderment. Only now did he realize that without anyone noticing, Sean and Charlie had unexpectedly already returned to the guesthouse courtyard and were standing right smack in front of him. Across Director Chen's face, a deeply awkward yet forced polite smile emerged. Sean, Charlie, what brings you guys back? He was feeling more or less a bit guilty, but he very quickly emboldened himself again. What was he afraid of? He was the literal director. Charlie and I traded a quick glance. After exchanging a look, Charlie suddenly said with a face full of grievance, Sean, the $50 Director Chen gave me yesterday was counterfeit. The exact instant those words left her mouth, I immediately glared fiercely at Director Chen, letting out a sharp bark. Chen Ming, you're supposed to be a director. Handing out a mere $50 and it's a counterfeit bill? Do you have any manners at all, scamming a young girl? You've got some serious nerve. Did you honestly think nobody could keep you in check? Director Chen was thoroughly startled and stupefied on the spot. In all his long years of being a director, it had always been him roaring at celebrities. This was the absolute first time he was being roared at by a celebrity. Director Chen's temper instantly flared. Give you an inch and you take a mile. Did they take him for a completely helpless target? He bolted right up to refute me, only to see Charlie and me reaching out to grab the stool sitting off to the side. recalling the glorious childhood exploits of these two individuals, and their bandit-like behavior from last night. Director Chen's anger completely vanished right away in tandem. He obediently sat back down onto his stool, saying with a forced chuckle, "We are all civilized people. Calm down, leave me a little dignity, please. I am the director after all, right? If things genuinely get too ugly between us, you won't be able to stay on this show anymore." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll leave." Director Chen stole a glance at the Pengu Bay livestream had tens of thousands of viewers online. Then, looking at the other livestream rooms, their combined viewer count barely reached 10,000. In the end, he hurriedly said, don't leave. How about I leave instead, all right?" Director Chen felt that if he left, the assistant director could still continue filming the show, but if Charlie and Sean left, this show would probably completely flop. Hearing this, Charlie let out a snort, set down the stool in her hand, and sat right down on it. She crossed her legs like a female boss. I also sat down right next to Charlie. Looking at Director Chen, my tone suddenly softened. "We're not leaving, and you don't have to leave either. You gave us a $50 counterfeit bill yesterday. Now just compensate us $50 and we're good." Director Chen immediately refused, saying, "50? No way. Besides, how could the $50 I gave you yesterday possibly be fake? You need evidence when you speak." "Where's the evidence?" I spread my hands. "There is no evidence, because I just made it up." But then, I suddenly held out my hand again. "If you won't give 50, you'll at least have to give 5, right?" Director Chen looked at me. "Come on, you can't just hold out your hand and randomly demand money like this. Why on earth should I give you $5? Let me tell you, I have dignity. If you keep pushing me like this, I'll leave right this instant rather than give you guys money." Wahaha. Saying the most pitiful words in the toughest tone. "You're a director after all. Can't you show a bit of backbone?" I'm going to die of laughter. Who else could drive the director away? Except for this couple. I suddenly feel like the director is so miserable, just as miserable as Jet Nolan. So the true meaning of a survival dating variety show is actually the director trying to survive. But I had a perfectly sincere expression. "How am I randomly demanding money? I'm a reasonable person." I continued. "The $5 I'm asking for is the reward for Charlie completing her secret mission. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" "There's a problem, a massive problem. When did she complete her mission?" Director Chen slapped his thigh. "Did you lose your temper at her?" "No. You've clearly been losing your temper at me the whole time." I took Charlie's mission card and waved it in front of Director Chen. "Director Chen, you wrote this mission yourself. Take a clear look. Charlie's secret mission is to enrage her partner once. It didn't say that I, her partner, have to direct my rage at her. I still maintained my perfectly reasonable demeanor. Just now, Charlie indeed enraged me. There's nothing wrong with that interpretation, right? It's just that my rage was targeted at you instead. So, $5, please." "Thank you. Oh, by the way, get another $5 ready to give to me once my mission is completed tonight." Director Chen looked with a complex expression at the mission card. In my hand, his lips trembling. Too careless, too reckless. This is just too much. Brilliant. I didn't expect him to play this card. I really thought Sean was actually angry just now, and it even gave me quite a scare. I didn't expect it to be on purpose. Daring to play tricks on the padlock couple. The director probably has no idea what the two of them used to do when they were kids. What a miserable director. Sean is so ruthless, I love it, standing him. Feeling sorry for the director for a second, and then ha 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 ha. In the end, Director Chen could only silently pull out a $5 bill and hand it over to me. But after I took the money, Director Chen stubbornly refused to let go, reluctantly gripping a corner of the bill instead. After a brief standoff, Director Chen suddenly snapped out of it. He stared wide-eyed at me, as if he had suddenly caught me red-handed. "Wait a minute. Sean, Charlie, I've caught your flaw. Don't dream of taking this $5 away. Ha ha ha. For today's secret missions, neither of you can dream of completing them." Director Chen, who had been feeling aggrieved for ages, finally had the courage to straighten his spine. He felt that right now he was about to transform into a god of war, sweeping through the battlefield. Charlie and I were both briefly stunned. Why did this Director Chen suddenly act like a completely different person? Could there really be some oversight? That he managed to catch us on? Oh, the director is getting cocky. The director is acting tough. The director is going on a rampage. The director is going to show his power. Then they heard Director Chen say with a sneer, "Sean, Charlie, if I remember correctly, yesterday morning, right when recording began, I explicitly stated that secret missions must be kept strictly confidential. You cannot let your partner know, otherwise it doesn't count. When you two turned off your mics to whisper secrets just now, you definitely shared your secret missions with each other. Am I right?" Director Chen was highly smug. "So not only can I not give you this $5, but Sean won't get his hands on the other $5 tonight either." Charlie felt more or less a bit guilty, because we indeed had stealthily discussed our respective secret missions just now. She hadn't expected Director Chen to actually catch them on this. We're screwed. Not only can we not get back at Director Chen, but we're going to be totally manipulated by him instead. Charlie looked over at me, only to find that I was exceptionally calm. Do you have evidence? You need evidence when you speak. Those were Director Chen's exact words just now. Director Chen countered. You two made it so incredibly obvious. Do you even still need evidence? Maintaining my perfectly reasonable speaking expression, I looked intently at Director Chen and said, actually, I've only ever had a rough guess as to what Charlie's mission was. I never confirmed it at all. For instance, if I randomly buy a lottery ticket and happen to win 5 million, does that mean I knew the winning numbers in advance? If I successfully predict every single question on the college entrance exam and get a perfect score, does that mean I cheated? No, that's just called pure good luck. Coincidentally hitting the mark, that's all. Same here. In fact, I wasn't entirely sure what Charlie's mission was either, so I just took a wild guess. I didn't expect to actually guess it right. Director Chen choked on his words for a long moment, and finally said through gnashed teeth, I don't buy it. Don't you dare try to squirm out of it. You definitely discussed your secret missions with Charlie when you were whispering. Where's the evidence? If you guys didn't have a guilty conscience, why turn off your mics? I looked at Director Chen with a puzzled expression. Director Chen, when you confess your love to your wife, do you like to broadcast it to the entire world with a megaphone? Director Chen stared in complete bewilderment at Charlie and me. So, were you two confessing your love just now? No. Then what the hell are you talking about? Director Chen roared in fury. I was simply using an analogy to refute you. You can also bring up an example to refute me. I shrugged my shoulders. Anyway, unless you have solid proof that Charlie and I disclosed mission-related information during that brief private whisper, then hand over the $5. Director Chen felt deeply uncomfortable, exceptionally uncomfortable. He knew perfectly well that there was a problem with Charlie and me. There was definitely a trick going on, but unfortunately he just couldn't outsmart the two of us, leaving him incredibly frustrated and aggrieved. In the end, Director Chen simply gnashed his teeth, glared at me, and said, No. I said I'm not giving it, so I'm not giving it. Even if there's no evidence, I'm absolutely certain you broke the rules. No matter what, I will not give you this money. Then I'm out. Saying that, I prepared to take off the equipment on my body, my movements looking incredibly swift. Bloody hell. You're the boss, all right? Here, take it happy now. I took the $5 from Director Chen's hand with deep satisfaction, and then walked away hand in hand with Charlie. Director Chen sat there trembling with pure rage, unable to utter a single word for a long time. A crowd of people in the comments expressed their sympathy. The assistant director also patted Director Chen on the shoulder. It's just $5, why stress yourself over it? Director Chen said out of his reluctance, This isn't merely about $5. This is about dignity. The dignity of a director. The assistant director thought about it for a moment. Comforting him, I'm not very good at comforting people, but I feel like this minor matter isn't enough to make you lose your dignity. Honestly, Director Chen blinked. Oh, because you already lost all of your dignity last night. If you don't know how to comfort someone, you can just stay quiet. Otherwise, it's hard for me not to see you as an accomplice of Sean's. The assistant director let out a sigh. He thought about it, and offered comfort again. Actually, Sean and his partner probably just did it for the sake of entertainment value. You're an elder and the director. How could they possibly intentionally try to upset you? Right? Director Chen felt like these words actually carried some truth. True, it was just recording a show after all. A joke. Just entertainment value. Why should he get so worked up over it? He took a deep breath, planning to adjust his state of mind. Consequently, he caught this dialogue coming from Sean and Charlie's livestream room. A dialogue like this came through. So, how does it feel to get back at the director? Amazing. Entertainment value my ass. Those two absolutely did it on purpose. The production team's filming in the tourist town lasted for a grand total of 3 days. Of course, that didn't mean the show was ending after 3 days, but rather that the production team was moving to a new location for filming. Before the third day's livestream concluded, Director Chen announced to the 4 duos of guests the decision to change the filming location. Director Chen said, starting from tomorrow, our filming location will shift over to the urban area of Blue Jade County. Inside Blue Jade County, a new Chianda shopping plaza has been newly built in the city, and it is about to officially open for business. We will conduct our upcoming recordings there during its pre-opening trial operation period. The moment they heard they were changing locations, everyone let out a burst of cheers. It wasn't that this tourist town was bad. It was mainly that prices here were too high, making it genuinely tough to struggle through survival here. Of course, with the sole exception of Charlie's and my duo. But Director Chen's next words instantly made everyone let out another chorus of agonizing groans. However, I have a piece of bad news to share with everyone. Because vehicles are limited, the 4 duos of guests will need to walk across Little Jade Mountain tomorrow to reach Blue Jade County's urban area situated behind Little Jade Mountain. Of course, this will be live-streamed as well. During this entire hiking trek, the production team will only provide each of you with a single bottle of mineral water and a pack of biscuits. If you require additional water or food, you'll have to forage for it yourselves. If everyone's walking pace is fast enough tomorrow, you might manage to arrive at the county town before it gets dark tomorrow. If you are slow, you might even have to spend the night inside Little Jade Mountain. Director Chen let out a mischievous chuckle. And with that, today's recording officially concludes. Everyone, get some rest early and prepare yourselves for the trek across Little Jade Mountain tomorrow. With that, Director Chen slipped away. The livestream screen plunged into blackness. But the viewers in the livestream room Autumn got highly excited. Holy crap, this is so intense. This is what real survival looks like, right? I didn't expect that watching a dating show would let me witness something like this. Let tomorrow come quickly. I can't wait for tomorrow to ship Sean and Charlie's public affection inside a mountain forest. Little Jade Mountain doesn't exactly count as a primeval forest, right? It's just a regular small wooded mountain, that's all. But making a group of celebrities go survive in the mountains is indeed interesting. I wonder if these pretty boys can handle it. I remember that influencer Trent seems to be an outdoor streamer, right? I remember he used to record outdoor survival videos. He should be fine, but it's hard to say for the others. Thank goodness I'm off work tomorrow. I'm definitely going to camp in front of the live stream all day tomorrow. While the viewers were excited, the guests were wailing. Why do we still have to walk over there on foot? Isn't the production team just screwing with people? Jet Nolan squatted on the ground, holding his head. Will there be lions and tigers in the mountains that'll eat me? Vince also furrowed his brows and said, while it won't go as far as having lions or tigers, they only give each of us a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits. And we still have to trek such a long way on foot. This is not only completely insufficient, but for Tiffany and Megan, and that female influencer named Lucy as well. The expressions of these girls all looked quite terrified. Charlie and I, on the other hand, were quite calm. Both of our families were from Clear Creek County Town. There were plenty of mountains near Clear Creek County too. The mountains we climbed when we were kids were simply too many to count. A tiny little Jade Mountain was completely beneath our notice. On the contrary, that influencer named Trent put on the air of a spiritual leader at this moment. Clearing his throat, he said to everyone, guys, don't be too anxious, and don't be too afraid. In fact, I'm an outdoor streamer. I used to do survival shows before. With me here, I guarantee everyone can safely and happily cross Little Jade Mountain. Everyone just focus on getting a good rest tonight. And tomorrow morning, we'll set off with full energy. Trent was wringing his hands in anticipation. For the past few days, he and his partner, Lucy, had their vote counts consistently at the bottom. There wasn't much space for him to flex his skills. Now, everything was fine. It was finally his home court. Trent's heart was filled with smug satisfaction. He stole a glance at Sean and Charlie. He knew this duo's popularity had been exceptionally skyrocketing lately. Your popularity might be high, but once tomorrow comes, all that popularity of yours should belong to me. Hehehe. Early the next morning, the 4 duos of guests all embarked on the journey across Little Jade Mountain. The tourist town was built with its back against Little Jade Mountain, so it was exceptionally close to Little Jade Mountain. After walking for less than half an hour, the group left the tourist town and stepped into the mountain forests of Little Jade Mountain. The environment of Little Jade Mountain was quite nice. It was currently summer, and the trees in the mountain forest were lush and verdant, providing a canopy of green shade. Speckles of morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, spilling down bright but not blinding. The beautiful scenery actually made Jet Nolan, Vince, and the others feel a bit better. As a corporate drone traveling a fixed route between 2 points every day, seeing this kind of scenery makes me want to cry. This feeling of morning sunlight piercing through the leaves is genuinely beautiful. Love this production team. Love it. Once I get some time off, I want to travel too. I feel like just standing in this kind of environment for a bit can make a person's mood better. Jet Nolan, Vince, and the others thought so too. But after walking on the mountain road for an hour, they no longer thought that way. Although the path on Little Jade Mountain wasn't exceptionally steep, it could absolutely not be called flat either. After more than an hour of trekking on the mountain road, Jet Nolan and Vince, these 2 big men, were still fine, styles. But Tiffany and Megan, along with Lucy, these 3 girls, were indeed already too exhausted to walk any further. Most importantly, the water they brought had all been drunk on the way. Tiffany wiped the sweat from her face, looked at Jet Nolan, and said, Jet Nolan, do you still have water? Jet Nolan handed his own water to Tiffany. Megan also looked over at Vince. As a result, Vince pretended not to notice Megan's gaze, unscrewing his bottle cap and gulping it down in huge mouthfuls himself. Vince did that on purpose, right? So selfish. Not necessarily, right? He didn't seem to see Megan's expression. Besides, if Megan wants to drink water, can't she just say it directly like Tiffany did? What's she pretending to be quiet for? Trent is still more of a man. He gave his water to Lucy himself. Hey, where are my Charlie and Sean? Suddenly, some viewers noticed that Sean and Charlie had unexpectedly vanished from the camera frame. Because the four duos were moving as a group today, plus the mountain path was difficult to walk, so there was only one team of cameramen following them. The livestream room wasn't split into main and substreams either, so when Charlie and Sean went missing, the viewers couldn't find them even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, the cameraman and the others didn't seem to notice that two people were missing, because right now, they were busy listening to Trent talk eloquently. Trent said to everyone, "I know everyone's water is almost gone, but please don't worry at all. I specifically looked into it last night. There's a small river inside this little jade mountain. It shouldn't be far from our current location either, deducing from the growth of the vegetation here and the condition of the soil. I feel that this water source should be right to our exact north. You guys just rest here for a bit in a moment, while I go find the water source for everyone. Don't worry, with me here, I'll absolutely make sure everyone leaves Little Jade Mountain safely." Consequently, right after Trent finished speaking, Charlie's voice drifted over from not far away. "Do any of you still want to look for water to drink? We found a river over here." The people who were originally listening to Trent speak instantly all ran in the direction of Charlie's voice, including the cameraman, leaving only Trent, opening his mouth all by himself over there, and ultimately following them over in pure dejection. When the crowd walked over to Charlie's side, they discovered that Charlie and I were unexpectedly squatting right next to a small river. The river water was crystal clear to the bottom, looking exceptionally clean. "Sean, how did you guys find the water?" Jet Nolan curiously leaned in closer and asked. "Don't tell me you guys also judged the location of water sources based on the growth of vegetation." Before I could even speak, Charlie looked at Jet Nolan in utter confusion. "How could we possibly know how to do that? Did you think we are grave robbers who can read feng shui? Then, how did you find the water? It's literally marked on the phone map. Even though this is in the mountains, the signal happens to be quite good. Can't you look at it yourself?" Charlie pulled out her phone and flashed it right in front of Jet Nolan. Because today was an outdoor operation, to make communication convenient, the guests were permitted to bring their phones. Poor Trent. After analyzing so professionally for ages earlier, he still lost to high technology in the end. Trent was completely dumbfounded, entirely unable to speak. And here I was, listening to his logical analysis, killing me with laughter. Trent indeed felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. He let out a cough, furrowed his brows, and said sternly to Charlie and me, "You two are not allowed to leave the team without permission anymore, and sneak off by yourselves. Do you hear me? Getting separated in the mountains is exceptionally dangerous. In case something happens, there's no way to contact anyone. There is a way to contact people." Charlie flashed her phone again. "Didn't I say there's a signal here?" Trent took a deep breath, and only then added, "This isn't a matter of whether there's a signal or not. You guys don't understand how to survive in the mountains. If you genuinely encounter an unexpected danger, you won't have time to make a phone call, understand? I am a professional survivalist. If you want to leave Little Jade Mountain safely, just listen to me and stay with me." Charlie let out an, "Oh." I smiled and gently patted her head, subsequently looking at Trent and saying, "Sorry, we'll move together with the group next time." Only then did Trent nod. Although this Charlie was a bit disobedient, but it seemed this Sean was still sensible. Once everyone had filled up their water, Trent led the group to set off once more. Charlie and I walked at the very back of the line. Charlie leaned close to my side, muttering under her breath, "I think I made that Trent unhappy just now." For some unknown reason, Charlie just felt as though Trent found her rather disagreeable. I let out a soft chuckle. He originally felt that today's outdoor survival was a stage for him to flex his skills, but you just had to pull out your phone and flash it around, completely stealing his thunder. It'd be a miracle if he were happy. Charlie still felt quite aggrieved. I didn't steal his thunder either. It really is right there on the phone. Then what should I do? Should I go find him to apologize? No need for that. The two were right in the middle of whispering secrets. But at this moment, inside the livestream room, heaps of people frantically started spamming bullet comments. "There's a snake. There's a snake next to Tiffany. It's a massive one. There's a snake. Do you guys see it? There's a snake slithering over. It's slithering over. Is the cameraman blind?" Tiffany and Jet Nolan were walking in the second to last position, and right now, not far from Tiffany's feet, a dark brown snake was crawling right along the ground. As Tiffany was walking along, she suddenly felt something brushing against her foot. She lowered her head to look, subsequently letting out a terrified shriek. Tiffany's sharp shriek made everyone snap their heads toward her. And then, look at that dark brown snake right at her feet. This snake was nearly 2 meters in length. Even staying completely motionless, it was intimidating enough. Lucy and Megan were also instantly terrified into shrieking aloud. Tiffany's face turned completely deathly pale, on the verge of bursting into straight tears. Charlie and I traded a quick glance. Just as we were thinking of stepping forward to help Tiffany, they caught Trent frantically shouting aloud, "Nobody move. There's no guarantee whether the snakes in these mountains are venomous. None of you get close. Everyone immediately stay away from that snake, and let me handle it." The moment Vince and the others heard it might be venomous, they bolted right away. Jet Nolan was also a bit frightened. He originally wanted to run too, but Tiffany was currently clutching his arm tightly. In the end, Jet Nolan simply hardened his heart, acting like a real man for once. Not only did he resist walking away, but he also gripped Tiffany's hand back. Jet Nolan isn't running. It might be venomous. Jet Nolan? My Jet Nolan is finally being a man for once. Now is not the time to praise Jet Nolan. Hurry up and find a way to save them. Charlie and I were also somewhat surprised. We hadn't expected that this unlucky fellow, Jet Nolan, would actually have such a manly side. As it turned out, they caught Jet Nolan saying tremblingly, "Tiffany, my legs are a bit weak, and I'm about to lose my balance. You hold on to me. I'll hold on to you. Who's going to hold on to me? Help, don't bite me." At this moment, that dark brown snake, terrifying Tiffany into shrieking an octave higher. Charlie actually had a pretty good relationship with Tiffany, so seeing this, she wanted to step forward again. But Trent stopped her again, saying with a perfectly serious and earnest expression, "Don't get close. Leave this kind of thing to a professional." He snapped a branch off a tree, intending to use it to steer the snake away from Tiffany. Seeing the snake hang on to his branch, Trent felt a surge of joy in his heart. Once he drove the snake away himself in a moment, the comment section would definitely all praise him. His only opportunity to show off was today's outdoor survival segment. If he didn't seize the time to display his capability right now, he would never have another chance to hit it big through this show. With this thought in mind, Trent acted with extreme caution, wanting to flick the snake hanging on the branch over to the side. But how could a creature like a snake be so easy to flick away? The exact instant Trent raised the branch, that snake slid straight off the branch, unerringly landing right on top of Tiffany's foot. Terrified, Tiffany let out another loud howl, to the point that Charlie had to cover her ears. She felt that if Tiffany could maintain this level of performance, forget about regular singing. Even singing opera wouldn't be a problem. Don't be afraid. That was just a mistake. Don't move around. I'll drive it away. The snake dropping suddenly gave Trent a fright as well. Subsequently, he hurriedly comforted Tiffany, while simultaneously using the branch to flick the snake up once more. This time, he swung it to the side without a single second thought, originally thinking he could successfully hurl the snake far away, but as absolute ill luck would have it, it landed right onto Jet Nolan's leg. It just so happened that Jet Nolan was wearing shorts, so the freezing cold scales of the snake brushed against Jet Nolan's leg. That tactile sensation made Jet Nolan let out a sharp howl. He frantically tried to kick that snake away, but before he could even shake the snake off, that snake had already wrapped itself around his leg and delivered a direct bite. Jet Nolan let out an agonizing scream, falling flat on his buttocks straight onto the ground. Jet Nolan. Quick, is anyone calling an ambulance? Jet Nolan won't be in serious trouble, right? Does the production team not have any professionals accompanying them? What on earth is Trent doing? Hurling a snake onto someone else? Is he trying to kill someone? The bullet comments in the livestream room went completely chaotic. Meanwhile, Trent also lost his head at this moment. He claimed to be a professional wilderness survivalist, fine, but in reality, under the packaging of his talent agency, he had merely filmed a few short videos of wilderness survival, that's all. He thought he was more experienced than everyone else. But running into an actual situation like this, he was ultimately still terrified. What if this snake really was venomous? What if something happened to Jet Nolan? Wouldn't he be completely ruined too? While Jet Nolan was screaming in pure agony, Trent was frantic with panic, and everyone else was completely at a loss as to what to do. Charlie and I unhurriedly walked over to Jet Nolan's side. Extending my hand, I firmly clamped down on that snake's head, pinching it upright into the air. "Sean, what on earth are you doing? Wait, isn't this way too dangerous?" As it turned out, I had a perfectly calm face, and even reached out to give Jet Nolan's bitten calf a gentle slap. "Quiet down, calm down, stop wailing. Wah, Sean, am I poisoned? Am I about to die?" Jet Nolan was crying his eyes out by this point. I stared at him for a couple of seconds, and subsequently nodded my head. "Yes, you're about to die. So what's the PIN code for your bank card? Tell me right now. The PIN is 105. Wait, no, Sean. What kind of time is this? Let's stop joking around. Then just shut up for a bit. Wah, how can I possibly calm down? I already feel like I'm getting completely dizzy and blurry-eyed. I'm about to be poisoned to death. Can't I at least utter a few more words? Looking at Jet Nolan, who wouldn't stop crying, I thought about it for a moment, and finally held out the snake in my hand right in front of Jet Nolan. Jet Nolan locked eyes right with that snake, and his crying was instantly choked right back down his throat. Seeing that Jet Nolan had finally quieted down, I let out a sigh. Comrade Jet Nolan, the next time you wail about being poisoned to death, can you please open your eyes first? And check whether your own leg is even injured? Jet Nolan sniffled, looking tremblingly down at his calf, and his expression instantly froze in bewilderment. There wasn't a single wound on his leg. Holding up the snake in my hand, I said to Jet Nolan, this kind of snake is called a rat snake. First of all, it's non-venomous. Secondly, its attack power is exceptionally weak. It was originally just passing by normally, but after being flicked twice by Trent, its self-defense instinct was finally triggered, which is why it gave you a bite. But because the teeth of this rat snake are serrated, once you are bitten by it, don't drag it or try to shake it off forcefully. Just pry its mouth open and remove it, and it won't leave a deeply profound wound. With how thick-skinned your leg is, this rat snake didn't even pierce your skin. What on earth are you shouting about being poisoned for? Jet Nolan wiped away his tears, saying aggrievedly, but I genuinely felt dizzy and blurry-eyed. Before I could even speak, Charlie said with a perfectly serious face, it's probably because you screamed too loudly and suffered from oxygen deprivation. That actually makes sense, seeing that the danger was resolved and the snake was completely under my control. Only then did everyone else dare to move closer. Tiffany was expressing concern for Jet Nolan. Vince was staring at the snake, while Trent, because he had lost face yet again, felt exceptionally uncomfortable and defensive in his heart. Earlier, he had cautiously used a branch to flick the snake, acting as if it were an incredibly terrifying ordeal, but as it turned out, not only were Charlie and I not afraid at all, but I even dared to hold the snake directly in my hand. Didn't this make his prior actions look even more cowardly? Trent secretly gnashed his teeth, and suddenly burst out in the end, since you guys knew long ago that this snake was non-venomous, and posed no danger, why didn't you say so earlier? If you stepped in to help sooner, would Jet Nolan even have to be terrified like this? Would everyone still have to be so scared? Charlie looked at Trent with a face full of confusion. I wanted to step in and help, but you were the one who told us not to get close, stating that we should leave it to a professional. Before, you complained that we didn't listen to you, and didn't move together with the main group. I admitted my mistake. Now that I'm listening to your words. How come you're still displeased? She felt this guy was truly bizarre. Not listening to him wasn't okay, and listening to him wasn't okay either. Trent already felt deeply uncomfortable to begin with, and being called out by Charlie like this made him completely unable to save face. Furrowing his brows, he snapped in pure rage. Wasn't that entirely out of consideration for your safety? I harbored nothing but pure goodwill for you guys. Yet you actually talk back to me like this? Charlie looked perfectly innocent. How am I talking back to you? Aren't I just telling the honest truth? The honest truth? I think the honest truth is that you both just wanted to watch me make a fool of myself. Trent pointed straight at Charlie's nose and shouted loudly. He felt that Charlie and Sean just wanted to treat him as a joke, and had deliberately delayed stepping in to help. Consequently, the exact split second he extended his hand, his finger was firmly gripped by Sean standing aside. Just as he was about to unleash an insult at Sean, he saw that I was currently staring back at him. I said in a slow, measured tone, first of all, you are the one who was overly ambitious and desperately wanted to show off your own capability. This has absolutely nothing to do with Charlie. Don't you dare try to shift the blame onto our heads. Secondly, pointing your finger straight at someone's nose is an exceptionally impolite thing to do. If you didn't know that before, I'm teaching you right now. Thirdly, if you genuinely believe that we wanted to watch you make a fool of yourself earlier, then you have truly wrongfully accused us. With one hand firmly gripping Trent's finger, and the other hand dangling that rat snake, subsequently, I calmly draped the snake right onto Trent's arm. I was perfectly calm, but Trent could absolutely not stay calm anymore. Even though he knew this rat snake was non-venomous, but facing an actual snake nearly 2 meters long, he would still instinctively feel pure terror. Terrified, he fell flat on his buttocks onto the ground, trying with every ounce of his strength to shake that rat snake off. But that rat snake had also been startled, coiling itself with absolute desperation around Trent's arm. Consequently, the man and the snake started rolling all over the ground altogether. Trent struggled relentlessly, looking phenomenally disheveled and pathetic. Meanwhile, only now did I resume my sentence from just a moment ago, saying, if I genuinely wanted to watch you make a fool of yourself, this is exactly how I would do it. Do you understand now? Whether it was Director Chen, the viewers, Tiffany, Jet Nolan, or even Charlie, everyone was thoroughly stunned at this moment. They had never witnessed this side of Sean before, and could even less imagine that I would dare to do something like this to Trent, right in the middle of a live broadcast. Isn't this action a bit uncalled for? After the live stream room fell into a brief moment of dead silence, someone suddenly sent out a bullet comment. Uncalled for? How come I feel like he did exactly the right thing? Yeah, it was clearly entirely Trent's fault to begin with. Yet Trent actually had the nerve to turn around and blame Charlie. He completely deserves it. A grown man pointing his finger straight at a girl's nose and yelling at her is just completely devoid of manners. He completely deserves to be handled like this. Although it might be a bit inappropriate to say this right now. But I feel like I'm totally shipping them. Beautifully done. I found this Trent guy disagreeable for ages. Constantly bragging about being a professional over there. But as it turned out, he almost caused Jet Nolan serious injury. Exactly. It's a good thing this snake was non-venomous. If this had genuinely been a venomous snake, Jet Nolan would have been killed by Trent. I genuinely feel like Sean is quite handsome right now. Does he still have openings for more male fans? Inside the livestream room, the audience was already heavily dominated by Charlie's and my fans. Plus, Trent was indeed entirely in the wrong first. And Trent's actions of pointing at her nose to scold Charlie were indeed completely unacceptable. Therefore, the vast majority of people were speaking up on my behalf. In fact, Director Chen, who was actively watching the live stream, also found my retaliation to be exceptionally satisfying. He also harbored quite an issue with Trent's overambitious and show-off behavior. In reality, the production team had deployed a wilderness survival expert to follow right behind the group. Originally, seeing that snake, the expert was already about to take action, but Trent insisted on posturing as a professional and taking complete charge of the entire situation. Convinced that he genuinely had capability, the expert refrained from stepping in. Who would have thought Trent was just a useless showpiece with a flashy exterior, possessing barely any actual capability, and even causing Jet Nolan to get bitten in the process? Although Jet Nolan wasn't injured, but seeing a massive wave of bullet comments blasting the production team for failing to implement proper safety measures, Director Chen also felt exceptionally frustrated and defensive in his heart. This surge of anger was naturally directed entirely onto Trent. Therefore, witnessing Trent suffer this blow, Director Chen also experienced a satisfying sense of retaliation. The assistant director was still a bit more clear-headed, patting Director Chen on the shoulder and saying, "Hurry up and rein Sean in a bit." This level of retaliation is already more than enough. Continuing any further would be uncalled for. Only then did Director Chen snap back to reality. With a fair amount of reluctance, he pulled out his walkie-talkie, just as he was intending to notify me, to quickly remove the snake, only to witness me stepping forward a step ahead of him, and removed that rat snake. From Trent's body, Trent was panting heavily in huge gasps, lying on the ground with a completely deathly pale face. His body was covered in fallen leaves and dirt, looking as thoroughly disheveled and pathetic as could be. You've gone way too far. His partner, Lucy, only dared to step forward now, helping Trent up. While glaring at me, I thrust the snake forward. Then let me show you something even more uncalled for. Lucy instantly shut her mouth, only able to silently pull Trent up. Trent stared at me through gnashed teeth. He was originally a short-tempered person, so how could he possibly swallow this insult? He said to me in a deep voice, "We're all part of the same production team, and we're currently streaming live right now. Your trending traffic might be high right now, but don't forget that I have fans too. Is it appropriate for you to push things to such a complete extreme?" I thrust the snake forward once more. "Then let me show you something even more extreme." Ha ha ha. Beautifully done, Sean. This Trent guy just never learns his lesson, and actually dares to threaten Sean. Wow, I even sympathized with him before, feeling like Sean had gone too far. Looking at it now, a person like this doesn't deserve a single bit of sympathy, when he was pointing straight at Charlie's nose, and scolding the young girl earlier. How come he didn't mention he was going too far? How come he didn't keep in mind that it was a live broadcast? He really has some nerve. Another wave of mass mockery erupted in the comments. Although Trent couldn't see the comments, he could certainly see the snake in my hand. After his mouth twitched for a bit, Trent ultimately didn't dare to say anything else in the end. Seeing that he had behaved himself, only then did I release the rat snake. This rat snake, which had experienced way too much, slithered through the grass for a bit, and finally vanished from sight. Because a situation like this had occurred, the startled Jet Nolan, Tiffany, and Trent all required a rest, consuming a fair amount of time. So by the time dusk was approaching, the group still hadn't managed to walk out of Little Jade Mountain. If we traveled the path in the dead of night, visibility would be poor, making it even more dangerous instead. Therefore, Director Chen notified everyone that they would be spending the night inside Little Jade Mountain tonight. In fact, Director Chen had already anticipated this long ago, knowing this group very likely couldn't walk out of Little Jade Mountain in a single day. For this reason, he had long since had people pitch several tents inside Little Jade Mountain, setting up a tiny campsite. He informed everyone of the tent's location, and before long, they settled down at the campsite. Charlie, Jet Nolan, and the others, the very first thing they did upon arriving at the campsite was turn the tents completely upside down. Consequently, the expressions on their faces all turned, thoroughly disappointed. How come there's no food? Since the director went through the trouble of preparing tents, couldn't he have prepared a bit of food too? Having trekked for an entire day today, everyone's physical energy was heavily depleted. Although there was an abundant water supply, the problem of food was highly difficult to resolve. They had long since finished the biscuits distributed by the production team, and right now every single one of them was starving. They originally thought there would be food once they reached the campsite, but they hadn't expected there would still be absolutely nothing. Jet Nolan whimpered, "I'm so hungry." "I'm genuinely so hungry," Charlie whimpered as well, munching on a wild fruit while saying, "I'm so hungry too." Jet Nolan stared at the fruit in Charlie's hand, and his eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. Why? Where on earth did you get that fruit?" Charlie took a sharp bite of the fruit, chewed for a bit, and said, "Sean just picked it. Do you want some? Is there more?" Jet Nolan's eyes instantly lit up. Nope, all gone. Just as Jet Nolan was on the verge of crying helpless tears, he suddenly caught my voice coming from right above his head. "Jet Nolan, catch." Looking up, Jet Nolan saw I had unexpectedly climbed up a tree without anyone noticing, currently picking fruit from the branches. Jet Nolan hurriedly held out his hands, calling out in pure excitement, "Sean, throw it." "I'm ready." "Don't move an inch," I said. Jet Nolan nodded his head, and then saw me hurl a fruit straight down, hitting him right in the face. Jet Nolan said, "Sean, allow me to ask a bold question. Did you tell me not to move just to make it easier for you to aim?" Standing aside, Charlie rolled her eyes at him. "Got an issue with that? If you have an issue, don't eat it." As she spoke, she made a move to snatch the fruit from Jet Nolan's hands. Jet Nolan was also quite ruthless. In a single bite, he stuffed that fruit, which was the size of a baby's fist, straight into his mouth. Muffling out through a full mouth, he said, "No way. This one is mine." In the evening, there were currently tons of people watching the live stream. Witnessing this scene, a loud chorus of laughter erupted in the live stream room. He truly embodies his name. His life is just too difficult. This is simply way too difficult. These few people are genuinely going to kill me with laughter. My ultimate source of joy. Isn't it dangerous for Sean to climb that high? It looks so terrifying to watch. This is the exact same Sean who caught a snake barehanded. What are you afraid of? What? Catching a snake? Was that from a segment earlier today? I was working and missed it. Then you missed out big time. Sean was absolutely legendary earlier today. I remember someone posted a video clip. Go search for it. While the viewers in the live stream room were chatting, I had already picked over a dozen fruits. I climbed down from the tree. As for climbing trees, Charlie and I had certainly done it plenty of times before. In fact, Charlie climbed even more fluidly than I did. Stepping down from the tree, I first selected a few of the absolute best fruits for Charlie. Right after that, I distributed a few fruits to Jet Nolan, Tiffany, Vince, and Megan. Finally, gripping the remaining few fruits, I walked over right next to the influencer duo, who were currently sitting in the furthest corner without uttering a single word, yet occasionally swallowing their saliva while watching everyone else eat fruit. Seeing me approach, Trent immediately turned his head away, and Lucy also kept her head lowered in silence. They both assumed I had come to mock them for having nothing to eat, but they hadn't expected me to extend my hand and offer them a few fruits. Trent was briefly taken aback, only to see me, saying with a light chuckle, "Go ahead and eat. Don't take what happened earlier today to heart. It's all minor stuff. Let's just move past it." Taking the fruits, Trent and Lucy were more or less a bit touched. Wow, Sean is a genuinely good guy. I just went back to catch up on the earlier segment. Trent indeed went way too far. Yet right now, Sean is still willing to help them. He's truly kind-hearted. My bro Sean clearly distinguishes right from wrong. He is absolutely a positive role model idol. The comment section was also filled with a wave of praise. Only Charlie, seeing me walk back after handing out the fruit, reached out a hand to poke me, whispering softly, "Why are you still giving them fruit? They've been completely ignoring you the entire day today, yet you still go and extend your warm hospitality to them." I spread my hands. They're all full of worms anyway, and it'd be a pity to throw them away. Might as well give them to someone. The comments section fell into an instant silence. Director, can you please inform Sean that the next time he says something like this, remember to switch off his microphone? Don't let him shatter his perfect image in our hearts. The evening livestream concluded right at 9:30 p.m. staring at the screen that had plunged into darkness. The viewers were all a bit left completely wanting more. The 4 duos of guests each returned to their respective tents to rest. The tents were one per couple, and the space inside wasn't very large, looking more or less a bit cramped. Charlie and I were squeezed together, Charlie leaning in my embrace while scrolling through social media, while I was busy watching Charlie browse social media. The topic page of the Panghubei duo saw its trending popularity grow higher day by day. Since the broadcast of Let's Start Dating Today began up until now, Charlie and I were producing viral moments almost every single day. Video edits about us were also becoming increasingly abundant. Even for many people who didn't have the time to watch the live stream, simply by watching these clipped segments, they completely stand the 2 of us. Therefore, the number of active users within the Panghubei duo's topic page was unexpectedly even larger than the livestream viewer count. Naturally, talented individuals became abundant as well. The videos they clipped and the jokes they wrote made even Charlie laugh for a long while sometimes when she read them. So right now, Charlie's daily nightly source of amusement was running high-intensity searches on Weibo, Bilibili, and TikTok for fan-made creations related to the Panghubei duo and the padlock couple. Today, the video with the highest popularity under the Panghubei topic was undoubtedly the segment of Sean catching a snake barehanded and using the snake to terrify Trent. Charlie replayed that specific video segment twice and suddenly muttered in a soft, low voice, "I didn't feel anything special at the time, but looking at it now, you actually look pretty handsome, huh?" "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." I said, "The part where you helped me vent my anger by using the snake to terrify Trent was actually quite handsome." Charlie repeated herself. Once she finished speaking, her face turned a bit red. I let out a light chuckle, rubbing her small head, and whispered softly, "So, bro Charlie, aren't you going to give me some kind of reward?" Flushed Charlie tilted her head up and planted a tiny kiss on my face. I raised an eyebrow. "Just this?" Charlie glared at me. "Greedy pig." Of course I'm not satisfied. Charlie suddenly scrambled up from my embrace, pressing me firmly down onto the ground. Subsequently, leaning her body down, she delivered a direct bite to my face, instantly leaving a neat ring of teeth marks right on my face. "Are you satisfied this time?" Charlie's face was completely flushed, yet her expression resembled a little tigress, glaring fiercely as I rubbed the teeth marks on my face, still not quite satisfied. "How about you bite me a bit harder? You said it yourself." Charlie bared her tiny teeth, leaning down once more to bite toward my face. As a result, I simply extended my hand, pressed Charlie's head down, and kissed her right on her lips. Charlie's eyes instantly widened into perfect circles, yet she didn't resist either, instead compliantly resting right in my embrace. Our lips and teeth intertwined, and finally she bit my lip quite hard. Staring at me as I was caught off guard and hissed from the sharp pain, Charlie's eyes were filled with a watery mist, her face carrying a deep bashfulness, yet she let out a soft, humph, remarking in an exceptionally tsundere tone, "I didn't give you permission to kiss me, so you aren't allowed to kiss me. This is your official punishment." I rubbed my lips, and suddenly leaned close right in front of Charlie after a brief moment, pointing a finger at my own lips. I said, "How about you bite me another 8 or 10 times? Charlie gave me a highly bizarre look. "You don't happen to have some kind of weird fetish, do you? To actually enjoy this specific treatment?" I spread my hands. "If getting bitten once can be exchanged for a kiss from you, then I feel it's still a pretty good deal." Flushed, Charlie stared intently at me for a long moment, and suddenly made a move to unzip the tent and walk outside. Thinking she was just way too embarrassed, I hurriedly pulled her back. Bro Charlie, I was just joking. Don't go outside." I'm going to look for Jet Nolan," Charlie said. "What are you looking for him for? The truth is, I can't bear to bite you too hard myself." Charlie blinked her eyes and stared at me. "So, I'm going to go find Jet Nolan, and have him come bite you instead." Because we had walked on the mountain path for an entire day during the day, so after fooling around for a bit in the evening, Charlie grew thoroughly exhausted. Resting right on my arm, she let out a massive yawn, and drifted off to sleep very quickly. Unfortunately, no matter whether it was indoors or outdoors, no matter whether it was on a bed or on the ground, Charlie's sleeping posture was always so unique. Once she fell asleep, she latched onto me like an octopus once again. Breathing in Charlie's scent as she lay in my arms, a bitter smile appeared on my face. I really didn't know whether to call this a blessing or torture. Early the next morning, the livestream started up again, and the group once more embarked on the journey across Little Jade Mountain to head toward the county town. Today, Trent and Lucy's attitude toward me was visibly much better. Today, the two of them were completely tight-lipped the whole way, without saying a single word. Early this morning, Trent even proactively came over to greet me. The viewers who tuned in early and saw this scene all felt a bit bad for Trent. If he ever found out that the fruits Sean gave them yesterday were all riddled with wormholes, I wonder if he would be deeply upset. Because they had already trekked for an entire day yesterday, after walking for just a short half day today, the group finally made their way out of Little Jade Mountain. The production team's vehicles had long been waiting at the exit, and the moment everyone stepped out, they got in, and headed to Blue Jade County's urban area with the vehicles. This time, Director Chen actually splurged for once, renting the largest hotel in the Blue Jade County urban area for everyone to stay in. Hearing this news, Charlie and the others all showed total astonishment. How did that stingy director suddenly become so generous? The staff member driving the car revealed that the director hadn't willingly splurged. It was mainly because the hotel owner had approached Director Chen, saying he felt Director Chen's show had great trending traffic, and was willing to provide rooms to the production team, just to piggyback on the show's popularity. Only then did Charlie and the others realize the truth. Sure enough, Director Chen was still the same, Director Chen, without a single bit of change. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone originally wanted to go back to their rooms to get a good rest, since they had slept in tents last night, and their sleep quality was thoroughly terrible. As it turned out, they saw Director Chen waiting early in the hotel lobby, holding a ring of keys in his hand. With a completely sinister smile on his face, he said to the 4 duos of guests, "Want to go rest? You must complete today's mission first. Do you see these keys in my hand? Among them is a ring of keys. For the hotel's presidential suite, whoever completes the mission first gets to have this ring of keys and enjoy the best treatment." Saying that, Director Chen pulled out a mission card. None of you have secret missions today, nor is there an audience voting segment. The main mission for your 4 duos is also exactly the same single one. In a little bit, we will have staff members. Take 1 person from each of your duos, blindfold their eyes, and bring them into a random room in the hotel. Meanwhile, the remaining person must find a way to locate their partner. There are also some puzzles inside the room. Once the locked-up person solves the puzzles, they can obtain some clues regarding their current location. Both sides can use walkie-talkies to communicate freely. Hint: whoever is the first to find their partner wins the key to the presidential suite. Director Chen is playing a new gimmick again. Wow. Although this production team is a bit broke, but their creative ideas have always been pretty good. One side has to solve puzzles, and the other side has to look for people. One role tests brain power, and the other tests physical energy. Interesting. I blindly guess the padlock couple takes first place. Their chemistry is unrivaled. This doesn't just test chemistry though. Or rather, it has nothing to do with chemistry. Hearing Director Chen announce a new mission, the viewers in the live stream room grew lively once more. At the same time, Director Chen also had each duo of guests decide who would be locked in the room to solve puzzles, and who would go searching for them. For Trent and Lucy's duo, Trent was in charge of searching, while Lucy was in charge of solving puzzles in the room. For Vince and Megan's duo, Vince was in charge of searching while Megan solved puzzles in the room. For Jet Nolan and Tiffany's duo, Jet Nolan would do the searching, while Tiffany solved the puzzles. The viewers also felt there was absolutely nothing wrong with this arrangement. Girls are usually a bit more attentive, and their physical strength is also a bit weaker than guys, having the girl handle solving puzzles in the room, while the guy searches for her based on the clues. Indeed seems to be the best setup, just when everyone assumed that Charlie's and my duo would follow the exact same arrangement. I, after whispering with Charlie for a moment, suddenly raised my hand. Lock me up. And let Charlie look for me? Sean wants to be locked up? Is Sean trying to slack off? Ahaha, then they're finished. Girls have weaker stamina. By the time the other duos finish searching 2 floors, Charlie might not even finish searching a single floor. Don't look down on our bro Charlie, alright? I bet Sean definitely has his own plan. This guy has way too many tricks up his sleeve. The comments were discussing the choice made by the Penghu Bei duo. Director Chen was clearly also a bit surprised by my decision, because in Director Chen's original plan, he felt that for every single duo, the female guest should be the one locked up, and the male guest should go look for her. He had even named this challenge, The Hero Rescues the Princess. As it turned out, Sean unexpectedly became the princess in the end. However, since this was a mutual choice made by our duo, Director Chen had no choice but to accept it. Clearing his throat, he pulled out a few blindfolds and earplugs, and subsequently said, "Come on, all you princesses who are about to be locked up, put your blindfolds on properly. The staff will lead you to your respective rooms. In a little bit, please cooperate with the heroes rescuing you to escape the cage together." Having said that, he handed the blindfolds and earplugs to them. The few of them all put on the blindfolds and earplugs, and were led into the elevator by the staff. Meanwhile, Vince, Trent, Jet Nolan, and Charlie, these 4 heroes responsible for saving people, were arranged to take a temporary rest. At this moment, the viewers watching from the livestream perspective unexpectedly discovered that the staff members leading the people into the elevator were stealthily conducting a highly complex series of maneuvers. Take Tiffany's situation, for example. After leading Tiffany into the elevator, the staff member first pressed the button for the 10th floor. But upon arriving at the 10th floor, the staff member pressed the button for the 8th floor again. Subsequently, after arriving at the 8th floor, they pressed the 9th floor button. Finally, the elevator stopped on the 9th floor, and only then did the staff member lead Tiffany out. Moreover, after arriving at the 9th floor, the staff member didn't immediately lead Tiffany into a specific room, but instead walked Tiffany around in circles a few times first. Once Tiffany was spun into feeling a bit dizzy, only then did they usher her into room 9C7. The other duos were subjected to pretty much the exact same process. The viewers were all highly perplexed. What on earth are they doing? Deliberately stalling for time? Could it be to prevent the guests from guessing which floor they are locked on? That's quite possible. But surely no one could actually guess it, right? Maybe some originally could have, but after all this messing around, probably no one has any idea which floor they are locked on anymore. After being locked inside the rooms, the several guests were all permitted to remove their blindfolds. The curtains inside the rooms were drawn closed. Although the curtains weren't too thick and let light filter through, trying to peer outside through them was practically impossible. Furthermore, the production team explicitly stated that opening the curtains was forbidden. The lights inside the rooms were switched on though, making it very bright. Once Megan and Lucy entered their rooms and removed their blindfolds and earplugs, the very first thing they did was begin searching the room to see if there were any puzzles or clues. Meanwhile, their partners, Vince and Trent, started from the very first floor, knocking on doors room by room, searching for them. The duo of Tiffany and Jet Nolan was quite different though. After being locked in her room and removing her blindfolds and earplugs, Tiffany spoke to Jet Nolan over the walkie-talkie. Jet Nolan, take the elevator up to the 2nd floor first and see how many seconds it takes. Jet Nolan complied immediately, and ultimately calculated the time, not counting the opening and closing of the elevator doors. It took a little over 1 second. Subsequently, Tiffany began her calculations. The viewers were rather impressed as they watched. Tiffany is brilliant. I heard before that she was a top graduate from Tsinghua Peking University. I didn't expect her to genuinely be this smart. This is way more efficient than the other two duos. Unfortunately, the floor level Tiffany ultimately calculated was the 14th floor. For starters, Tiffany's blindfolded timing wasn't particularly precise, and the value Jet Nolan provided wasn't accurate either. On top of that, the hotel elevator was high-end. It ran exceptionally smoothly, and there was practically zero vibration when it came to a halt. Wearing earplugs, Tiffany couldn't hear the indicator pings when the elevator stopped either, so she had no idea how many times the elevator had stopped in between, and similarly had no clue that the elevator had changed its direction of travel midway through. Under the accumulation of all these errors, the floor level Tiffany calculated ended up higher than the actual one. This left the viewers feeling a bit disappointed. But it also made the audience understand exactly why the production team had performed those complex maneuvers. However, Tiffany also knew that her guess might be faulty, so she instructed Jet Nolan to start searching from around the 12th floor up and down. This approach, compared to searching floor by floor, from the bottom up like Trent and Lucy, was far more satisfying, just as the viewers felt that Tiffany, this straight-A student, had already done an excellent job, having been deliberately arranged by Director Chen to only just step out of the elevator now, was finally locked into a room. Ever since Director Chen had been scammed by me, he had constantly wanted to mess with me, so this time he specifically instructed the staff to stall me inside the elevator for a good while longer. The staff delivered beautifully, stubbornly keeping me inside the elevator for over a full minute. After being locked inside the room, I unhurriedly removed my blindfold and earplugs, just as the viewers assumed that after being messed with for so long, I definitely wouldn't be like Tiffany, and have many clues to provide to Charlie. I first glanced toward the curtains, and subsequently switched on my walkie-talkie. Speaking to Charlie, I gave a range, floors 10 to 14. I should be within these 5 floors. Exclude the odd-numbered rooms, and search the even-numbered ones directly. Charlie didn't even ask why, instantly replying with an okay, and immediately sprang into action. But the viewers were all completely dumbfounded, because I really was on the 14th floor, and specifically inside the even-numbered room 1410. Wait, how on earth did he calculate that? Just now, Tiffany first had Jet Nolan run an experiment, and then ran the math herself, yet still came up with a completely incorrect conclusion in the end. How did Sean calculate it perfectly in a single instant? And it's a pinpoint accurate result. He was trapped inside the elevator for over a minute, during which the elevator went up and down, and after stepping out, he was even walked around in circles a dozen times. He can still calculate exactly which floor he is locked on. It's been a long time since I last uttered that phrase. The production team definitely has an inside fix, right? Even Director Chen cursed under his breath, having absolutely never anticipated this. The drunken, disheveled me ended up being the first to figure out the correct answer. Seeing someone in the comments questioning me, He hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked, "Sean, how did you arrive at that conclusion?" "Want to know?" I replied with a chuckle. "I said it was intuition, do you believe me? Believe your ass." "I'd rather believe that there's an inside fix you're selling me," Director Chen said. I sat back down on the bed comfortably and said, "You tried all sorts of things, from blindfolding to using earplugs, and had me dragged up and down in the elevator. But how come you never thought of considering swapping for a thicker, non-translucent curtain instead?" I pointed toward the curtains. "This is the newest development zone in the urban area of Blue Jay County, where the buildings are packed tightly together, and the surrounding area is full of new, tall office buildings. For the room not to be blocked from direct sunlight by the nearby office buildings, the floor I'm on must definitely be above the 7th floor. It's about 11:00 a.m. right now. During this time of day, it's impossible for the odd-numbered rooms of this hotel to receive such direct sunlight. So I'm definitely in an even-numbered room." Director Chen froze upon hearing this, only snapping out of it a moment later. He hurriedly asked, "But how did you calculate the 10th to 14th floors? This hotel has 26 floors. With so many floors above the 7th level, how can you be so certain it's the 10th to 14th floors?" "Because of intuition." "Screw your intuition, tell me the truth, or else I'm going to say you fixed the game too." Director Chen roared. He was genuinely incredibly curious right now. I spread my hands. This time, it really was intuition. Or rather, I guessed that the production team would pull a stunt. This hotel floor is indeed very high. The amount of time I stayed in the elevator was indeed enough for me to go straight to the top floor. "The 26th floor," I said earnestly. "But I am certain that the production team wouldn't be that straightforward. You guys would absolutely never just simply send me straight to the top floor. Even, you wouldn't send me to a floor too close to the top floor because you anticipated that I might use the time the elevator traveled to give Charlie a hint, to have her rush straight to the very top floor. So I just felt you guys should have locked me somewhere between the 7th and 18th floors. The reason I said the 10th to 14th floors was that I randomly picked a few floors from the 7th to the 18th. Actually, I wasn't even sure, but if I was wrong, Charlie could have just searched the other floors." Saying this, I glanced at the camera inside the room, revealing a gentle, friendly smile. But judging by Director Chen's questioning, I must have guessed it correctly. Director Chen was dumbfounded. Director Chen had never expected that he would try everything to use his cunning schemes, putting so much effort into the elevator trickery, only to lose because of the curtains, and his psychological gamble against me. The viewers were also completely dumbfounded that I relied purely on the light filtering through the curtains to judge exactly which floor I was currently on, and analyzed it so logically. To tell the truth, I feel like I'm seeing the shadows of two people in my brochure right now. I bet one is Conan. Who is the other one? Sherlock Holmes? Is my bro Sean truly real? Did he come straight out of Superbrain? I can't take it. I used to think Sean was just a handsome regular guy. I never expected that not only is he handsome, but he's also abnormal. Don't tell me he's also some straight-A student from Tsinghua or Peking University? Hubby, you're so handsome. A wave of messages flooded the comment section. However, someone also brought up Director Chen. Look at a certain director who calculated every single step, only to be effortlessly broken by our Sean in the end. Being narrow-minded is one thing, but having zero actual ability is another. Tisk, tisk, kesk. Is that director blushing right now? Director Chen was originally just feeling a bit humiliated, but seeing the bullet comments, he felt exceptionally embarrassed. In the end, he snatched up his walkie-talkie in a fit of rage, shouting at me, "Sean, there are 3 puzzles set up by people I hired in this room. Only after you solve all of them will I let you leave. Otherwise, even if Charlie finds you, it won't count." The moment this came out, the viewers were completely outraged. He's flustered. Look, he's flustered. This is an actual inside fix. This is an inside fix indeed. Forget about calling it an inside fix. He's already saying it outright. This is blatantly abusing his power. I disagree. How can the director be like this? Director Chen also seemed to feel that setting demands was a bit too excessive. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly came up with another plan. How about this? If you agree to solve all 3 puzzles before you can get out, I'll grant you an extra $50 allowance tomorrow. How about that? Director Chen, in order to hook me in this time, could be said to have gone all out. There was no helping it, even setting aside private grudges. The progress of our duo was genuinely a bit too fast. Less than 10 minutes into the game, I was already finishing it. Wouldn't that be a massive blow to the other 3 duos? I absolutely had to create some difficulties for myself. Moreover, Director Chen felt that these 3 puzzles would definitely stump me. The first 2 were just simple brain teasers and simple riddles, but this third one, he specifically had someone copy it. An exceptionally complex advanced calculus competition problem. The kind of problem where he couldn't even understand the text. He refused to believe I could solve it. The walkie-talkies for me and Charlie were linked. Before I even said anything, Charlie hurriedly said, agreed. Sean, go for it for the sake of $50. Actually, I wanted to say, Director Chen offering a high price of $50 definitely meant he was up to no good. Those 3 puzzles were absolutely not easy. But with no other choice, since my own wife had spoken, I said, all right, I agree. Director Chen let out a dark chuckle. Just like an old fox, those 3 puzzles are hidden inside the room, linked together in a chain. You have to solve one to solve the next one. Go find them yourself. Director Chen intended to say, go find the first puzzle yourself. But before the words even left his mouth, I had already pulled out the first puzzle from under the pillow. The first 2 puzzles were indeed quite simple. I spent less than 5 minutes solving them both. At the same time, I also located the 3rd puzzle. The viewers had been incredibly supportive of me initially, feeling that with my speed and this brain of mine, no puzzle could possibly stand in my way. Then the viewers caught sight of that advanced calculus competition problem. The viewers were all left completely stupefied. Damn it, is there something wrong with the production team? They're actually playing for real, huh? Calculus? Just looking at it makes my eyes hurt. Is this a competition problem? It's not just a regular problem. Even most university students who have taken advanced calculus couldn't do this, right? When a person is pushed to the limit, they can do anything. Except calculus. Your lover will betray you. Your friends will deceive you. Only calculus will not. If you don't know it, you don't know it. There's no way around it. Director Chen watched the bullet comments with an even more smug smile. It looked like he hadn't picked the wrong problem after all. Sean, today is finally the day my great revenge is achieved. Let's see how you and Charlie scam me again. Don't take a tiger for a kitten, and don't take me for a sick cat. Director Chen thought to himself with a chuckle, only to see me grab paper and pen, genuinely starting to write. Write, keep writing. I still don't believe you can actually solve it. I'm afraid that by the time the other 3 duos find theirs, you still won't be able to solve it. Director Chen laughed and laughed, and then gradually he couldn't laugh anymore. Because I was writing step by step, exceptionally fluidly, completely lacking any feeling of being stumped by this problem. Especially when a viewer in the comment section said, I found the original problem in a competition from a few years ago. The answer matches the steps Sean is writing right now. Director Chen hurriedly went to search for the answer to this problem. Sure enough, the steps for the answer were essentially identical to the steps I was currently writing. Crap. Does Sean actually know how to do this problem? Director Chen's hands were trembling. The assistant director beside him adjusted his glasses. I feel like this is no longer a question of whether he knows how to do it or not. The way he writes is way too fluid. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your $50 won't be kept safe. Director Chen was still being stubborn. I don't believe it. He hasn't finished solving it yet. What if the final result is wrong? Then, Director Chen's stubbornness was shattered by the answer I wrote down. Staring at the standard answer I had written, the comment section burst into a wave of cheers. It's identical to the answer. He solved it right. Sean is the GOAT. Truly, the GOAT. He can solve calculus problems on site, and he can catch massive snakes with his bare hands. Tell me, who else can do that? What do you call an idol? This is what you call a true idol. Compared to those traffic-driven stars who didn't attend much school, and relied purely on their looks to gain fans and make money. Sean is way too superior. I genuinely can't hate on him this time. Sean is the absolute GOAT. Yet I put on an exceptionally humble expression, with an expression on my face that was even a bit embarrassed. I spoke toward the cameraman's direction, Director Chen. Actually, I won a bit unfairly. To be honest, I just took a wild guess on the first 2 puzzles. But I genuinely know how to do this calculus problem. I've practiced this problem before while bored. Really sorry about that. I'll be taking those $50, thanks. Director Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was just saying he guessed it smoothly. Why was he so unlucky to run into a problem he had solved before? If he had known, he would have swapped for another problem. Actually, it would have been useless for Director Chen to swap it. In order to keep myself from getting lost in the cycle, I had constantly been finding new goals for myself. There was a period when I aimed to practice problems. Even practicing problems nationwide, taking joy in it for a time. Even if Director Chen had someone write a brand new problem, with my current capabilities, I could have solved it on site, took a wild guess on the first 2 puzzles. I genuinely know how to do this calculus problem. Why do I feel like these words are a bit jarring? Listen closely, is that even human speech? Practice this problem while bored? Look at Sean. His version of being bored is to practice calculus problems. Yet you all are just here watching a live stream. Don't you feel ashamed? I don't feel ashamed. Even if I wasn't watching the live stream, I wouldn't be able to do problems like that either. Add 1. While the comment section was still debating, Director Chen had already reluctantly climbed upstairs and handed the key to the presidential suite to Charlie and me. Then he turned around, intending to leave, only for me to call out to him with a chuckle. Director Chen, didn't you forget something? Director Chen turned back in financial agony, pulling a $50 note from his pocket. Charlie snatched it right up, and then hurriedly asked Director Chen, you get $50 for solving 3 problems? Is that right? Are there any more puzzles? Let Sean solve a few more, and whether or not we can eat a grand feast tomorrow entirely relies on you, Director Chen. Director Chen replied, do you take me for an ATM? Charlie shook her head. How could that be? Director Chen felt slightly consoled in his heart, only to hear Charlie add, ATMs take my own money, but what you're giving me is your money. Of course, it's way more fun to earn your money.